The boy commanded the book, containing the knowledge of the entire world, to open with authority, and the pages instantly obeyed the command. The youth shouted a magical spell, calling on Furan and Ren-El to direct their power against the giant tree monster, whose branches threatened to engulf their enemy. Magnus gloomily noted to Evgen that their attempts were futile. It seemed that fire was powerless here, but he only gestured for his comrade to be silent, concentrating on preparing a new blow. This was a warrior who had been blessed with a divine blessing from Trigon himself. The boy wondered why his partner had turned out to be such a worthless assistant, unable to make a significant contribution to the battle. Magnus suggested testing the powers of other elements, but his comrade responded with disdain, calling him a fool, since it was obvious that flame was the most effective given the monster's plant nature. But the guy persisted, claiming that theory remains theory and does not always work in practice. However, the interlocutor again strongly advised him to stop arguing and focus on the matter. Magnus cast the Furan and Ren-El spell again, hoping to damage the monstrous beast. But Evgen received a crushing blow from the giant. Now it is finally clear to his partner that no magic, including fire magic, is capable of harming this terrible creature. The girl quickly ran up to the wounded warrior and began to quickly apply healing spells, trying to ease his suffering and restore his lost strength. He said that he expected such an act from Hilda because she was much more reliable and useful than that absolutely useless magician. After all, it is the duty of every priestess to protect the lives of those who serve on the battlefield, supporting her warriors with the power of healing and care. The girl turned to her two companions. Misha abruptly stated that this was a battlefield, not a place for romantic communication. Evgen was sincerely happy about the victory, solemnly noting that together they had managed to defeat the terrifying Death Ent. Now he urged everyone to gather the loot faster and strictly forbade anyone to steal anything. Magnus regretted that his fire magic was completely ineffective, not leaving even the slightest scratch on the monster. Meanwhile, in a small town in the kingdom of Lacusta, people were happy about the return of the warriors group from the journey and believed that they were very lucky. Evgen was proud of the fruits he had obtained, assuring that they had special properties. Misha tried one fruit. It was immediately clear from her face that she liked the taste. The girl's combat performance increased noticeably, and she was tangibly happy with such a gift from fate. The warrior generously divided the magical fruits between Hilda and himself, while Magnus finally realized which fruit was specifically designed to increase his own magic and mana reserves. However, Evgen decided to take this fruit for himself, which shocked the guy. After all, Evgen's mana reserve would simply increase. But the comrade explained that he used his abilities much more often than others, and Hilda agreed with this decision. The fact remains that the mage had proven himself practically useless in the previous battle. Misha also confirmed this opinion, noting that one must earn a reward through deeds. The boy was angry, considering it unfair that he was simply not allowed to try other spells. Evgen came to the conclusion that inviting the magician had been a big mistake. Hilda added that the young man's only virtue was his ability to read sacred texts, and in all other respects he was a pitiful sight, devoid of any real value. The warrior came to the unambiguous conclusion that mages were absolutely useless in a real battle. Physical strength was incomparably more important, and in general the group no longer needed Magnus's services, so let him go home. The young man stood up abruptly and started to leave. Misha asked if the guy was going to put up with this state of affairs. The young man replied that he had heard the squad's statement that they needed only brute force, and therefore he had no illusions about his place among the heroes. The girl called such behavior cowardice, but the interlocutor replied that she was free to think about everything as she wished. Magnus was confusedly thinking about what awaited him in the future. So many hopes were placed on him, and now he would have to return home, having suffered a failure. He remembered all the people who praised him, realized the need to improve his stats and save the world, realizing that returning home was impossible. Then a stranger called out to him, who expected to meet a group of warriors and sheepishly admitted that he accidentally overheard their conversation. Magnus wondered what had caught the man's attention in their conversation. The stranger explained that he had heard of the boy's ability to read sacred writings, after which he handed him an ancient book full of mysterious signs and symbols, causing genuine surprise in his interlocutor. The cover stated that this book contained everything needed to defeat the Demon King, and it was written by the gods themselves. The young man thought that the publication looked very intriguing and worth reading. It is known that only the gods and their messengers can read the sacred signs. Apparently, he is one of them. The book is valuable if genuine, but the seller gave it away for free, taking only a small fee, which the young man willingly paid. All the monsters in this world are generated by the evil energy of the Demon King, so as long as the ruler of the demons lives, it does not matter how many monsters are destroyed. Magnus realized that this book contains fundamental knowledge about the entire universe. The young man suddenly realized the reason for the constant return of the monsters they had killed. This discovery aroused his interest, and he discovered something extremely important and fascinating in the ancient book. Exactly 3 days later, the young man once again came face to face with the terrifying Death Ent, ready to demonstrate the full power of his newfound knowledge. The young man was convinced that the information he had found was reliable. All he had to do was sow a seed on the poisoned soil of the northern slope of a nearby village, wait 3 days, and a new monster would appear. Smiling, he decided to take action immediately. Magnus was determined to challenge the famous monster himself, taking advantage of a rare moment when the enemy was temporarily off guard and distracted, providing the perfect opportunity to attack. The guy remembered well that the famous Death Ent was famous for its resistance to all kinds of special magic and weakening magic. However, he firmly believed that any opponent was vulnerable, and the main weakness of this giant was the effect of hypnosis. According to the book, this formidable monster has absolute protection against any kind of fire magic, but is sensitive to lightning strikes. Therefore, the young man was determined to use electrical spells and strengthen his weapon accordingly in advance. Moreover, Magnus clearly saw how mistaken Yugen was in claiming that monsters of plant origin were easily defeated by fire spells. The young man himself also admitted his own guilt, reproaching himself for his indecisiveness and lack of trust in his own instincts. From now on, he will not tolerate humiliation and shouting at him. Using the knowledge, strength, and cunning he has acquired, he will defeat the Demon King, glorifying his name. He will show the world the true value of magicians and read that the gods will not interfere under any circumstances. The gods respect those who strive to rise on their own, using knowledge and wisdom. All this book can help with is valuable information. The hero's fate is in his hands, and the gods wished him courage and determination in achieving his goals. The guy activated the spell, Nik Ze Ra Fudi. The sky opened up, and a powerful clap of thunder fell upon the huge tree, as if striking the enemy with the very elements of nature. The enemy fell under the influence of a single powerful spell. After the victory, Magnus's stats increased significantly. Mana, health, speed, and holy power increased. The young man discovered that his powers had grown significantly. He had gained a huge amount of experience and could not believe his own luck. The book had become a real treasure of knowledge for him. As a result of the battles, the young man managed to destroy 8 Death Ents, which increased the level of all his combat skills and significantly increased the hero's overall strength. If he continues to level up so rapidly, he will definitely need more powerful equipment. Magnus thought it would be cool to get an S-rank staff, but even a C-rank staff is considered very rare, so it's unlikely he'll find one in a regular store, and if he does, it will be very expensive. It seems that it's impossible in his current situation. The guy noticed something in the book. The young man immediately went to that very mysterious place, which was described in detail in the book. He jumped into the smoke passage, and he activated the levitation spell, a spell to control the speed of falling. It was good that the guy remembered it. According to the book, a mage would receive the flight spell when he reached level 29, and he was curious about what free flight was like. The infiltration was successful. The book states that the mansion is currently empty. The place was used as the residence of the King of Wands. The King of Wands was considered the most powerful wizard in the Lacusta Kingdom. However, 10 years ago, he was left to die alone in his own mansion. Magnus took possession of the S-rank staff of the Supreme. This artifact was made of mithril, making it extremely light. The staff was also decorated with a red crystal. This is an extremely rare material, and its size is quite impressive. Such a staff could cost about 10,000 coins in the store, although even for 100,000, many would want to buy it. The value of this treasure is so great that it would be enough to live for the next 500 years as a true nobleman. The young man could not believe for a long time that such an adventure really happened to him. Moreover, the capabilities of the weapon itself turned out to be simply incredible. The weapon had a 79% attack, magic boost, a 186% support boost, a 51% chance to reduce enemy resistance, a 25% mana saving, and an increase in spell duration. Simply the perfect staff according to the new owner. Arriving at the king's grave, Magnus made a speech that after his death he was forgotten by everyone, and now he asks to lend him the staff, promising to return it and bury it again next to the monarch's grave. One day, the boy will punish the demon king and bring peace to these lands. He then used the information in the book to find out about other valuable items. The young man collected all the available treasures in the kingdom. His next target was the gangs of robbers who had valuable things. At the same time, the guy managed to save someone's life. The girls thanked their savior profusely, having been captured and treated as slaves before. They asked his name, and the hero realized that he was not immune to the charming girls. His thoughts were occupied by the feeling that Magnus was unable to resist these naive glances. The savior responded with embarrassment, saying that his name was not worth mentioning, and immediately offered to walk them back home. The guy knew that despite saving a few people, taking the bandits' property was also illegal, so he had to avoid publicity. Maybe one day he would run into those same girls again, but that was a whole other story. After examining his loot, he could not believe his eyes, but decided to keep only the items that suited him and sell the rest. In addition, the young man realized that C-rank items were extremely rare in stores. Therefore, selling a large number of weapons at once would inevitably attract excessive attention. The young man also has to choose the right place and time to sell the trophies. First, he needs to find a reliable merchant he can trust. After all, we are talking about valuable things, which means the seller must be a well-known and trustworthy person. The young man headed to the Mall Merchants Association, the largest organization specializing in the trade and creation of magical items. Evgen complained that even here, they could not find what they wanted. Hilda noted that the search had only just begun, and they needed to be patient. Misha confirmed her friend's words, asking the warrior not to think that they would find what they were looking for instantly. The guy looked at them and suddenly realized who he had been traded for and how easy it was to find a replacement for him. He asked the boys what brought them here and what they were going to buy. The boys replied that it was none of his business. Magnus realized that there was some truth in their words and sincerely wished them luck in their search. The girls told their commander that magicians sometimes know a lot. The young man asked again if they needed anything from him. Evgen replied that they were looking for a magic staff, but since it was known that it was not easy to find, they decided to ask the young man if he knew where they could buy one. He replied that he probably knew, and it flashed through his mind that he had a whole collection of such staves, more than 10 of them. The warrior asked where he could buy such staves. The young man thoughtfully wondered why they needed a mage's weapon, since there was not a single mage among their team members. They told him that it was a task from a nobleman and asked him to show the location of the staff. Magnus thought that the guy was bad at asking. Hilda also asked where the staff was. The guy said that he had the staff and he was willing to sell it. Evgen said that this time the mage had been helpful, first offering 1,000 coins and then increasing the amount to 1,200. Magnus was amazed at the generosity of the offer. The priestess explained that the warrior was provided with everything he needed by the church. The young man understood that the priests were willing to violate their own principles by using healing magic to extort money from those in need, so his conscience was clear when selling, and he gave the staff for 1,200 coins. The girl thanked him. The boy also understood that Hilda had bowed her head to the one she had previously laughed at for the sake of gain, but deep inside she felt humiliated and furious, wondering why she had made such a sacrifice for a simple C-rank staff. The young man safely handed the staff over to Evgen, who, grinning, explained the reason for such zeal. The man seeking the staff was ready to exchange it for a mithril sword. Moreover, the warrior added that such a staff could be sold profitably in a store for as much as 5,000 coins, and his face lit up with a satisfied grin in anticipation of a profitable deal. The guy indifferently said that he was happy about their luck. The squad leader froze in amazement, hearing such a cold remark. The previous team thought that such a loss would upset him, but the young man already had much more outstanding blades, including the famous A-rank Thunder Sword. Thus, this news left him completely unmoved. Magnus also wished his friends luck in their mission to destroy the Demon King. Eugen asked if the mage wanted to come back to them. However, the young man expressed indignation at such a question, noting that he was not obliged to return at all. At the same time, Misha's face acquired the expression of an offended child, and the guy admitted that he had never seen such a reaction from the girl before. Now, he had to find a suitable place where he could sell all his utensils and decide which shop to choose. Suddenly, he noticed one of the girls he had previously freed from the slave traders. She unexpectedly invited him on a date, which left the guy completely confused. They left the association building. The young man asked the girl to refrain from public invitations in the future, since such statements put both of them in an awkward position. She sincerely apologized, explaining her behavior by the fact that she simply could not restrain herself. Magnus knew that such frankness was undesirable, although the extraction of treasure from criminals formally justified his actions. Now, it was important for him to come up with a way to ensure that the girl did not accidentally let slip anything about what had happened. She realized that she had unwittingly created a problem for the savior, but she herself was happy with the opportunity to get to know him better. As the daughter of the head of the largest trading organization, she knew the value of such an opportunity and was not going to miss the unique opportunity that had presented itself to her. He asked her name. The girl introduced herself as Arya. Magnus then carefully probed the reasons for such emotional behavior, later learning that she was simply trying to express sincere gratitude for saving her life. He was struck by the girl's desire to express her gratitude in such an unusual way. He could not take it seriously. As an experienced magician, he understood that he should not rush to conclusions, and it was important to carefully analyze the situation, exercising maximum caution. Arya wondered if she was annoying the mage with her presence, and maybe he was expecting something more. When she was kidnapped, scared, and desperate, she felt a strong fear for her future and was in despair. But when a young man appeared, so beautiful and kind, who managed to save them all at the cost of his own efforts, she met many people, but never before had she met such an impressive person. Magnus knew that no amount of reasoning could change the girl's feelings, and as a young man, he had no right to claim that he was completely uninterested in a relationship. However, he had an important task, the destruction of the Demon King, which imposed restrictions on his personal life. Magnus looked very agitated and admitted that he had no experience with the opposite sex, so he was not fully aware of how absurd he was sounding. The young man hesitated, thinking about the mission, feeling uneasy. Arya was also worried about the worries, and she reassured him, saying that he was the first man who attracted her attention. However, he was puzzled why she was worried along with him. The young man did not dislike the girl, but he saw the point in going on a date, even though he suspected that it would end in failure. The girl, on the contrary, was happy to spend time together and was ready to offer him everything she had. After introducing himself, Magnus heard Arya's delighted cry when she learned that he was a seasoned hero. After admitting that he had left the team, he listened to the girl's opinion, condemning her former allies for losing valuable support. Although the guy himself could not speak critically about the previous leadership, he was interested in the question of how their meeting would take place. The girl answered that she was free on Wednesday. After discussion, they agreed that the day off would be set for Wednesday. Magnus thinks that if he gets close to Arya, she won't tell anyone that he took things from bandits. Also, by befriending the daughter of the main merchant, he won't have problems selling his items. But if business and profit are left behind, he wouldn't lie to her. It was his first time and he thought love was beautiful. On Wednesday, a guy on South Street was pondering something he had read in a dating book, which claimed that arriving early to a date would build a solid foundation for a relationship. However, he found this absurd and illogical, and decided to arrive exactly on time. Although the thought of staying a little longer and then apologizing for the wait had flashed through his mind, causing her to respond with a phrase about his recent arrival. In his opinion, such a scenario would look quite good. The guy apologized to the girl for waiting. Arya said that she was worried and had been waiting since the morning. He invited her to a nice place, saying that everything was prepared especially for her. The girl felt pleased. He was curious to see if the girl would let him take her hand. It seemed like a wonderful moment, although if she refused, he would try again. When he tried to do so, she pushed his hand away slightly, confusing the young man. Then, unexpectedly, she took his hand firmly. The sensation was surprisingly pleasant, and Arya suggested that they continue their journey together. Magnus felt visibly embarrassed and thought how amazing girls can be. The girl said that she loved pancakes. The young man asked if she had been there before. Having received a negative answer, he said that he had recently found this cafe and the food was excellent. Soon the waiter brought the order, apologizing for the short wait. Magnus learned from a book that they make amazing cakes here, although few people are familiar with this place. It is important to him that the popularity of the establishment does not matter. Excessive attention from the crowd can only worsen the appetite. This omelet perfectly highlights the overall taste of the dish. The salty shade perfectly complements the aroma of bacon. The young man asked the girl if she liked the dish. Arya enthusiastically declared that it was one of the best dishes she had ever tried. The combination of apples and wild berries was a delight. They shared the dishes with each other. Magnus was happy about his lucky find, and the girl admitted that it was the best thing she had ever eaten. Arya pressed herself against the young man's hand and tenderly asked what continuation of the day he would propose. Feeling the pleasant warmth of her touch, the guy smiled shyly, not knowing how to express his feelings in words. They continued to stroll slowly side by side, immersed in fascinating conversation and mutual charm, until the night finally enveloped the city in a soft twilight. She expressed her joy at the meeting and thanked the guy. He was happy, but the girl decided to thank him even more, asking him to promise to go on another date with her. Arya timidly approached and kissed him softly, filling the young man's heart with trepidation and tenderness. His face instantly flushed bright red. His eyes looked down shyly, his breathing quickened, and his heart began to beat faster, as if trying to escape from the overwhelming feelings. She guessed that this kiss was the first in the young man's life, and she realized the importance of the moment, feeling a special responsibility and a desire to carefully preserve this touching memory forever. Arya quickly disappeared into the distance, leaving Magnus standing motionless in the middle of the street, confusedly squeezing his fingers, as if trying to hold on to the invisible touch of tender lips, feeling dizzy from the unexpected happiness and lightness that suddenly engulfed him. Thanks to the advice from the book, the guy had a successful date, choosing suitable places based on the preferences of this girl, the daughter of the head of the Malmi Trade Association. Now he is sure that the next evening will be no less wonderful. While his beloved girl feels happy, Magnus himself was in a state of absolute bliss. This amazing book turned out to be a truly invaluable assistant, opening doors to incredible opportunities and allowing one to achieve real miracles even in the most difficult situations. The guy realized that he had almost collected all the hidden items and wondered what to do next. Suddenly, while reading about a secondary mission, I noticed the name of the girl I was trying to rescue. Mel was an ordinary 14-year-old village girl who was bedridden with a mysterious illness. The peculiarity of the disease was its complete resistance to healing holy magic, making any attempts at healing completely useless. The book claims that the source of the disease is a curse cast by a monster. The only way to cure it is to eliminate the spellcaster. The young man decides to immediately head to Enzo's village. The village chief, Enzo, openly expressed his extreme bewilderment upon learning that the young wizard intended to independently confront the formidable creature that lived near the settlement. Magnus explained that he had to leave the hero squad for personal reasons. Grandfather added that, despite everything, the boy remained an outstanding magician. The young man said that he was flattered. Then, the young man should have stayed for 2 or 3 days. The chief offered the guest to stay in his own home for as long as needed. He specified that his son and his family had died of the plague long ago, so he had some spare rooms. The magician hesitantly mentioned the illness. After all, it was his own granddaughter we were talking about. Grandfather was perplexed as to how Mel's illness was connected to the upcoming battle. The hero himself doubted it, but he felt that defeating the monster could heal the girl. The old man stood up abruptly and hastened to apologize for his emotionality. Meanwhile, the boy hastened to explain that the hypothesis expressed was based only on guesses and, perhaps, sounded overly optimistic. However, since he intended to leave the village immediately after defeating the monster and healing Mel, this statement was the most reasonable solution to the problem. In this way, the young man would avoid obligations and also relieve the old man and his granddaughter from the feeling of indebtedness to him. Indeed, Magnus tried to avoid such difficult situations at all costs, making every effort not to fall into such a trap. The villagers wished him a safe journey, believing that only he could save such a wonderful girl as Mel. Everyone prayed earnestly for his success and safe return home. The people learned of everything the elder had said, and now they were relying on the young man's abilities. Magnus perceived the situation as completely ordinary for himself, and confidently declared that he would be able to defeat the monster. Despite his outward confidence, he felt a slight anxiety inside. Walking along the forest path, he turned around and sternly inquired for what purpose the unknown pursuer was following him, peering carefully through the dense thickets of bushes, expecting to hear a clear and honest answer. A tall young man slowly emerged through the thick greenery of the bushes, carefully stepping on the damp grass and directing a wary gaze straight at the boy. Glands appeared before the hero, respectfully kneeling. The guard of the village, Enzo, was sincerely glad that the hero remembered him among the many faces. The young man was proud of his memory, realizing how difficult it was to distinguish faces in that noisy bustle. The boy had a serious request for the young hero, permission to join him in the coming battle. The question deeply affected Magnus, making him wonder about the guard's motives and his willingness to fight shoulder to shoulder with the young mage. He persistently asked to be accepted as a companion. The guy internally approved of the choice, believing that the new companion had solid combat experience and significantly surpassed the ordinary village guards in strength and skill. However, the young mage was tormented by another important question. What motivated the volunteer? The desire to obtain valuable trophies or a sincere desire to protect his native village from danger? This internal conflict worried the young man, forcing him to weigh the motives of a possible ally. Glans looked Magnus in the eye seriously and firmly said that the only goal that drove him was to save the sick girl Mel, whose life was hanging by a thread. These words sounded sincere and heartfelt, confirming the nobility of the guard's intentions. It turned out that they had been friends since childhood. The age difference was 4 years. The young man found it incredible that this young man was only 18 years old, and they were the same age, while the guard looked much older, as if he was already about 30. In addition, Glans admitted that he had deep feelings for the girl. Magnus asked in surprise why he did not open his heart to her. He sighed quietly and replied that such confessions were extremely difficult for him. The guard's appearance was quite frightening. The guy went to serve in the army. When he returned, he began to guard the village. Hearing about Mel's illness, he went after the magician, trying to help her recover. Magnus warned that the fight was dangerous and would not protect his companion. Glance offered to serve as a human shield, but the hero refused, recognizing the sacrifice as excessive. The guardian insisted, declaring that he was ready to die for Mal, having trained for years for this very occasion. The magician realized that there was no reason to refuse, and a fighter would not be superfluous in the fight. Moreover, being a man, he understood Glans's worries. No one voluntarily seeks death, even for a great purpose. Therefore, the young man called on the defender to discuss the strategy of the upcoming battle. Magnus has determined that Glans is an experienced warrior of level 7-9. His ability to read enemy data only works at lower levels. Their opponent is much more powerful, level 19. Now the heroes are racking their brains on how to defeat a strong enemy. They stood on guard, listening to the sounds of the forest. Finally, they caught the barely audible rustle of footsteps and realized that the enemy was close. Their hearts began to beat anxiously, waiting for the battle to begin. A huge boss monster appeared before the heroes, the forest giant. A massive body covered with rough skin, powerful muscles. The gaze predatorily studied the new enemies. Magnus activated a number of powerful spells, using the Staff of the Supreme, which increased the effectiveness of support spells by under 6%. Glans activated the aura of fire, magical shield, and magical armor. The guard noticed that although the partner had spoken of his abilities, it was still surprising to see it in person. It seemed as if his body was being filled with an endless stream of energy. Such power, granted by the hero himself, was truly a miracle. The magician knew that a sane person rarely dares to attack a monster openly, because the horror of facing a terrible beast often paralyzes the will. Together with a deep affection for Mel and the support of his partner, the brave Glans turned into a real, fearless warrior. The guard warmly thanked his friend for his support, inspiration, and freedom from fear. Filled with new strength, he boldly rushed into the attack, repeatedly striking the enemy. Magnus knew that the power of his attacks was meaningless if they didn't hit their target. He increased his partner's agility, confident that it was impossible to damage the forest giant otherwise due to the monster's peculiar vision. Every creature has vulnerabilities, so the mage constantly cast weakening spells on the monster. Discussing the attack plan, the hero specified that he would increase the agility of his partner, reducing the likelihood of a blow to him, and the guard's task is to effectively dodge enemy attacks. Glans struck the monster, causing it to scream in pain. The hero took this as a good sign, but emphasized that, acting alone, he would have used a similar strategy and gained the upper hand. But the help of a comrade significantly reduced the time it took to destroy the boss. According to the book, the monster is particularly unstable to fire, so the young man used the ability to enhance his abilities. The guy decisively activated his special abilities, Furan and Ren L techniques and triple-level heavy fire artillery, strengthening the attack with powerful fire and explosions. The monster was subjected to a barrage of powerful blows, forcing it to writhe in agony and scream shrilly from unbearable pain. The attack took a direct hit on its target. A bright flash of fire exploded, and thick smoke billowed out. Magnus thought it was a good thing. that he was able to cast a powerful magical shield on his comrade. Without this protected barrier, he had absolutely no chance of withstanding that powerful attack. With a sigh of relief, the magician informed Glanz that the battle had ended in victory, and now it was time for both of them to return home. Returning to Enzo's village, the villagers gathered together and sincerely thanked the warriors for returning safe and sound, having saved their lives in a brutal battle. They scolded the guard for going into battle and apparently interfering with the magician. Others reassured, claiming that it was not so important who behaved in battle and how. The main thing, they emphasized, was that the mission was successfully completed, no one was seriously injured, and the entire group returned home alive and well. The girl was sincerely happy at the opportunity to touch a real great magician. The other girls also quickly ran to touch the famous magician, as if wanting to make sure that the meeting with such an outstanding person was real. The guy was perplexed that it was really so important for them to touch him. Suddenly, he noticed the children excitedly discussing how terrifying the roar of that monster was, and one of the children even felt the earth tremble. The young man was surprised that the dying scream of that monster could be heard from here, and it seemed too strange to him. Someone called out to him. It turned out to be Mel. Suddenly, the young man noticed how Glanz abruptly looked away and became very embarrassed, blushing to the tips of his ears. The chief, sobbing, confessed to Mr. Magnus that he lacked the words to express his gratitude. He said that he had lived in fear for a long time, fearing the day when his granddaughter would become very ill and leave this world. Then he added that he still could not comprehend the miracle of the girl's recovery. Mal wondered if the forest monster was really the cause of her illness, so Magnus decided to destroy it to save the girl. She thought about how to thank the savior. The young man hinted that she should thank the one who deserves gratitude much more than anyone else. The gentleman confidently stepped forward, introducing a young man named Glanz, who was noticeably embarrassed and nervous from such unexpected attention and praise. The magician emphasized that the guard demonstrated incredible determination by rushing to save the girl while fighting a formidable enemy. Despite the mortal threat, he never wavered, proving that true heroes are born not by the choice of the gods, but by their own courage. Glanz suddenly hesitated and began to stutter uncertainly, clearly feeling awkward from the attention being shown to him, and the comrade standing next to him half-jokingly asked him to stop being such a modest hero. Mel laughed loudly and said that such behavior was not typical for a guy. She expressed sincere amazement that such a modest and indecisive young man could become a real hero, managing to cope with a huge and dangerous monster. Everyone present agreed with the girl's opinion. Magnus noted that the room had a pleasant, friendly atmosphere and thought that everything was going well. Mel pressed herself tenderly against Glanz. She sincerely admitted how much she appreciated the young man's action, who went to meet danger for her alone. The girl added that she felt great happiness from the realization that she had found such a kind and noble companion, ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of his beloved. The magician came to the conclusion that his partner initially looked depressed and sad, because he internally did not expect to survive the hike and even return home alive. He didn't think it was important, because he would never understand such people anyway. When he returned to Locusta, he would definitely have to go and see Arya. A festive atmosphere reigned in the village, cheerful conversations were heard everywhere, laughter was heard. The inhabitants treated Glanz to drinks, inviting him to share with them the joy of returning and the success of the campaign. The young hero felt unusually happy amidst the general joy. While Magnus was enjoying the village cuisine, the girl persistently tried to persuade him to try the best wine of the village. However, the magician politely refused, explaining that he absolutely could not stand alcohol. Then another hostess offered him juice. The head of the settlement approached him. The old man was eager to reward him, but he was worried that the poor village had nothing worthy of the great hero's attention. The boy understood that he really had nothing to ask the villagers for, and it would be awkward for him to accept the money, since he himself was far from poor. The young man answered the chief that there was no need to thank him, since the reward had already been received. The chief was interested in what kind of reward it was. The hero stated that the trophies obtained from the defeated monster were quite sufficient, and that this was the pure truth, not empty words. This was the item he had been aiming for from the very beginning. He had been studying the information about the forest giant in the book for a long time. The drop rate of the artifact called Heart of the Thundering Forest was as much as 79%, and now, finally, he had obtained the coveted object. It was an important component for crafting. According to the book, if you give such rare materials or components to a mystical dwarven blacksmith, he will be able to create a unique magical item and the heart of the thunderwood was one of the key ingredients. The boy was happy that he had gotten one of the main components. Magnus asked Glanz if he had picked up the fragments of his shield. Hearing an affirmative answer, the magician reassured the boy, saying that he really needed the collected fragments. The young man explained that thanks to the heart of the thundering forest and the shield fragments, he would be able to make a magic item that would make the upcoming fight with the Demon King easier. The guard admitted that he didn't really understand this, but since he had been useful to the mage, he was sincerely happy with this turn of events. Now the young man had to find the mystical blacksmith. In the book, he found the name of the master he needed, Bazerf, an eccentric blacksmith who runs a workshop in the artisan's quarter. The young man thought this was great news. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Lacusta, the capital of the state of Lacustia, he knocked on the door of Mr. Bazerf's house and was surprised to find no one home. Angry, the young man remembered that he had left Arya alone just to come here earlier, and now he would not be able to meet the master anyway. Suddenly, Magnus accidentally fell through the door and realized that the situation was bad. The book warned that the owner of the workshop was grumpy, and invading his home would hardly be approved. Entering inside, the guy saw an old man lying on the floor, breathing heavily and barely audibly. The young man froze in horror when he saw the old blacksmith covered in numerous wounds. The surroundings indicated a recent attack, making the young man wonder what had happened to the respected master. In Bazarf's workshop, a young man picked up a man and asked what had happened. The man barely managed to say the word heroes. The boy wondered if it was Evgen's group. He was furious that this man had already dared to attack people. Magnus offered him a health potion and advised him to drink it quickly. It was supposed to help. The old man replied that he didn't take anything for free and didn't particularly trust people. The young man realized that this eccentricity was exactly what was mentioned in the book. Bazarf replied that those people ordered him to make weapons and then robbed him. They act like bandits, but they still call them heroes. To be honest, that's not the worst thing they've done. The young man made an offer to take a spear called Thunder Trident from the master, which has a B rank. He was ready to pay 8,000 gold, but he did not have that amount with him, and he did not want to return to the inn. So the guy offered to exchange a high-quality potion for this spear. The old man laughed and understood his desire. He thanked his savior heartily for the healing potion. Then the young man politely introduced himself to his interlocutor, saying that his name was Magnus, the magician Magnus. Meanwhile, the man, who was experiencing a strong thirst for healing, quickly and greedily swallowed the offered potion. Bazarf asked what brought the guest here and asked not to tell why such a powerful magician as his interlocutor needed this particular spear. The boy had heard that the man was the best blacksmith in the area and offered to help him create a magical item, hoping that he would immediately agree and they would immediately begin work. The payment would be that very potion. The old man laughed when he learned that the client had come specifically for this item and decided to offer him a special price, but in return he demanded that he bring 2 more of the same potions. The guy wasn't surprised at all, because he had long noticed the old man's impressive belly. Bazarf explained that he used to look much better and was known as a real ladies' man, but even if he wanted to help the young man, he would hardly be able to. That guy stole the master's favorite hammer, promising to return it after defeating the Demon King. A new weapon would not suit the blacksmith. A good hammer is as important as a staff for a magician. Only a quality tool will allow you to create worthy items. Evgen wasted his energy in vain. In one section of the book, dedicated to various artifacts, the young man found a perfectly suitable description of the required item. Bazarf became interested in what exactly the young man was studying, what kind of book it was, and what was written there, asking to show it to him. Magnus said he would explain the details later, but said they had a real chance to get their hands on an extremely valuable orichalcum forging hammer. The young man was amazed at his luck, noting that the journey on foot would take a whole week, whereas on the magic carpet they would get there in just a couple of hours. He also expressed the thought that it was very convenient, asking the old man if he agreed. He confirmed his agreement, although he was noticeably nervous and trembling. The head of the Merchants Guild and Arya's father announced that vast reserves of rare metals had been discovered in the great mine of Megaros, including an orichalcum forge hammer. This task had been entrusted to him by the ruler of the city himself. Bazarf said that the place was literally crawling with undead, and there was serious concern. Arya replied that if Magnus was with them, there was nothing to fear. The young man believed that no matter the circumstances, they had to get the hammer. The entrance to the great mine Megaros was incredibly huge for the young team. The blacksmith added that all sorts of minerals were previously mined here, so it is not surprising that the passage is so majestic. The young man suggested getting inside right away on the flying carpet. The old man was indignant that he wanted to use this unreliable piece of junk again. The guy replied that if it were just the two of them, there would be no problems, but it was hard for Arya to walk the entire way on her own. The girl was glad for the guy's thoughtfulness. The man could only agree with the young man's decision. The girl, in a state of extreme fear from the flight on the flying carpet, pressed herself tightly to her companion, trying to suppress her fear. Meanwhile, the young hero resolutely decided to be the first to engage in battle with the living dead, blocking the road to the cherished destination. A huge army of the living dead slowly came out to meet the travelers, creating the impression of an impassable barrier of gray, decayed bodies, filled with the dark energy of an ancient curse. Their steps echoed loudly, spreading an atmosphere of mortal danger around. Berserk suggested that such events were the result of human greed. Unable to leave the earthly world, souls were forced to wander senselessly through the mines. He called them pathetic idiots. The young man noted the presence of dwarven members among the dead. The old man dismissively called them a couple of losers. Magnus immediately activated the magical properties of his staff, preparing to repel any threat. The magician cast the spell Mr. Nu Pien Deren Tiru Spear of Mana. The dwarf watched in amazement as the guy destroyed the entire army of the dead with one blow, and Arya watched with delight, sincerely admiring the strength and skill of her companion. In his mind, the old man recalled the incredible events of the last minutes, first the flight on the magic carpet, and then one decisive swing of the young man's spear, instantly destroying a huge army of enemies, raising a cloud of dust. The man concluded that the young companion was much more powerful and skilled than he had originally assumed. Arya was suddenly overcome with panic fear of the impending danger. She warned her companions that there were monsters ahead, and she was scared. The young man smiled inwardly, considering the girl's reaction charmingly simple-minded. The blacksmith sternly advised Mr. Mage to look around more carefully. He readily agreed and activated his formidable mana spear again. Although the guy understood perfectly well that they could not get lost in any way, since they were guided by the book. Thanks to the detailed map from the book, he remembered the layout of the mine perfectly, where it was best to go and which areas were best to avoid. The Megaros mine was a vast area for the development of rare resources. The travelers felt genuine joy, realizing that they had finally reached their goal. The space inside the cave was so huge that it seemed endless, causing a feeling of delight. Berserk pointed out that despite the mine being abandoned, there were still a lot of valuable resources there. However, he doubted that those guys would allow the team to use them freely. The living dead rushed forward, intending to attack the travelers. Magnus responded instantly, mobilizing his power and heading towards the enemies. His movements were fast and confident, demonstrating the experience of a true battle mage. He casually commented that defeating these opponents was a mere trifle. Arya expressed admiration for his outstanding fighting technique and the ease with which he overcame any difficulties. However, the magician suddenly cast a mysterious spell, Genku a Tirun causing a portal to appear. A limb suddenly appeared from the mysterious passage. The miners walked confidently into the huge cavern. Each step echoed loudly, adding to the sense of grandeur. The old man looked in amazement, realizing that he had managed to install a portal to Lacustia right from the depths of the mine. Berserk expressed his sincere admiration, stating that the young man was truly unique. The miner solemnly announced that it was time to get down to business, and ordered his comrades to start digging, counting out the commands 1, 2, 3. Magnus confidently suggested that they wait until the work was finished. While the workers were working, they could go explore the mine in search of the lost forge hammer. The man quickly apologized for the unexpectedness of the question, but carefully asked the young man about his opinion on marrying his daughter. The young man experienced a real shock, clutching the orichalcum blacksmith's hammer he had found in his hands. The father thought that the boy must have noticed how smart Arya was. In his opinion, they were a perfect match, and they had every chance of living a long and happy life. Magnus supported his point of view, but the suddenness of the proposal reminded him of the incident with the girl herself. She told her father that it wasn't the best idea right now, because the young man would be busy fighting the Demon King in the near future, and she was quite aware of the importance of this matter for him. Besides, Arya didn't want to become a burden for her beloved man, interfering with the fulfillment of an important mission and distracting his attention from the main business of his whole life. The man acknowledged the truth of his daughter's words. If the Demon King were to destroy the world, trade would inevitably collapse. Feeling awkward, he sincerely apologized for his thoughtless suggestion. The young man responded warmly, noting that there were no hard feelings. Grateful from the heart, Magnus looked softly at the girl and said words of gratitude, adding that fate had brought him together with a true miracle of nature, the beautiful and wise Arya. Now he knew for sure that life had given him true happiness, to meet someone so wonderful. A week later, the boy came to Berserk and asked if his order was ready. The old man happily replied that everything was done on time and invited him in, explaining that he had put a lot of effort and time into collecting the relics needed for the production and was proud of his new masterpiece. The young man admired the work, concluding that the master had worked hard especially for him, looking with delight at the magical object he had created. An impressive image appeared before his eyes, a combat magic golem made with exceptional skill and attention to detail. It was obvious to the blacksmith that he had created a true masterpiece, the embodiment of his dream and many years of experience. It was this creation that became the crowning glory of his career. A particularly significant touch was the engraving of the name on the golem's surface, Gladius. This detail emphasized the creator's special attitude to the product, becoming a symbolic sign of quality and uniqueness. The name sounded proud and dignified, ideally complementing the golem's impeccable appearance. Magnus appreciated the blacksmith's skill as something absolutely priceless and expressed deep gratitude to Berserk. With such a weapon, he could boldly rush into the most inaccessible corners of the Megaros mine. Seeing such a reaction, the old man was frankly surprised. Having examined the newly acquired vehicle, the guy noted with satisfaction the convenience of the design and the comfort of the ride. The master supported the compliment, modestly adding that it was precisely such assessments that confirmed his status as the best blacksmith. The young man cheerfully suggested testing the golem right away. The man told him to do so, saying he only wanted to be more careful. The young man laughed. The master added a warning that to successfully complete the mine, you will have to face the boss living in the depths of the cave. It is he who spawns the undead that flood the dungeon. But the difficulty lies in the difference in levels, as many as 6, so the battle promises to be difficult. Magnus emphasized the importance of the newly acquired golem, stating with conviction that the participation of the Gladius in the battle could change the course of events. The power and magical force of the weapon could turn the tide, neutralizing the enemy and ensuring success. He also shared the idea that the best way to test the capabilities of the new golem would be to test it in a battle with a strong boss. Turning to the blacksmith, the guy asked with interest whether he supported his idea to conduct the test in this way. The young man cheerfully encouraged Berserk, suggesting that he relax and enjoy the journey. The old man grinned incredulously, giving his approval for the experiment and hoping to survive the trials that lay ahead. The young man liked this reaction. He took it as confirmation of his consent. In the deep labyrinths of the Megaros mine, Magnus unleashed the power of his magical mana spear. The master tried to persuade the young hero to abandon his plans, but he remained adamant. It was essential for him to see for himself the power of Gladius, regardless of the danger to his life. The mage knew that his current opponent was extremely strong, so he would need to concentrate on the fight completely, leaving Berserk's defense behind. The old man calmly agreed and asked him to relax and not worry about him. The young man considered the blacksmith's behavior unusual and worthy of respect. They arrived in the depths of the Megaros mine. The old man was at a loss in front of the unknown giant. Magnus sternly ordered him to stand back and avoid contact with the poisonous mist called miasma, warning that even a simple touch would result in the death of weak adventurers. A terrifying creature towered before the young hero, a level 34 bone dragon. Having figured out the dragon's cunning trick of summoning an army of skeletons, the mage reacted instantly, ordering his new weapon, the golem Gladius, to protect him. The young man noted with relief that everything was going according to plan. While Gladius was attracting the attention of the skeletons, he could fully concentrate on killing the dragon. Casting a shadow spell, he struck. Berserk was curious about why dark magic was effective against the undead. The boy asked to observe the action. After that, he recited the formula for activating the third stone. The old man instantly realized the meaning of his partner's actions and assessed the strategy as brilliant. The monster howled, feeling the force of the attack that fell upon him, letting out a wild roar of pain and despair. The blacksmith assumed he was being mocked, seeing as the dragon had simply grown a second head. He wondered if it was even possible to defeat such a powerful opponent. The young man cast the shadow spell and activated the third stone. The master desperately cried out that it was useless, but Magnus asked him to believe that everything would be fine. The monster launched an attack on the enemy. Despite the fact that the young man had protective resistance spells cast on him, he still experienced a strong shock from the blow, but he withstood it. Feeling that the defense worked effectively, the boy cheered up and decided to go on the offensive, decisively starting the fight with the monster. Magnus cast the shadow spell. The blacksmith asked in confusion what his apprentice was doing, but he asked to simply observe. The result exceeded expectations. The effectiveness of the magic plunged the master into a state of deep shock. The mage explained that shadow magic drained the enemy's mana. The monster had spent too much energy on constantly reviving skeletons and repairing damage. In addition, several direct clashes with spells had completely weakened it. Now that the dragon had completely exhausted its magical powers, the young man abruptly cast the spell to activate the third stone. Then Magnus cast the shadow spell again. The old man noticed that the murky fog began to dissolve. The young man explained that now the monster would no longer be able to restore health or summon skeletons. The next step was to reactivate the stone 3. The hero confidently continued to explain, now the monster only has a primitive frontal attack left, because in the end it is just a simple and clumsy monster. The young man once again directed a powerful stream of energy into the heart of the monster, activating another charge of stone 3. Each new wave of blows created more and more pressure, forcing the dragon to lose the remaining strength and stability. As a result, they achieved a stunning victory, significantly improving their levels and combat skills. Magnus felt genuine joy from finally raising his level to the coveted 30. He received the S-rank staff of the fallen dragon as a reward for killing the dragon. He thought it was good, but there was one problem. The problem was that the higher the level became, the more difficult it was to increase it. The young man knew that levels above 30 were already the realm of legendary heroes, and he wondered if there were other ways to level up faster. The mage also read that the bone dragon appears too rarely to raise levels with its help. It is not even worth talking about skeletons. He would need to kill 10 million to raise one level. Killing 300 a day, it would take him 15 years. The guy thought it was just awful, and thought that maybe it would be better to go on a trip. He could do one of the side quests and get a reward for it. According to this book, the main quest is to kill the Demon King. Other quests can help in different situations and are called side quests. One of these side quests was explore a secret cave, help kill vampires, share a potion. Many people are in danger because of the Demon King. Magnus should do everything he can to help them. Leveling up and getting some treasures would be nice too. Evgen was yelling at Narcissus, meaning that he no longer needed the items for the quest, as he did not understand why the owner of the house told him about it only now, although the warrior himself had already collected all the necessary things and completed the task. The scientist replied that these flowers were no longer useful to him. While they were struggling with this task for a whole month, one good man had already helped him. He brought so many flowers that he managed to conduct all his experiments and still had some left. The hero continued to shout that they had risked their lives for a month to get these flowers. After all, Narcissus knew perfectly well that they grew in the very depths of the Great Gorge. So why did he refuse to pay? Misha was surprised and indignant that the interlocutors still dared to be indignant, because it was they themselves who had forgotten about this task. If it had not been for the chance that Hilda noticed the flowers, they might not have remembered their mission at all. Evgen demanded to name the person who dared to intercept the task from him. The scientist replied that it was the great wizard, Mr. Magnus, who did it. The hero called his former partner trash, but Narcissus explained that he was smarter and more effective than an ordinary fighter. The scientist emphasized that the magician completed the task faster and asked how their team was going to justify themselves. The warrior asked him to shut up and added that warriors don't need excuses. If he dared to mock a warrior, he probably thought about the consequences. Misha wondered how many times this had happened since Magnus left. The commander was going crazy more and more often. Nasres asked Mr. Eugen if he would really dare to attack the royal scholar, whose family had served the crown for 7 generations. Perhaps he would have to report this to His Majesty himself. Did his interlocutor think so? The warrior froze in place. Hilda asked the warrior to calm down and told the scientist that it was just a misunderstanding. The hero said that it was just a joke and apologized. The customer replied that if it really was a joke, then everything was fine and laughed. Evgen thanked Mr. Narcissus for his understanding. Misha hoped that he had learned his lesson and hoped that the commander would become more patient. That would be good. The warrior angrily cursed Magnus and the customer, saying that he would not forgive them for this. Suddenly, a small boy accidentally ran into him from behind, but this young man took and threw him into the wall. Misha ran up to the child, worriedly saying that Evgen had gone too far and the boy had been hurt. The girl asked Hilda to treat the baby. A crowd of people gathered around, wondering if it was normal for a hero to raise his hand against a child. Another man said that he knew someone who worked in a gun shop and often complained that heroes regularly stole goods. Residents began to doubt whether these people were real heroes and not thieves. People said that heroes were constantly leaving the tavern without paying, and told stories of incidents of mistreatment, claiming that such behavior was completely unacceptable for real heroes. The locals admired Magnus. Some praised his healing potions. Others recalled how he saved the village from vampires. They said that he was the only one who could defeat the dragon living in the Megaros mine. One man heard that the king, delighted with Magnus, offered him nobility, but he refused. The grandmother asked why he refused again. The magician answered that because of his great mission he could not belong to one country, the complete opposite of Eugen. Who then is the real hero? Misha realized that her former comrade, having left the group, only became stronger, helping people. Realizing how rude she had been to him before, the fighter hoped that he was okay. The commander shouted that a wizard could not surpass a warrior. The girl was tormented by the question, what was he planning? Evgen claimed that he was better than Magnus and would certainly prove who was the strongest here. Misha realized that after this incident, the hero had a new incentive and thought that this was exactly what he had long lacked as a real warrior. The man thanked the magician in Narcissus' house. He replied that helping others benefits many, so the customer should thank him. Narcissus suggested that he contact him if he had problems. The guy doubted that Narcissus was a scientist and not a merchant. The scientist asked if he had heard about one piece of news. The news was that the hero's party had set out to fight Durbanvant. Magnus was shocked. The cursed General Durbanvant, who lived in the mountains on the border of Lacusta, was one of the 8 generals who served the Demon King and was level 40. Nares confirmed that 3 days ago the team had made a fuss in the city, announcing their intention to defeat the general. The young man considered Evgen a complete fool. Durbanvant's special ability is the ability to simultaneously immobilize 2 opponents below level 32. By completing side quests, Magnus's level reached 32. However, the group of heroes could not increase their stats so quickly. In other words, this battle was pure self-sacrifice. The mage thought about the situation with excitement. If his former comrades had already died, then the only thing he could do was to honor their memory with a prayer. But if by some miracle they had survived, perhaps he would have a chance to come to their aid. Saving his friends meant risking his own life for them. The young man was now level 32, and he should have set off at least at level 34. Whether it was worth taking this risk remained an open question in the mage's head. The guy thought he was an idiot. The young man apologized to Mr. Narcissus, explaining that he had urgent business. The scientist begged him not to tell him that the young man was going after the team. Magnus admitted that it was unwise, but he could not abandon them. The man was dumbfounded by such a decision. The interlocutor promised to praise the hero after the victory over Durbanvant, offering to celebrate this event with a drink. The magician admitted that he did not tolerate alcohol well. The scientist was surprised that the famous magician did not drink. The young man assured that this was not a joke. Narcissus had a family treasure that could be useful to the hero, a flying carpet. Thanks to this item, he could get there much faster. The guy agreed to rent it. Magnus decided that he would have to thank his client later. Since the detachment had left 3 days ago, he would be able to catch up with them quickly. The guys penetrated the fortress of the evil, cursed General Durbanvant, located among the harsh mountain ranges. They went inside and saw a huge statue in the center of the fortress. The young man read in a book that even the weakest creatures in this fortress are level 10 to 13. Therefore, he did not expect that the time spent here would be the same as in the Megaros mine. That is why he must defeat every enemy before moving on. These corridors seemed surprisingly familiar. It felt like the guy had gotten into an endless labyrinth. Traps were everywhere, one after another, at every step. Maybe this wasn't a fortress at all, but a real exhibition of ingenious traps. In any case, even this will not be a big problem for him because the book describes in detail the methods for detecting hidden traps and ways to find hidden objects. Suddenly, the young mage's staff clinked softly, vibrating in his hand. He tensed, listening to the unusual sensation. So, something important was hidden here. He recited the glory of Durbanvantu-sama, and the wall revealed a secret passage. This was clearly a secret corridor leading deep into the fortress. Usually, access to it was hidden from prying eyes, but now the path was open. The young man was glad with relief that by going through this tunnel, he would significantly speed up his progress. But if you think about it, the password, Glory to Durbanvantu-sama itself, sounds quite pretentious and pompous. It seems that the protector of the secret corridor has finally appeared. It turned out to be a level 26 mithril golem. This huge structure has maximum protection against magic, turning into a nightmare for any magician. The master ordered Claudius to attack. Magnus began to impose magical enhancements on the golem, increasing sacred defense, agility, dexterity, general defense, and durability. The bear fearlessly continued to attack the powerful enemy, using every opportunity to inflict damage on the armored golem. At the same time, the young man tirelessly supported his ally, instilling confidence and courage in the animal's heart with encouraging words. The guy cast armor penetration and freeze. The mage knew that, despite the enemy's high resistance, freezing magic could still slow down his movements and deprive him of maneuverability. The youth laughed at the mithril golem and asked if it knew that it looked exactly like an ice golem. Claudius began to attack the enemy with his paw. He dealt a crushing blow to the guard of the secret corridor. Magnus was pleased that the slain golem dropped mithril ore. As he had expected from the boss, his intuition never failed him. Along with the ore, many rare items dropped. Also dropped was a magic backpack 3, which allows you to store a huge number of items. The guy was glad that the side quest was completed. As he climbed the stairs, he realized that the fortress had at least 5 floors. They climbed to the 5th floor of the Durbanvant fortress and found confirmation of the words from the book. The young man was constantly watched by someone's attentive eyes, hiding behind the walls of solid stones. Invisible observers studied his every move, assessed his reaction to obstacles, and tried to unravel the hero's motives. The young man saw Evgen and said that it was too easy to get here. The warrior was interested in why the boy had come here. The mage replied that he had come here to defeat the evil, cursed General Durbanvant. Misha was glad to learn that they had a common goal and asked which room he had come from. Magnus replied that he had no teammates. The girl became curious about what exactly he meant by these words. It turns out that the guy didn't come here alone. He had another big comrade with him. That's who he could easily call his teammate. He introduced the little pet as Claudius. The team was surprised that he came alone, thinking at first that it was a joke. They were in complete shock. The magician knew that they would react this way and decided to go his own way. Hilda asked Magnus to wait. She knelt down and begged them to join them to fight shoulder to shoulder. After all, Durbanvant was the enemy of all mankind, which was why it was important to unite. Only then would they have a better chance of winning. And the girl hoped that the young man would return to the team. The warrior cried out loudly that she should not make decisions on her own. The priestess asked if he would fulfill her request. Magnus refused and added that it would be foolish if he joined them. The boy had spent a lot of time talking to them. Now it was time for him to go. The warrior asked him to wait, but the boy added that he wanted to ask a question. What do they want again? Magnus called him an idiot because he didn't even realize what he was standing on. Evgen warned that the pattern on the walls of the 5th floor could be dangerous, reminding him of past adventures. When Misha tried to stop him, the commander demonstrated the mechanism by pressing a button in the wall. The slab beneath Magnus collapsed. The warrior asked the boy to listen carefully, that an ordinary wizard would never become stronger than a true hero. Then he laughed loudly and ominously. Finding himself at the bottom of the trap, Magnus realized that his former comrade wanted to finish him off. But he said that he had to thank Evgen because this was where he needed to go. Not long before, Claudius had also pressed the switch. However, when the first switch worked and the trap did not activate, the magician was already starting to worry. The young man found a magical item that was essential to defeating Durbanvant. He cast the spell Furan Rei Genkhea Tirt and flew up, trying to reach the highest point of the fortress. Meanwhile, in the fortress of Durbanvant, on the very top floor, there was a throne room. The general congratulated the hero's team on having made it this far. Evgen replied that he had no desire to accept congratulations from such a being. It turns out that the monster actually believed that the heroes deserved real praise. The warrior and priestess reached level 22, the fighter 20, and the last member of the team 19. Dervenvant added that they deserved praise for being such insignificant insects as themselves, who had managed to get so far. The warrior reacted indignantly, not understanding who exactly was being talked about. The monster added that if you look at their level and position objectively, it's obvious. Sometimes a person just comes out on top thanks to fate, but the hero has truly incredible luck. Evgen was puzzled by what exactly seemed so funny. It seemed that the whole situation looked strange and incomprehensible. Dervenvant offered the hero to become his servant, promising half of the kingdom of Lacusta. The warrior was overjoyed and could not believe that this was real. It turned out that the general had conveyed these words on the orders of the demon lord. However, the general himself did not need such subordinates, and he considered the young man trash. In his opinion, the boy should die here and now. The commander began to insult the enemy and enhance his abilities. The entire team began to attack the general, but he activated the wave spell. The hero declared that he would destroy the monster and activated the unique skill, Awakening of Armament, which manifested the true power hidden in armor and weapons. But suddenly, Evgen's sword broke, and he did not understand why this happened. Dervenvant laughed contemptuously and asked if something had happened and if his sword was made of poor quality material. The guy indignantly shouted that this was a flame sword forged by the best masters of the Lacusta kingdom. He was personally present during the creation of the weapon and was absolutely sure of its quality. The monster asked about the name of the sword. The young man did not understand what he was talking about. The general explained that when the best craftsmen create their masterpieces, they put their whole soul and heart into them, and then engrave a name on them. Evgen apologized and said that there was not a single word engraved on his weapon. Dervenvant laughed loudly and declared that in that case it was a second-rate, inferior sword. In addition, the monster added that against enemies above level 30, attacks not saturated with magic become ineffective. The general also added that they should remember this rule well. Misha realized that for all their attacks, they had not caused the enemy a single drop of damage. The enemy's strength was simply incredible. The monster also added that apparently there really is no wizard on their team, and it turns out that their team is incomplete. Dervenvant was curious as to why Evgen was ignoring his words, and he sent the boy flying with a powerful blow. The girls were shocked by what happened to the hero. Hilda ran up to him and said that she would heal him now. The guy begged her to run away, saying that she was the only one left with him and they had to get away from here as far as possible. The girl was shocked and asked him to wait, not fully understanding the meaning of his words. Misha realized that this man had been an unimaginable coward from the very beginning. The general laughed merrily, declaring that such a young man was not worthy of being called a hero at all. And from that moment on, he decided to enjoy the company of the remaining girls. They were in shock. The monster admitted that his long stay in captivity had tired him out with the lack of entertainment, and now he plans to have fun with the girls to the fullest, using them in any way he wants. The general also added that the captive would not be able to resist his fist tentacles unless her level reached at least 32. The girl was shocked by the way the monster touched her body. The fighter begged not to touch her, and Misha stood in shock, looking at what was happening. Now the general began to amuse himself with the second girl, who desperately begged him to stop. The monster reminded him that he had warned her that resistance was pointless. Misha begged him to stop, realizing that there was no one nearby who could come to her aid. The girl was shaking with a small tremor, tensely awaiting her fate. Fear gripped her body, her heart was beating faster, her breathing was ragged. Suddenly, a quiet creak of the door was heard, and a stranger entered the room. His appearance caused confusion on both sides of the conflict. The monster interrupted his manipulations, turning to the new visitor with a threatening look. The girl, initially overcome with horror, felt a ray of hope. Misha shouted hopefully that Magnus had arrived. Dervenvant did not understand why the young man had come here. Then he noticed that this wizard was a level 32nd and offered him to become his servant, promising him half of the kingdom of Lacusta. The guy abruptly declared that he refused such an offer. The battle with the strongest enemy began, and from the lips of the young man came a decisive refusal of the offer to become the general's servant. The monster began to laugh ominously and asked if his enemy wanted to die so much that he decided to show such impudence. Then he decided to demonstrate why people were so afraid of him. Well, after their fun, he would ask him a couple of questions. Magnus concluded that all people were afraid of him because he was an unbearable chatterbox who spoke absolute nonsense. The general was sincerely delighted by such bold frankness and self-confidence of the young magician. The monster decided to strike first. The youth realized that this was just a distraction maneuver with his left hand. The enemy realized that Magnus had already reached level 32, and the fist tentacles were unable to harm him. Therefore, the general simply used a part of his body to physically attack. Claudius took the blow from his opponent. The owner praised him, adding that he was once again convinced that he could fully rely on his companion. According to the instructions in the encyclopedia, the weakness of the left stump is fire. Therefore, the guy attacked the general with a fire spell, 4. Magnus also knew that the monster's left and right stumps were independent entities of level 35, that is, 3 levels higher than his own. But at the same time, his status is raised to the maximum. He will throw away his most attribute, magic, with the help of the Staff of Black Magic. The young man was confident that he would be able to defeat his opponent and launched multiple attacks with his staff. The left stump fell to the floor with 0 health points. Misha found this incredibly impressive. The monster concluded that one should not underestimate the enemy's magical attacks. Magnus replied that he hadn't seen the coolest thing yet, and took out 3 new items from his magic backpack. The zombified left stump came to life. The young man received a dragon bone staff, zombie dragon staff. Special effects, able to revive fresh corpses and control them, but only once. High consumption of mana points. The undead will die if not supported magically. The general laughed and added that he couldn't even imagine that the enemy had such an ace up his sleeve. The young man mused that a normal wizard would be unable to maintain a summoned undead creature, as maintaining it would require too much mana. However, he could keep the creature alive for a whole week without difficulty. But Dervinvond thought he didn't have enough free time to waste on such a weak man, and attacked the guy. Magnus said that both monsters were equally powerful and decided to add even more enhancements to his undead. It increased strength, agility, and stamina. The young man activated the Freeze 4 spell on the enemy's hand, and he added that he came prepared, because the weakness of the right stump is an element of cold. The right stump was damaged, and the general was furious about this outcome. Now, the guy had both zombified stumps at his disposal, the right and the left. And from that moment on, the magician solemnly offered Dervinvond a real battle, declaring that the time had come to find out who was stronger. The general attacked both hands, but he could not believe that a mere man could control them. The young man knew that the monster's weakness was lightning, so he increased the effect and cast the spell Tilt Ha'a Underu Aren. The mage then directed an attack from the heavy modification element Thunder Ivor. But Dervinvond successfully blocked the attack. The young man realized that the title of Evil Damned General was not given for nothing. The monster told him not to dare underestimate him. Misha, watching the fight, could not believe that both participants were so strong. The girl next to them compared their duel to a battle of gods. Despite the fact that the general had 0 health units left, he declared that it was useless to continue fighting, and there was no point in wasting time. The girls did not understand how he was still alive, and whether he was immortal. He thought humans were stupid, and claimed that he was very different from them. The monster cut out his own heart from his chest and hid it in a safe place. As long as his heart continued to beat, he would remain alive. The young man said that he was aware of this, and took out a magical object from his bag. He presented the object and declared that it was the enemy's heart. The general was shocked. The enemy asked to stop and wait, begging not to destroy his heart. Magnus replied that he refused, and everyone froze in anticipation. The mage slammed the heart into the floor with all his might. Dervinvond screamed in pain. The monster was defeated. The girls ran up to Magnus, admiring his feat, saying that he was amazing, saved them, being the strongest, and single-handedly defeated the general. Dervinvond said he did not intend to die that way. The boy replied that he was aware of that too. After defeating one of the commanders of the Demon Lord's army, Dervinvond, the heroes returned to the kingdom of Locusta, to Narcissus' mansion. The scientist asked in amazement if the great magician was really tired, because seeing a wizard tired is a rare occurrence. He knew that as soon as he appeared in the city, he would be showered with thanks. The grand ceremony would soon take place, and now he was completely drunk. The scientist added that after the general's murder, the monsters throughout Locusta had weakened considerably. People's lives had changed dramatically for the better, and they were infinitely grateful to the magician for that. He added that, despite this, he cannot appear on the streets of the city, and this is a problem. A few days later, the young man arrived at the castle of the Locusta kingdom. At the outdoor banquet, the boy said that Arya had saved him and warmly thanked the girl. She, who was the daughter of a merchant, asked him to leave the matter to her. Listening to the boy's gratitude about how difficult it was to defeat the general, and how the people of Locusta expressed their gratitude to him, Magnus realized that he himself did not experience such feelings. But the girl actively supported him, accepting gratitude on behalf of the hero. He said that Arya was cool. The girl replied that compared to his exploits, these were nothing, and asked him to be more confident in himself. She also added that he looked pale and that he could rest on her lap if he wanted. Magnus spat out the mana potion. The young man noticed that her dress was dirty, although, in his opinion, it only looked more attractive. Arya was glad to hear such words. Then Misha found him. Arya said that Magnus wasn't feeling well, so she would talk to Misha later. She invited him to come closer. A feeling of jealousy arose between them. Misha asked who Arya was to the young man. The woman who answered identified herself as the daughter of an influential businessman in Malma and specified the identity of her opponent. Misha said that she was on the hero's team. Arya sarcastically noted that she had previously called Magnus mediocre, but the girl added that now her opinion had changed. Arya declared that since Misha had changed her views, she had nothing to apologize for, and demonstratively drove her rival away. The girl began to tell that after her friend left, she felt an inner emptiness, and the group's condition had worsened considerably. They had caused him so much trouble, and she was ashamed of the time that had passed. Arya told the young man that he shouldn't listen to these speeches. Misha asked what difference it made to her, and she answered that she was his girlfriend. Magnus said he forgave her. His companion noticed that he was too kind. He explained to Arya that the fault did not lie with Misha, and that he was angry only at Evgen. It was better to stay away from people like him. It took him time to realize this, so there was no point in blaming Misha for everything. The girl shouted that she understood everything, noting what a bad character he had, and, stamping her feet and indignantly, agreed. Arya said that if he needed anything, he should let her know and she would take care of everything. And she added that she would always follow him because she was the daughter of the head of the largest company in Locusta, and that was very convenient. Magnus thanked her, noting that he was already blessed to be surrounded by such wonderful people. He pushed Misha's hands away and formally forgave her, saying that it was all over now. The girl expressed her deep gratitude. The king of Locusta greeted the boy and asked him to come closer quickly, as the ceremony could not begin without an honored guest. Suddenly, someone asked His Majesty to move away from the magician. The captain of the knightly guard, Tenzin, strongly advised the king to be careful, since Magnus was supposedly Durbanvant. The young man wondered what Hilda and Eugen had come up with this time. The warrior stated that Magnus had already turned pale, apparently losing his own personality. The mage replied that he was simply tired. He turned to His Highness, claiming that this was the man who had challenged the general and then cowardly fled, abandoning his teammates. He then asked what the accused would say to this. Evgen countered that he was a hero and would never have left the battlefield. The guy insisted that his former comrade would never do such a thing, therefore he was definitely Durbanvant. Magnus countered that he was not even good at lying, but he was more concerned about Captain Tenzin. After all, people's trust in the captain was on a completely different level. The captain said that he believed the hero's words, and there was no doubt that the magician was hiding Durbanvant within himself. The king hesitated, but Tenzin suggested that if there was any doubt, let the king use the identification skill and examine the suspect. The king made an assessment and was shocked to see that the boy was level 36. The king found the boy to have a high level and 271 points of magic power. Magnus explained that after defeating Durbanvant, he had leveled up and purposefully increased his status. Tenzin insisted that the evidence was now clear. The commander shouted that here was proof that no one present could have achieved such a level and statistics. The guy guessed what he was betting on. Some outstanding individuals reached level 30 and above, as stated in a book known only to him. The boy understood that even if the king confirmed with his check that he was a human, a court magician, stopped at level 17, the king would hardly accept the fact that a human had achieved such success. Misha entered the conversation, claiming that she had seen with her own eyes how Magnus killed Durbanvant and how Eugen fled in fear. She accused the captain of spreading false information. Tenzin sarcastically remarked to the warrior that this was how his own comrades thought of him. The hero said that she was just a frivolous woman who had fallen under the general's influence and asked not to take her words seriously. Hilda confirmed that this was exactly the case, and when choosing between the hero's words and those of some girl, it was clear who to believe. This was tantamount to doubting the words of the great deity Tagon. The people looked at Misha as if she had the plague. Magnus asked to stop, claiming it was too noisy, and asked what these games were for, why Durbanvant had not killed the hero immediately. Tenzin approached His Highness with a proposal to immediately arrest the demon and end this farce. The youth was surprised that he still had not figured out the situation. The boy said that the only demon here was the commander. The general wasn't stupid enough to just die. First, he had to find an egocentric person among the influential people and win him over to his side. Tenzin from Locusta was perfect. And so, at the moment of death, Durbanvant transferred his soul into him, turning this man into a powerful demon. The magician loudly declared that he had sold his soul. The man found the slander offensive. People froze in anticipation of the outcome. Magnus suggested that they see who the real liar was, and offered to settle the dispute with one decisive blow. The young man activated the spell Shihar, Adeller Thunder I Forth. The king turned to the young man, and Evgen screamed shrilly that he did not want to die. Tenzin laughed and said that it invigorated him and called the guy fearless. The monster enthusiastically called it delightful, turning to Magnus. The possession by the great evil has finally manifested itself. The boy stands before the huge monster, holding his weapon at the ready. The monster swings its arm and performs an instant shock, attacking the guy with a wave, which leaves him in shock. The shockwave hits the guy and he flies back, realizing that this blow looks pretty strong. People are shocked and scream that it is a demon. They start running away, but the guy remains sitting on the ground. The guy looks away and Arya runs up to Magnus, excitedly shouting his name. He asks her if she is okay. Arya says that everything is fine, and so is he, then she will not disturb him. Magnus says that it is a good decision. As expected from his partner, the guy stares at something. The guy thinks about the fact that he inherited all his power, which means he needs to finally get rid of him and celebrate with a drink. The man looks on in shock. He tells Magnus that he was right, and he apologizes for his suspicions. The guy says that it's okay. He's grateful that he didn't give the order to arrest him back then. The protagonist turns to the girl Misha and asks her to take His Majesty to a safe place. Misha asks him if he wants to fight alone. Magnus says that she doesn't even have a weapon with her. The guy warns her that in order to avoid getting into trouble, she should watch carefully and not let her guard down. The girl tells the man that he is now under her protection and that Magnus should focus on the battle. Then the two of them run away. The main character looks at his enemy with a smile and understands that now he can take care of the rest. The guy thinks and asks Evgen what the hell he did. He suddenly became interested. He stands with a sly smile, holding the sword pointed at him. He asks if he hasn't figured it out yet. He holds a tempered, flaming sword. The protagonist says that, let's say, Tenzin is a monster that needs to be destroyed no matter how he looks at it. Evgen shouts at the guy that of course he is going to humiliate him, and then he will capture the king and the entire kingdom. He was promised half of the Locusta. Everyone looks at him in shock, except for the main character. Evgen asks Magnus if he envies him, because money, women, and power will all be his. The main character tells him that he of course knew that he was stupid, but to that extent, Evgen asks him what he was yapping about. The guy swings his sword and yells at Magnus that he will teach him some manners now. He never liked his smug attitude in the past. The protagonist prepares for a counterattack and successfully attacks Eugen. After that, the guy flies back and kneels and asks Magnus how that is. He is just a regular mage. Mages are not supposed to be good in close combat. Yes, Magnus is a mage, but his level is 36, even though he is a hero, but his level is still below 20. Magnus understands that Evgen won't be able to even scratch him, and asking him if everything is okay with him looks bad. After this, the guy grabs the sword again and shouts at Magnus not to get cocky, then begins to deal multiple blows. Evgen reports that the magician cannot be better than the hero, and now he is learning this. He can barely stand on his feet. Evgen holds a sword in front of him and runs towards the guy, screaming at him to finally die. Then the girl behind him heals him. The protagonist asks Hilda why she is doing this. She says that Evgen is a man who sold his soul to a demon. Does he know? She already told him about it. The girl, folding her hands, says that the will of God lies beyond human thought. The same can be said about Taigon, the angel of God, who chose this man as a hero. There is no doubt that even this act is the will of Taigon. Hilda says that she can only support her and serve her. The guy understands that she is a fanatic. The protagonist thinks that they really irritate him. He won't be able to fight Tenzin while these two are bothering him. The girl shouts to Magnus and asks if the captain of the Knight's Guard is the demon's accomplice. The guy asks to be quiet, only he knows about this. Derbenvant will not die so easily. It is likely that he will show up at the banquet. However, this is dangerous. They need to warn everyone. The guy says that it is not worth it. He will take the necessary measures, and at the same time, he will check his own abilities. The girl asks him to let her know if she can help with anything. Then a huge bear appears from under the blanket, which the girl tears off. The guy realizes that it is Cladius. The bear runs towards Evgen, and the main character understands that now he can deal with him. The protagonist uses an instant shock attack on the demon, striking it with lightning. As expected, the mana consumption is colossal, but restoring it is not a problem. It's all about health points. If this develops into a protracted battle, then naturally he will not be in the most advantageous position. So they need to take him out as soon as possible. Someone tells Magnus to stop resisting. Hilda took the girl hostage and asked the guy if he wants to save her life. The protagonist angrily asks her why she went so far. The girl with a sly smile says that she can do it, because her path is predetermined by God himself. Another girl appears who demands that Hilda take her hands off Arya. The girl wants to attack her, but she is suddenly surrounded by monsters. Hilda says that she thought for a long time. She asks Misha if she's an idiot. It's great. She disliked her from the start because she did nothing but look at the hero. She asks again in shock, and Hilda laughs. Evgen screams that he is on fire. He uses the hero skill, Awakening of Weapons. He demands that he does not move. If he dares to touch her, she will die. The guy rushes at the bear and shouts at him to get out of the way. The main character stands with his eyes closed. In Basif's workshop, someone is asked if he will be able to fix it in 5 days before the banquet, pointing to the bear. The man asks Magnus how much he is willing to pay. The guy says that as much as he says. Basif says he'll do it as fast as he can. It looks like he's been with him for a long time. The guy says he fought with him, so the level has gone up. The main character tells the bear that he was a reliable friend, remembering all the moments with him. The boy looks at the destruction in shock. Arya shouts at Magnus that she will be fine, let him keep fighting. Misha asks Eugen and Hilda why they went so far. The protagonist thinks that the founder of the academy, Lester, once said words to those who would follow his path. They should not be angry. Anger makes the magician lose self-control. Above all, anger is a sign of immaturity. Evgen or the others treated me. He never got angry or did anything in response. However, he has had enough. Now he has had enough. Now he understands that he is still immature, a guy full of rage. Eugen asks Magnus if he wants the girl to die, because it seems like he himself is ready to die. However, the main character suddenly hits his opponent with a sword, and everyone is shocked by this. Evgen flies back and screams. Evgen shouts at Hilda to kill Arya quickly, then he will regret it very much. The protagonist tells them that they are the only ones who will regret it here, and Hilda looks up in shock. Magnus also looks up and asks the hidden creature to finally stand up. Everyone else is in shock. Then a huge creature in armor and with weapons appears right behind the main character. Everyone, both enemies and allies of the protagonist, look in shock at this creature, which the guy orders to rise up. The boy stands with a smile. The great evil has appeared again, Derbenvant, the undead. Evgen looks at him in a stupor and thinks about whether it is Derbenvant. The main character tells him that he has even turned pale. Masha also looks at Derbenvant in shock and does not understand how this can be, because Magnus defeated him that time. Arya says that this is Magnus's final weapon. Immediately after Derbenvant's death, Magnus used his Staff of the Fallen Dragon to turn him into an undead and subjugate him. Masha, in shock, asks about these 5 days, how much mana is needed to maintain it. Is a person even capable of such a thing? She now understands why Magnus was constantly drinking mana potions. Masha understands that he seems to trust Arya, so she doesn't have a chance. However, Hilda suddenly grabs the girl by the hand. The main character demands that she take her hands off her. Then Derbenvant swings his weapon at her. The girl manages to turn, then she flies back from a strong blow. The girl lies unconscious on the ground. The protagonist says that she is lucky that she only fainted. She still shouldn't look at what is about to happen. Evgen screams in horror, asking what Derbenvot is doing here, why the hell the magician is using him. The main character recalls that Evgen called him Derbenvant and was ready to fight him. Evgen asks to shut up, he will not believe it. The guy asks Tenzin what's going on, he lied to him. The protagonist says that he will be killed for his stupidity, and Derbenvant attacks the guy. Evgen screams and admits that he behaved terribly, but let Magnus stop. They are companions, they traveled together. Magnus asks if they were on the same team. Evgeny shouts then he will never contact him again and asks for forgiveness. The guy says that it would be fine if it were only him. However, what was Evgen thinking when he destroyed Claudius or put Arya's life at risk? The guy is very angry with Evgen. Evgen stands up on trembling legs and announces that he's a hero, a man destined to save the world. If Magnus kills the hero, the world will be doomed. Is Magnus ready to take on such responsibility? Magnus asks him if he has enough strength to call himself a hero. He will take responsibility. He was going to do it in the future anyway. Derbenvant kills Eugen. The demon tells Magnus that he is definitely not the type to anger. The protagonist cannot even remember the last time he was angry. The protagonist shouts at the demon that he too should get what he deserves. Derbenvant attacks the demon. They exchange blows and both wound each other. The protagonist understands that it is time to finish. The main character uses a heavy setting, Thunder 4. It increases attack, penetration power, and critical hit. Then the lightning strikes straight into the protagonist's hands, and he uses a hold on his left hand. Derbenvant dropped a SSS, ranked Magic Fist General's Ring, which can be used to store magic in one's hand. The protagonist then uses the heavy fire setting 4, holding it in his right hand. After this, the guy folds his hands and the two elements combine into one powerful one. Everyone looks in shock at the fact that fire and thunder have united. It is a crimson dragon, just like from those very legends. The main character waves his arms. The protagonist uses his combined magic, explosive flash, to attack his enemy. Everyone looks away in shock. Some close their eyes from the strong wind that comes after the attack. The guy stands calmly with his hands folded. A huge crater formed in the place of the demon. Everyone watches this, and the guy sighs with relief. The main character says that, of course, he really is a person who shouldn't be angered. Arya runs up to him. The girl hugs him. She is so glad that he is okay. Masha happily waves her hand at them. A man shouts to the main character, the great magician Magnus, that he can come in for an audience. The main character stands before the king in Locusta's castle, in the audience hall, with people gathered around. The king happily rises from his throne and shakes hands with Magnus, their hero. The protagonist asks not to be so harsh with his highness. The important people watching this are surprised that the king himself would shake his hand. The king tells Magnus that he is naming him the slayer of the demon king. From this moment on, Magnus becomes the hero of their kingdom, and eventually he will receive the reward he deserves. The king announces that from now on, their country will respond to any request that Magnus may require to defeat the demon king. Everyone suddenly starts shouting with their hands raised, shouting for the great mage, the killer of the demon king Magnus, wishing him luck on his journey. The guy is surprised by this. The deity Tygon chose Eugen as a hero to fight the demon king. On the other hand, thanks to the king of Locusta, his authority can be compared to that of a hero. The protagonist grabs his weapon and thinks about whether there is anything he can be even more proud of. The main character raises his weapon up, and everyone shouts joyfully, raising their hands and looking at the guy. Near Locusta Castle, the boy asks Misha if she will return to her home village. The girl agrees because she thought that she could clear her father's name by killing the demon king along with the hero. The girl promises that from now on she will become more down to earth and continue to defeat monsters for everyone else. She asks if Eugen and Hilda will run away so easily. Evgen never ceases to amaze Misha. He is still alive despite everything. Are heroes really that strong? This guy turned out to be special. Eugen gets angry. Using the hero's hidden skill, he will not die as long as the demon king remains alive, even if it continues to hurt him. Evgen is angry that he, the hero, was sent into exile. Hilda says that they are lucky to have escaped the death penalty. She suggests leaving this kingdom. Evgen angrily asks where the cat is now. She just ran away. Hilda explains that she is in prison. She was the culprit of various crimes. The guy gets angry because of this, after which the girl grabs his hand. The girl promises him that she will always be on his side, and the hero says that they will always be together. Suddenly, someone approaches them. The man next to his son is screaming that this is the guy who kicked his kid last time. People call him a villain who sold his soul to a demon. Even if he is a hero, it doesn't give him the right to act like that. People shout at Evgen that there is no place for him here. Let him go. Hilda notices that Evgen wants to take the sword. She holds his hand and tells him that it is better not to make a noise here, otherwise Magnus will come again. Eugen remembers how he was overpowered. The boy trembles but agrees. He offers Hilda to go to another kingdom, where everyone will worship him. He's had enough. He's a hero. Misha asks Magnus if their sins will be exposed to the world, and she is no less guilty because she has lost her way. The guy tells her that the main thing is that she didn't cross the line, and anyone can make mistakes. They'll throw stones at Evgen. He'd rather die than endure that, but with her, it's different. She asks him where he is going. He replies, Aravana, because he has already received everything he needed. Jewel of the Heavenly Kingdom, blue, red, dropped from Tenzin Derbervant, official certificate of the Lacusta Kingdom. If he shows it, he can get all kinds of amenities. The girl wishes the main character good luck, and they bump fists. He says that it is mutual, and leaves. In Bazef's workshop, the boy apologizes for Gladius, but Bazef says that enough is enough, because Gladius protected him. In fact, he was supposed to be his shield, to protect him until he collapsed. He thanks the guy. Bazef recalls that the protagonist is now a great mage, asking if Gladius helped him with this. The protagonist admits that without him, nothing would have happened. It took at least another year to defeat the Derbenvant. The man is very happy about this. Bazef informs him that in that case, this guy can help him and become a shield until he crumbles into dust. This battle golem is forged from the soul of two fists in high-grade mithril, Tada Gladius, MK2. The main character happily tells the golem that they have met again. The guy calls him partner. Base reports that the guy still uses that unreliable flying fabric. The protagonist asks if it is Naruse. Bazef is amazed at the stupid name. Magnus says that Naruse, who gave it to her, asked for it to be named like that. He asked to be called that so that his name would be recorded in history as a means of transportation. The protagonist tells the man that this is how it was. Bazef will never understand this strange guy. South of the city center, the central fountain. The girl asks the guy what he's doing here so early. Didn't they agree to meet at lunch? The main character tells the girl that he just remembered her first date. She said that she was waiting for him since the morning. The girl says that yes, but he shouldn't have come so early because of this, but today she is here too. To be honest, the guy had a feeling that Magnus could also be waiting for her here. The guy asks the girl that she has good intuition. The girl admits that this is called communication from heart to heart. Love is a good thing. The girl asks her if it wasn't boring waiting. Magnus says it was a little, but he didn't think it would be a bad time. It made him realize that he was living too fast and needed to relax a little from time to time. The girl thought the same when she was waiting for him on the first date, because every day she is very busy with her work. She is a merchant's daughter. To forget about her usual work and just relax, a wonderful time. The guy is leaving for Aravana tomorrow. Does she know? He has a gate, so he will be returning regularly. He promises that he will definitely visit her. The girl asks if she can count on it at least once a month. The main character says that it is impossible. The girl understands that nothing can be done. She understands everything. However, the guy says that he can't stand that they can't only meet once a month, so he will come back every 10 days or once a week. The girl is happy. The girl tells him that she loves him and he reciprocates. She asks to spend today as cool as they can. The guy agrees with her. Although at such a time everything is still closed, but there are some things they can do at this time of day. They hold hands and kiss. In the Aravan Empire, someone is shouting that Yugoku Gyudan suddenly ran away. It was still night outside. They wish they had people like Magnus. Someone says they don't know him, and they explain that he is the mage who defeated Derbenvant and saved the kingdom of Lacusta. A girl lies on the bed and looks out the window, thinking about the magician Magnus and how she should get to know him better. The main character begins a new journey. He finds himself in the kingdom of Aravan in the audience hall. He repeats again that he needs permission to visit the ancient ruins. The Desert King refuses him. The guy says he has a letter from the king of Lacusta. He asks if this is a small country with a short history. His word is law. The king tells Magnus to serve him, to fight for him or die for him. The boy thinks that these are strange ideas about beauty. The king wants him to deal with the Doomsday Gang. They attack his vassals and merchants and then deal with them brutally. With the power given to him by God, he's ordered to deal with them. The protagonist refuses this, and then the king orders his men to capture him. The guy sits and thinks about how hundreds of years ago this kingdom flourished and was almost the largest, but now it is even smaller than Lacusta. Now he can understand the reason for the decline of the kingdom and the invasion of bandits. The king is some kind of eccentric. Someone approaches the guy and asks if he is awake, hoping that they haven't disturbed him. The protagonist says that he was wondering who was coming. It was Crown Prince Heidel and the second Crown Princess Farah. They are surprised that he knows them. The guy says that these are honorary names of the highest highnesses, known even in such a distant kingdom as Lacusta. Magnus asks what they want from him. They say that their father treated him rudely. Let him accept their apology. They admit that such an unfair decision cannot be forgiven. By apology, they mean reasonable compensation, that is, permission to visit the ancient ruins which he wanted. However, since it is first class, generally only the king can issue a special level permit. The protagonist says that it's okay. 99% of the ancient ruins in Aravan can be searched with a first-class permit. Is that true? They say that he is well informed. The guy tells them that it is not their fault. He is sincerely grateful for everything. If something goes wrong, then they can count on his support. Magnus went on a journey to save the world. They shouldn't distract him with their internal affairs. The guy tells the girl that she is right. They are sorry that they did not think. They apologize for it. He can study the ruins as much as he needs. In case of inconvenience, he can rely on them. They are, of course, not as powerful as the king, but they will try to help him with everything in their power. There will be no problems with this. He himself is difficult to compare with an entire army. The next time, the main character will come here in order to get those very items. Somewhere in Lacusta, in an outdoor cafe, a girl asks if this is how Magnus decided to explore the ancient ruins. The main character gives a positive answer. In Aravan, there are a large number of ancient ruins and a lot of unexplored territory. The magical item he is looking for must have been there. According to literary sources, it used to be a prosperous kingdom. The most powerful magical kingdom on Earth. The girl asks that now most of Aravana is a desert, and with strong storms. It was because of the failed great magic ritual 500 years ago that the released mana wreaked havoc, turning the kingdom into a desert, a collection of cities buried in the sand that received its name. Current Aravan Kingdom is a bunch of guys who remained on top of the old magical kingdom of Aravan buried in the sand. They invaded the surrounding countries with the magical items they obtained. The entire surface of the ruins has already been destroyed. Only the deepest part remains, which is not easy to reach. Having lost the advantages of the old Aravan kingdom, their conquered territories were taken back, their borders were narrowed more and more, and 500 years later, they became an ordinary small kingdom in the middle of the desert. The girl thinks that, or he knows everything in this world. The guy says that magicians are somewhat similar to scientists. They have the same inquisitive mind. The girl will also study the state of world affairs for further trade relations. It would be nice to trade with them. The guy says that the current Aravana will not last long for this emperor, he thinks. The prince and princess must have some hidden motives. Magnus probably already took care of everything. The guy says he wouldn't have to escape from prison, but then he would be considered a burglar. He wonders if that's a problem. She asks if he can search the ruins without permission. The guy says that he can't even enter them. There are soldiers everywhere for surveillance. It's understandable. The ruins are a source of income for the kingdom. They sell permits to explore a small part of the ruins, which is something ordinary people can't afford. The girl says that taking something without permission is a crime. He borrowed his things without permission and stole all the bad guys' fortune. He hopes that they are not angry with him. Let them forgive him. The girl says that then he can thank their highnesses. The girl, with a dissatisfied face, says that Princess Farah is probably a beauty. The guy can't help but agree. She looks at him angrily, and the guy understands that she is jealous and very sweet. He smiles. The main character tells Arya that he loves only her. The girl is surprised by this. The girl asks him to say it again, only a little louder. The guy is very embarrassed. He loudly tells the girl that he loves only her, but this is too much. The guy tells her that she squeezed his hand very hard. The girl says that she loves him too. They smile at each other. She asks what he will say about Prince Heidel. Magnus says that he is shy and his behavior was inappropriate for the crown prince. He is the complete opposite of his sister, but this is only on the outside. Arya looks questioningly. The main character reports that in fact the Doomsday Gang is led by this crown prince Heidel. The main character thinks about where Ramsay's house is. He looks at people and suddenly someone demands that the woman make Ramsay come out. The woman says that she herself would like to know where he is now. The man tells her that disobeying the Doomsday Brigade, does she know what happens for that? He stands with a gun in his hand. The protagonist stands in front of the woman and asks the man if there are any problems. He asks Magnus if he wants to run into Bazin. The guy asks what if yes. Then he introduces him to his lightning wind sword, which can be learned at level 15, and then to the red hot air sword, which he learned at level 16. The man licks the sword. The man is about to attack with his red hot air sword, but the protagonist creates a pillar of water that appears right in front of the man and pushes him back. A man screams in tears. His friends are behind him. Magnus informs that fire is a magic that can be learned at level 31. Its strength and speed are as always at their best. The main character happily tells the elderly woman that his name is Magnus, and he is glad to meet her. He says that in order to defeat the Demon King and save the world, he came to Karba for help from Ramsay. The woman says that this thing was big. She hasn't seen anything like this for a long time. The protagonist thanks her for the compliment, and she asks him not to miss his attack. He asks her if she will tell him her name, and the woman says that she is Nun Klim. She is sure that he is laughing to himself at such an old hag, very rudely. In her youth, she was not like that at all. The guy thinks that he never said such a thing. The woman admits that she can hardly be called a nun. She has not been to church for the last 20 years. Magnus asks how she went astray. She says that the great God is equally dear to both useful and useless people. The church leadership said that they could hear the voice of the god Tygon because they prayed every day, but even after 40 years, without going a day without praying, she still had not heard the voice of Tygon. In despair, Klim was sure that she had done something wrong, which caused Tygon to leave her, and she considered leaving the church and quitting being a nun. Even though she didn't miss prayers, after leaving the church, she thought that she would soon be unable to use healing magic and would become an ordinary person again. However, Tion hasn't taken her magic away yet, which is pretty weird. Her hand is glowing, and Magnus says, yeah, that's weird. Of course, unless the guys from the church are lying about hearing the voice of God, the woman understands that he really said it. She tells him that she likes him, she should thank him for his help, she doesn't like to remain in debt. She took him to a tavern. There they laid out a lot of dishes on the table, and the woman suggested that he eat, and not forget to drink as well. The main character refuses, but he will drink if only a little. The woman just won't let him be so pathetic. Magnus asks if she knows Ramsay. Klim explains that she does, ever since she found him, seriously injured, on one of her travels and saved him. She travels often, and so decided to visit Ramsay when she passed by Karba. This old man arranges his adventures, 1-2 times a year. The main character listens to her. List of important people. Former adventurer Ramsay. He explored the complex ruins that were later named after him, now retired, but his experience and skills are invaluable. Lives in the city of Karba and travels several times a year. The guy thinks that it's a pity that he didn't catch him. In a book written by God, any information necessary for conquering the Demon King will definitely be described. About those whose importance is not great, there will be very little information. Why Ramsay? Because he has a plan to defeat the Demon King. This is Marcus's new strategy. It is logical that if a person is not considered important, then no one will bother about his destination. The book that is written by God is renewed every morning at dawn. If he is going to leave Karba, it will definitely be written in the book. He asks the woman if she knows where Ramsay might go. She says there are a couple of places, but he's not going to chase him. He'll be back in a month or so it's best not to wait. He doesn't have that much time. She has some guesses, but what if they turn out to be wrong? The guy has the city gate magic, so once a day he can return to Karba, which is enough to confirm Ramsay's return. Klim says that this is what was expected from the one who is supposed to kill the Demon King. The guy thinks it's sarcasm, but she's really delighted. He is also worried that the Doomsday Brigade is looking for Ramsay. The protagonist remembers that man with the sword. He was also worried that this man knew his level and skills. This Prince Heidel, the royal family, is able to identify a person by constantly training one skill and refusing to increase the status when leveling up. You can strengthen the skill itself and even open a group of skills. The main character learned about this system from a book. Does Heidel have such knowledge? Klim agrees and says that she will personally take him to those places. The guy is surprised by this. The woman says that she also came to Ramsey. She asks him not to worry. She promises that she will not drag him back. Magnus says that he understands. Then they will go together. Klim says that they need to finish eating everything. Before leaving, they must clean everything here. Then they fly on a magic carpet. The woman screams that it's just something. The wind is pleasant. Magnus says that it's all thanks to Naruse. A golem sits behind them. She asks who came up with such a name. The guy understands that everyone says that. The guy asks her to look at the ancient ruins, the remains of a 500-year-old former city of the strongest magical empire. Klim says that living in a giant iron box was something the people of that time only thought about, but protection from external enemies was ideal. She tells the guy that he is a prosaic person. Not for nothing, he is a magician. He probably thanks to a number of magical objects, it was comfortable to live there. But she didn't want to live forever in a meaningless iron box, without the sky, sun, and moon above her head. It was oppressive. The guy says that thanks to this box, the ancient ruins are perfectly preserved. If it had been a typical city building, it would have been buried in the sand. Adventurers search for ruins, dreaming of writing their name in history. However, such pleasure costs a lot of money, and there are also rich merchants and aristocrats trying to find out the secrets of the ruins. The woman says that Ramsey has always been drawn to ancient ruins, and they finally reach the ruins of Tabla. They understand that it is noisy here. This is a second-class pass, which means they will not be able to enter. The guy looks ahead and wonders if this is a problem. The three tell the guard that this is a second-class pass, as he thinks they spent a lot of money to buy it, so let them in. The guards are sorry, but they need a first-class pass to explore the Tabla ruins, so let them go. They have no more money. First-class pass is not something that the average adventurer can manage. The protagonist shows his pass and asks if they can pass with it. The guards are surprised by the first-class pass. It is signed by the crown prince and princess. The guy looks at the adventurers and asks them why they are frozen. Let them hurry up and go inside. All the adventurers introduce themselves. Their names are Ted, Rad, and Mado. They are very happy to meet Magnus. They are triplets and scavengers. Until now, they have been exploring the ruins with a fourth-class pass, but they thought it was time to get rich, so they decided to buy a second class. But for this, they are ready to do everything. The main character asks what motivates them so much. In their hometown, there are 3 girls who are also triplets. They want to come back with more money and make them an offer. That's their dream. Magnus and Klim introduce themselves. They are looking for a man named Ramsey. Perhaps he is in these ruins. Everyone is surprised by the legendary adventurer. When it comes to finding people, they are the best. They want to thank him for his help. The guy refuses, and Klim asks them not to get underfoot. They say that they can stand up for themselves, because they are all experienced adventurers. They will never bother them. Ted and the others are very confident, but no matter how you look at it, he doesn't think they've even reached level 10. They should be on their guard. Suddenly, they find an underground city, and all 5 of them are amazed by its beauty. This is an underground city in ruins. It is so bright here, even though there is no sky above them, the ceiling shines. The main character is amazed by this magical shine. Is the entire ceiling a magical object? Does this thing generate water? And that one in the form of a tree purifies the air. The protagonist understands that it is not the time for this. He needs to go forward in search of Ramsey. In the ruins of the 4th level table, in a hidden room, they all get trapped with monsters. Klim asks what they're making noise about. Didn't they say that they'd already explored the hidden rooms? But that was on level 6. It was safe there. The main character says that usually there are traps in hidden rooms, but not so many at once. The main character of the stone attacks the monster birds at the top. He tells Gladius to stand at the entrance. The guy shouts that he will support him with magic, uses divine blessing. Gladius increases attack and defense. Then he attacks all the bird monsters. The trio sits and watches in fear. The 3 of them are scared, thinking about how they almost died. This is the first time they see such monsters. Magnus asks if everything is all right. They were warned about the traps, but this treasure was really hard to get without help. Magnus says there are 2 more rooms. Will they check them? One of the 3 denies and says they need to find Ramsey. As long as Magnus and Clem are with them, what could possibly threaten them? They can't hide behind their backs forever and then divide the treasures. Only the 2 of them deserve this treasure. They refuse. The protagonist suggests dividing it into 5, but first, find their target. Trinity tells them that they are too good to be true. They are worried that they will suffer losses. Clem tells them that sharing the benefits with others is also a pleasant way of life. Then the main character and everyone else deal with the other black monsters attacking them. After this, Clem heals the guy from the trio of adventurers, which makes all 3 of them happy. On the 8th level of Tabla Ruins, Ramsey's destination should be somewhere around here. From this point, the map is useless. The adventurers ask if Ramsey is at this level. They need to watch carefully. Clem says he has the ability to hide his tracks. That's good, but not in their case. They ask her if he is a legendary adventurer. They promise that they won't miss a single rustle. They are full of enthusiasm, and they will also be wary of monsters. Suddenly, one of the monsters appears on the roof, and the guy notices it and immediately attacks. Clem reports that other guards will now begin to flock to them because it is very difficult not to notice. Therefore, not only the guards will come here, but also someone else. Clem understands that Magnus is surprised. The main character defeats the monster, and the adventurers rejoice. As expected from Magnus and Clem, any dangers are of no concern to them. Then they hear another monster approaching. The main character pushes one guy away. Then, in his place, the main character himself is hit by the monster and is struck with electricity. The guy is in shock, and all 3 of them look at him with excitement, realizing that the main character saved them. The protagonist uses the Guardian Angel Ring to increase magic resistance, and suddenly Gladius goes on the attack. The guy thinks that the damage was greater than he thought. Gladius stands at full height, but looks like a small soldier. Someone shouts from the window to the group to come into the house quickly. They all obey him and go inside. The monster leaves the golem and walks away. Magnus thinks that with such a body, he could simply destroy the building. All 3 of them are surprised that they are alive and were saved. Someone tells them that it was close. It's an unexpected meeting. This man is the legendary former adventurer, Ramsey himself. Former adventurer Ramsey understands that they all came here in search of themselves. Clem talks about how he climbed so high. Everyone talks about how lucky they are, asking why the golem stopped chasing them. The man explains that there are 2 types of guardians, those with the ability to damage buildings and those without. They ask if the latter type attacked them. Magnus thinks it was in the strategy book. The main character asks how they knew what type of golem it was. The man admits that they didn't know. He didn't check every single one of them. He talks about how it's intuition. If you've been in the ruins long enough, you can tell a keeper by just looking at them and whether they'd like to join you for dinner. The man is asked how he knows the time if there is no sun here. He answers that somehow it does. And what are the magical objects? Are they his? Ramsey denies it. All of this was already in the house, but he figured out how to use them. Everyone says it's cool. The guy thinks that the old man is actually a living example of ancient ruins. It's very cool. He's exactly what he was looking for. The protagonist reveals that he has set out on a journey to kill the Demon King. As part of this, he plans to explore ancient ruins. So what does Ramsey think? Would he lend him his experience and skills? The man thinks. He has already retired once because Magnus had to persuade him. He asks the man if he has achieved his goal. He says that he has not yet, but he does not want to stay in this place forever. Clem asks the guys if they knew what the old man's name was before. They assume that it was a legend of returns. He returned alive even from the most difficult and dangerous ruins. That's why he was nicknamed that, and his friends too. There were so many legends and stories. However, not all of those legends are true. In truth, the chance of surviving with Ramsey was incredible, but not absolute. However, as far as we know, their hero lost 7 friends during his 40 years of travel. Here, Ramsey also lost a comrade, the 7th and final victim, after which he retired. Cain was still young and had his whole life ahead of him. 8 years ago, Cain happily asked Ramsey what he looked like. He was holding a sword in his hands. Everyone tells him that the training wasn't in vain, but he's not bad. The guy said he would be Ramsey's successor. They praised him, called him an incredible guy. He couldn't even drink properly yet, but he was already almost like them. A great future awaited him. He had never met anyone as talented as Cain. They continued to train, and one day he could become a living legend. Suddenly, a giant level 8 golem appeared. Everyone is shouting about what kind of golem it is. They need to run. They are shouting at Ramsey to hurry up and run into the building. People in the building understand that he left. Someone asks if everyone is here. After all, they can't beat this level. They need to return to the exit. Ramsey is shocked to realize that Kane is among them. The man runs out into the street and sees Kane lying on the ground, covered in blood. He immediately went to apologize to his family. He was ready to do anything to him, but he wanted to become such a legend one day, was glad that he could travel with him, so his parents said. It was worse than any accusation he had ever heard. They didn't even take a single thing of his with them. They were so scared, they ran, he felt so sorry, it was impossible to put into words. That's why the man retired. But the main character says that he's still here, and he agrees. He wants to know if anyone can defeat that silver golem, so he comes to visit him every year so he can collect Kane's things and honor his memory. So that's what Tabla's whole problem is. This golem is a terrifying creature. He understands the situation. That's why the main character offers to defeat the golem. Everyone is surprised and asks if he's joking. This is a monster that even the legendary adventurer couldn't handle. He had learned about the golem in advance. Its name was Centurion, a golem with an extreme level of magic resistance, the sworn enemy of any magician, created by an advanced magical civilization. Everyone is asking if this is even possible. The guy says that he is declaring that they are going to win. Then they all walk together. Someone asks not to warn because he knows when he will hear footsteps. The guy says that he did not need to worry about it then. Clem says that he should stop using prefixes to her name. The main character agrees. Then the Gladius attacks the monsters. The guy screams that, as planned, he can't turn around in this narrow space. He can't use his power to destroy buildings. The main character uses increased strength, increased resistance, agility, and defense. People are talking about how Gladius is the same as Centurion. This golem is made of precious metal. It has high magic resistance. Defensive magic, more effective than that of mages. While these effects are from different classes, they can complement each other. For this, he needs Clem's help. Clem tells the guy to leave it to her. The protagonist orders the golem to use double strike, and it is about to attack. Then the golem's attack reaches the enemy, and a flash occurs. It was paralysis. Clem tells the guy that he is a genius. Then someone's arrow hits the enemy. It's Ramsey, who says that no wholesaler could do a better job. People are amazed that Ramsey hit it with such a small arrow. They have every chance to win. If you deflect his weapon in this way at the moment of attack, then he simply won't be able to hit them. The guy watching the battle says that he doesn't even have a chance to counterattack. Everything is just as Ramsey planned. The main character thinks about whether it is time already and tells Clem that now is the time to act. Some monk's magic doesn't work until it touches the target. She uses healing touch on him, saying that his exit. If Magnus was able to deal with Derbenvant, then there is no reason for him to lose to the Centurion. The protagonist then uses the stone to attack the enemy, who falls apart from the attack. Everyone is shouting that they really did win. Magnus is an incredible magician. Clem is holding the silver and saying that there is enough for everyone. The main character says that no, it was only thanks to all of them that they won so easily. Ramsey stands and looks at the defeated enemy. The protagonist offers him to leave, and they leave. The skeleton continued to lie in the pit all this time. The man mourns his former comrade, saying that he is very sorry. 8 years have already passed. The man then collects all the bones in a cloth and sheds a tear, remembering his partner Kane. The next day in the town of Carby Best, Ramsey is grateful to them all. The boy asks if it's over. The man says he never thought he'd do this. He takes the remains to his parents and they bury him. The man thanks everyone and says that he is going to take care of them all and does not want to say goodbye now. Ramsey says that he will accompany them wherever they go, and they will all definitely return alive. Let them leave the ancient ruins to him. The protagonist extends his hand and thanks the man. They shake hands, and the man says that from now on, they are friends. Clem asks the youth if they will join their adventures, and she vouches for his identity. But whether these chickens return home safely depends entirely on the legend of the returns. Clem asks that they all definitely return alive. She doesn't want to find fault. Magnus's caliber couldn't survive alone. The main character remains silent. She tells him that in order to raise these chicks to be first-class adventurers, he must be what he is, a legendary adventurer. The man stands tensely. Clem turns to Ted, Rad, Maddo, and says that they can refuse. After all, there is no way to do this without risk. But they understand that they lack the ability, but they are ready to do whatever is required of them. They simply fell in love with them and would follow them even to hell, because they themselves would be pleased to teach someone again. Ramsey thinks about whether he can try again. It's a tough choice for him, he remembers Kane. The man says that he, nicknamed the Legend of Returns, will certainly return all 6 members of their team alive. One of the guys shouts that the Ramsey legend is not over yet, because now they are creating a new legend, a legend about how they will all become legendary adventurers. Their search for the items needed to subdue the 8 demon generals and the Demon King himself began thanks to the strategy book, and they searched the target ruins one by one. They found the Seabreeze Bell, Devil's Stone, Hyro's Angel, Shadow 4, Acid 4, Petrification 2, as well as Wind 4 and Mana Strike 4, and they're having a great time, a far cry from the days when he was on Evgen's team. In fact, if it weren't for the strategy book, he wouldn't have been able to achieve all this in such a short period of time. A few days later, at the Karba Inn, the protagonist tells everyone that he has returned, and they ask him if he had a good night. The protagonist thinks he liked it, but upon returning to Locusta, he didn't expect that Arya would buy a new house. Thanks to Magnus's supply of rare items, the sales figures just skyrocketed. Who would have thought that she would buy a new house before the wedding? She is very beautiful, but she is no less stubborn or rather courageous. Someone asks the guy if he is Magnus. The people with masks tell the main character that their lord invited him to a meeting. Everyone is surprised by this. The girl apologizes for calling him suddenly. Usually, she comes herself on such occasions, but now she decided not to stand out. The main character sits in front of plates of food and tells her that it's okay, the girl appreciates it. The guy didn't expect this. He asks her if it's really safe here. The girl explains that it's a store, which at least doesn't make a fuss if she comes. Right now, all the guests below are her guards, so let him relax and feel calm. The 3 guys are surprised that all the people below are guards, as expected from a princess. Clem asks to look at the lamb on the spit. The meat looks tasty and shiny. The man asks not to forget about age. She starts eating. The man asks that they didn't come here for free food. She says that it's okay, there's no point in cooking food if no one is going to eat it, so let them eat it. The protagonist understands that she secretly left the capital for him. What does she want him to do? She asks the boy if he knows a city called Nereus. It's a large city about 3 kilometers south of here. The garrison sent from the capital is now based there. The protagonist has only heard rumors about him. Of course, it's not true. He learned about it from a strategy book. The girl says that she is being followed, so she can't say it directly. She says that in the Kakrala region, south of Nereus, an anomaly is occurring. Towns and villages are simply disappearing without a trace. The main character wonders what is wrong with the people, and it turns out that they move with them. The first to notice this were the traders, and they immediately reported it to the government. At first, they thought that they had made a mistake in the map and were lost. Later, other people began to report this, stumbling upon towns and villages in unmarked places. The protagonist understands that this is indeed a problem, and for him it is also a problem. If nothing is done, then it will become impossible to continue searching in the ruins. One of the magical items he needs to obtain is located in the Kakrala ruins area. The girl offers Magnus a deal. The guy says that he was just about to offer the same thing. The girl says that this problem can hardly be solved with the help of the army, so she would like to ask him, as a representative of the Locusta Kingdom, for cooperation, but it will not be free. She uses his success in solving the case to get him a special class permit from the king himself, and the guy immediately agrees. The girl is happy and shakes hands. As planned, this bonus event appeared in the strategy book the other day. The event to fulfill the request of Princess Farah and save the disappearing cities started. Suddenly, the girl hugs the guy tightly and thanks him, which makes him blush deeply. She says that she is beside herself with happiness, so let him be patient a little. The girl laughs. The guy understands that this was unexpected. He tolerates all this and tries to restrain himself. The main character shouts at the girl that this is too much, and after that she lets him go, smiling and saying that she is sorry. The main character is asked what it is like, but the guy asks not to ask him. Everyone laughs. Suddenly, a long-haired man bursts in and tells Princess Farah that due to the fraudulent TVA committed by the imperial family, he will have to take her life. Suddenly, another girl appears, waving swords, demanding that Ramsey he lent them his strength, but if he refused, they would force him to do it. The guys with the daggers are going to protect the princess, but they are killed instantly. Brown says that they are dying too fast. Titan was going to be polite to them. Everyone is in shock. Brown asks Titan why she is here, but the girl says that she has the same question for him. She hurried here when she heard that Ramsey was in this shop, and Brown came because at last there was an opportunity to kill the princess. Brown asks how about they go about their business. They will bring good news to the leader. Farah asks what is wrong with them. They are strong. Magnus explains that they are from the 6 Stars, a branch of the National Defense Corps. The 3 guys and Clem shout that they shouldn't get carried away. They will create an escape route for them. They will leave the princess to them. In fact, they have already been through a lot, so they are not the same as before. They take up arms. Then they go on the attack, but the main character asks them to stop because their levels are too low. The guy understands that he can't leave the princess alone. Those 3 are going to give it their all. Brown says he has no time for opponents like them. Titan will play with them and give them what they want. The girl attacks them. Then all 3 guys' clothes are burned to ashes, leaving them all in shock. They scream, and Titan says that the view is good, but this kind of low-grade things are not good for her. Magnus understands that she treated them so frivolously and did not kill them. Maybe their low level of real helped. Brown asks if they think they can just watch what's going on down below. Clem says that if she has to attack them, there will be nothing left of this place. The guy asks them if they are discussing something, but it is no use. Magnus is holding a weapon. Brown asks if he minds being a human shield. The protagonist thinks it's okay to think that way, seeing as the mage is in the vanguard. The man prepares to attack, and shouts that he will not be spared, and he begins to attack. The main character uses the increase in dodge speed and dodges the guy's attack. He looks at it in shock. Magnus believes that even in his dreams, he never thought that a level 36 mage would appear in front of him. It would be like meeting a monster in the middle of the city. The protagonist asks the guy that he should be around level 20, but he admits that he is level 16. Magnus tells him that he is not even close to Eugene. The protagonist then uses the ability to create fake opponents from mirages, and Brown attacks one of his clones. The main character says that Brown said that he was an idiot and that he would not spare him. The guy doesn't even need something like magic. Just with the difference in their status and level, he can easily defeat him. The main character is going to hit him from above. Then the guy finally finishes him off. Brown lies on the floor, powerless. Everyone watches. Titan asks everyone to stop running away and laughs. Even though they came out so confident, it's sad how much training they lack. Suddenly, the girl is surprised by something and turns back, not understanding where Brown is. Suddenly, the blade is at her throat. Ramsey demands that she not move. If she does anything suspicious, he will kill her. The man tells her that she can't even see her surroundings well, and that she lacks training. They then gain victory by tying up their 2 enemies with a rope, and the princess orders them to be taken to prison. The princess is very sorry for getting Magnus into trouble. She has no words to express her gratitude for their help. The guy says that it doesn't matter. They were targeting one of his partners, so everything is fine. And yet it is clear why she was needed, but what about Ramsey? The guy says that for the same reason that he went to him. Clem reports that it looks like the National Defense Corps is planning to explore the most inaccessible ancient ruins, which is why they need someone experienced to act as a guide. The princess tells Magnus that he is strong. His strength is almost limitless. The guy said that there is no need for praise, but she must express her gratitude and gives him the key. The girl says with a smile that this is the key to her room in the capital's palace, but the guy wants to return it. The princess says that the only thing that was discussed was that he would be able to freely enter her room. She asks him not to make such a face. She will allow him to share the bed with her. Magnus says that he does not need that. The girl says that it's a joke. He's strong and sweet. He really is so nice. If he ever wants to have a secret meeting, then this is a sign that he can always come. The guy takes the key, because he's not doing well with women. A few days later, in the Alabama region Cockrell Incident Investigation Department, investigating the incident of villages and towns disappearing in the Cockrell region, they are currently accompanying the Legion as they try to resolve the incident. The princess reports that although the imperial family owns about 4 of these, this is the first time she has seen a flying carpet of this size. Ramsey asks if it's okay to act like she's sightseeing. The girl apologizes. It's just that she doesn't often have to leave the palace. Klim says that she shouldn't listen to him, no matter whether she's upset or not. It won't affect the outcome of the incident. That's why they should just try to have fun and enjoy the ride. The girl laughs and tells them that they really do have a unique view of things. She thought that all monks were stubborn people. He will have to rethink that. Klim says that she thought that the princess was an arrogant little girl who could not do anything. She was wrong too. The man says they are so carefree. Magnus says there is no point in worrying until they get there, so they can relax. At least until they figure out who's really behind this whole incident. Magnus is asked if he has any ideas about who or what could have caused the disappearing villages incident. He thinks that the culprit must be a giant sandworm. He heard some rumors about him. He is a glutton, eating everything, but at best this monster can only swallow one horse. It is a kind of monster. After the giant sandworm has lived and hibernated for several years, it will become a Caesar sandworm, which will be large enough to devour entire cities. The princess says that the worm might see their army as food and attack them. Magnus says that if the monster appears, they will deal with it themselves. When this happens, he wants them and the soldiers to retreat. True, it would have been better politically if the incident had been resolved directly by Farah and her army, but he would not have wanted to sacrifice them for anything. The main character says that it is better for them and for him. She owes him a lot. He is a really good person. They should not listen to a person like him. Let her not listen to him. General Tal of the Alabama Empire says that he does not believe a single word of this swindler. The girl says that Magnus is a hero who saved the kingdom. Let him take his impudent words back right now. The man says that it is a shame that the great princess was seduced by such a swindler. He says that the Caesar sandworm is so ridiculous that he can't even laugh, and even if such a monster appears, he will have no place in the battle with it. The protagonist says that they at least have a plan to protect themselves from him. Everyone laughs, asking what kind of idiot would make plans out of some delusion. Tal says that battle requires courage and patriotism, and there is no place for such petty tricks as plans. He can command 3,000 knights simply by raising his sword, and he will crush anyone who dares to appear before him. Magnus isn't going to tell him what to do. He has no intention of interfering with his plans, but would he allow them to support them? They are dealing with a terrible monster. The man says that they don't need the help of some swindler. He will simply hide out of fear. People on the flying carpet ask who he thinks he is. He doesn't even know how strong Magnus is. He's so self-confident. The girl regrets the rude words of her subordinate. The guy says that everything is fine. Such things do not bother him. The guy says that many soldiers will die. The person in charge of this army is the princess, and the general is only his escort, so the soldiers should be under their command. In fact, only the bodyguards listen to her. Klim says that the first army should contain the best, and they are fine following someone like him. Farah says that since they are the best, they will follow the orders of the commander, ignoring her words. Ramsey asks if they can't just give the order to Tawal. The girl said it would be difficult. He is one of her candidates for marriage. Farah said that the current emperor just keeps finding more candidates without making a decision, and can't get enough of all the candidates showering him with gifts and bowing to him. If Tahal can take responsibility for solving this incident, he will gain an advantage, so he does not want Magnus to help them. The boy understands the situation. He wants to ask. If a battle starts, they should order a retreat if the situation gets dire. Even if they don't listen to them now, this order can be used as an exit for the soldiers to escape if necessary. The girl says it's thoughtful, but it's nothing to Magnus. He just doesn't think it's funny to let people die for no reason. The guy asks them to tell him if they have anything to say. 3 days later, the boy looks ahead and wonders if the mountain is moving. He is asked if the heat is affecting him. The protagonist says that he is finally here, Caesar's sandworm. Tal can't believe he actually guessed right. He orders everyone to line up and get ready for battle. The princess's bodyguards should remain at the ready. The girl shouts that she orders an immediate retreat if the situation becomes dire. Then they all end up at a huge worm, and Ramsey thinks they won't succeed. The worm throws everyone aside with one blow. The guy shouts for everyone to run. They can't win. They need to retreat. Must follow the princess's orders. Tal barely crawls and thinks he is Tal, the magnificent general of the imperial army. He can't be defeated. This can't be real. This must be a nightmare. The man is terrified. The guy asks if everyone is ready. Everyone agrees. The worm is level 37. Ramsey thinks that if they had encountered the worm by surprise, it would have been bad. The main character orders to aim at the paws first, and they understand everything, firing from ice crossbows. The protagonist shouts a spell, using freeze on the worm. It stands still. The guy reports that they managed to find a bunch of these arrows in ancient ruins, so they can use them as much as they want. After this, the worm suddenly starts screaming, and the main character uses some other spell. They'll keep going like this. The guys say they have plenty of arrows for that worm. We need to shoot it. Suddenly, a hole appears, and they notice it. Ramsey says he has a bad feeling. They need to be careful. The protagonist uses a cannon shot, hitting his enemy worm directly. He says that another shot is needed if they can stop him. The protagonist makes another attack. The protagonist increases strength, single attack power, critical speed, strong wind, 4 and heavy stone 6, uses the element in the right hand. The guy puts his hands together and a column of light hits them from above. Everyone watches in surprise. The protagonist uses a combination, magic, meteor strike, hitting the worm. Everyone looks at their enemy. The princess joyfully says that praise be to him who knows the magic of the gods. Everyone rejoices in the victory over their enemy. Clem realizes that this is what they call an item drop. The most severe ruins are revealed, the Ramsey ruin. Everyone is happy about this, asking if this means that the Caesar sandworm can even feed on ancient ruins. They are lucky, the ruin they were looking for came to them. The princess doesn't mind. These ruins are what he's looking for. The guy asks what's wrong. She promised to give him a special class permit as a reward for solving this problem. No problem if the events happen in reverse order, and the princess and the main character smile. It's quite small compared to other ruins because it was a military building. In other ruins, the first level is the city. In these ruins, it's military barracks. There's no danger on the first floor anyway. His party took care of the guardian last time they were here. For him, it's a veteran researcher. Everyone is surprised that there are people here. Could it be that they are the descendants of the ancient Alabarna people? Clem denies this. The protagonist reports that these are people from the city and villages, eaten by the Caesar's sandworm. There is no mistake in the fact that they found this undigested ruin in the stomach. Everyone is surprised that they killed that worm. They're happy, they did not know how to save themselves, and their supplies were almost exhausted. They thought that they were finished. They ask if they can go outside, and Magnus informs them that Princess Farah and the army are outside and will protect them. The people thank him and ask what his name is. A powerful sorcerer has arrived to save them. They can all return home. They walk forward. The stairs leading to the second floor are here. They are glad that they have with them a man who has reached the deepest floor. They are met by a creature who asks if they need anything. Ramsey explains that it is a magical entity called a servant, a relic from the age of magic. Those who defended the city and fought were the guardians, and those who helped the people were the servants. The creature asks if they need anything. This is a rare occurrence. Servants usually don't move unless they receive orders. The creature says he is a clever servant. He can ask for orders while he looks for work. Ramsey laughs. He can even talk. The protagonist says that they want to go to the lowest floor. Can he take them there? The servant replies that he is forbidden to fulfill such a request. The main character thought so let him stay here. It's a pity for the servant. If he needs anything, let him call. Then Magnus and his whole group go down the stairs. It goes very far. The servant asks if he can help them, and he says again that if he needs it, he should call. Clem laughs, calling it a masterpiece. She offers to take it with them because it might be useful to them. The servant asks if his name is Magnus. Let him say what service to perform for him. The guy understands that now the servant also knows his name. The servant says that there is nothing strange about this because he is a servant, and they ask him if he knows his name. He tells them that he doesn't have one. The creator named the other servants, like number 265, things like that, but he didn't have a name. Clem asks Magnus to give him his name, because isn't he like a sweet child who came to him for love? He tells her that it was she who just made him know his name. The servant says that he would like to receive a name from Master Magnus. Clem says that he wants this too. Magnus calls him Chocolate, and Clem notices his surprisingly cute naming style, which was the name of the dog the boy had when he was a child. The servant happily thanks the guy. Because he is now Chocolate, everyone notices that he looks happy. As a result, they have a strange companion. Are they really going to take him with them? Can magical creatures be trusted? The boys ask Magnus if there is a chance that he could betray them and attack them as a guard. The main character reports that servants perform only the role the people assign to them, and nothing more. They can be trusted more than people. They ask if this means the servants won't attack them. In any case, they can continue. After that, they overcame the labyrinth using only their combined strength, and they also managed to defeat several monsters. In fact, even complex corridors and intricate cryptograms were easily broken through. They tried to open the door. Then they find themselves on the deepest floor, and the protagonist thanks Ramsey. He asks to thank him again for his skillful leadership. They reach the deepest floor of the most difficult ruin. The man reports that last time they were unable to take the key to the Imperial Palace. The man recalls that incident. The main character suggests doing it this time. The man doesn't think it will go so easily. He says that back then, one look at him was enough to break their resolve. Gozu appears. The serpent warns them to be careful. It is Gozu, the guardian of the magic empire, and he is very strong. The guy says that if you believe the rumors, he is made entirely of mithril. Magic resistance is guaranteed. He has a magic poem stone. Even if the battle is long, there will be no problems. The servant understands that they know about it. As expected, wonderful, good erudition. The protagonist blushes. The protagonist takes a jug from his bag for magic items, with the help of which he summons a Gladius. Gladius appears in all his glory. The jar of the evil god can only hold one essence inside. As they decided, they and the Gladius will be the only ones to enter the area. Upon entering, Gozu will assume a fighting stance, and at the same time the arena will be closed with magic. Either the intruders will be destroyed or the guard will be defeated. It is annoying that they cannot help. Ramsey reports that they failed to leave a scratch on him. One of the guys says that at least they won't bother them, they will wait and worry. The main character and Klim use the increase in strength, defense, abilities, agility, confidence, magic resistance. The three guys ask Master Magnus to try hard. It will be an easy win for him. They wish him luck. The main character is approached by Chocolate, who asks the guy not to leave him with his creator. The protagonist strokes him and Ramsey approaches, informing him that these hands bear his name. He asks if he can trust him with his unfinished wish. Clem asks not to worry, she will look after him. Then suddenly, a huge monster with horns appears, screaming very loudly. The main character is going to attack him. Gladius suddenly rushes into battle, and a field of dust forms at the site of the battle, in which nothing can be seen. Magnus reports that even with all these magical effects stacked on top of each other, they are unable to defend themselves. As expected from the adamantium axe that the enemy fights with, the main character says that it really won't be easy for them. The protagonist must first deceive Gozu and then dispel his attack. The protagonist casts a spell and uses Stone 4, attacking the enemy. The monster then screams and fires projectiles at the guy, who uses Divine Light Defense and Wind Cloak. However, he still flies off. He was prepared for Gozu's fire attacks thanks to the encyclopedia. Even raised his fire resistance to the limit, he can still continue. The protagonist uses Stone 4 in the air, attacking the monster, shouting that now it's Gladius's turn. After these words, Gladius manages to grab the monster, after which the guy runs somewhere. The guy runs up to Clem, who, by the power of God, grants healing to her subjects. She heals the guy. The man says that this is to be expected from the sister's magic. Even if the barrier blocks people and magic, her healing power can pass through. The magic civilization is too advanced. They looked down on the sister's magic and ignored it. Since Gladius has high magic resistance, Magnus's boost magic has no effect on him, and Clem's magic works as well as always. She can heal wounds as much as she wants. Will his fighting spirit break? The guy says that if he were worried about anything, it would be that they might run out of MP. The protagonist runs, and Clem says that she will pray for him, so let him give it his all. The guy attacks the enemy with a stone. No matter how badly he gets hurt, he can recover with magic. That's why he took his friends with him. The guys ask why the battle is so long. How many magic spells has he already used? 40 or 50, this mithril golem. It's very difficult. The main character spent a lot of health in the fight, but fortunately, this damage optimization strategy allowed him to use MP effectively. The guy realizes that he needs to make another attack. He attacks him with a stone, and the monster starts to crack. The main character is happy. He was aiming at the same point from the very beginning of the fight, so everything worked out. Now, he's about to use the twin fist. Gladius attacks the enemy, causing him to drop his axe. The protagonist picks up the axe and uses the boost and durability, then throws the axe to his partner, who successfully catches it. The guy reports that the most effective way to damage a metal enemy is to smash it with an even harder metal. Gladius attacks the monster with an axe. After this blow, the monster falls apart into pieces. The main character looks at this with a satisfied smile. The boys run to Magnus, saying that it was amazing, they had never seen so much mithril, they need to collect it faster. Chocolate hugs the guy and tells him that he is so cool, he loves him. Someone comes up and thanks Magnus. Ramsey thanks his old company and he has no regrets. He asks if they are too happy, turns to Klim. The protagonist notices that Klim has been taken hostage by two girls. They demand that the other two not move. They want to maintain a peaceful environment. They are Salima and Nadia from the Albarna militant party. They have 6 stars each. Salima has rank 2 and Nadia has rank 1. All they need is the key to the underground palace and they will leave as soon as they get it. Let them choose wisely. The ideals that are held is to put the country before oneself, even if it means getting one's hands dirty. This is written by Heladal's immediate subordinates. The guy thinks that the most disturbing thing is nearby. The protagonist asks how they got here. They answer that since Titan attacked him, they have been watching him with a crystal ball. They saw everything he did today, so it was easy to come here, practically all this time. The unconnected servant moves. The girls demand that the guy order him to stop. The main character does so. Klim shouts that he needs the key to save the world, so he shouldn't worry about the old woman. She doesn't have long to live. Magnus won't let her die, though that self-sacrifice mentality is what keeps the sisters class going. He'll give them the key, just as long as they leave Klim safe, and they thank him for his discretion. The protagonist will not allow his sense of justice to be changed by this expedition, no matter how important it is. He decided this long ago. The girls look around. There are 3 guys standing behind them. Magnus asks why they are so nervous. He can do without the underground palace key. He has already planned his next steps. The chocolate bar then uses an unexpected sneak attack, demanding that the villains release Klim. The girl, her eyes wide in shock, says that the guardian ants do not attack people. Nadia shields Salim with her body from the caretaker ant, who attacks them. Cupcake attacks. Salima, being covered by Nadia's body, says that it can't be. He attacked without an order. Magnus, watching the caretaker ant attack the girl, tells him that Cupcake, he doesn't know how to act without orders. The ant continues to attack in order to pull Klim out of captivity. He flies up saying that Klim is free. The girl looks at the ant and says that she is conducting an assessment. She gets into a fighting stance, raising one hand to her chest and announces that she is eliminating the interference. The body turned sharply, and she kicked Cupcake with all her might. The impact was so strong that the guardian ants were thrown several meters away and landed with a loud thud. Magnus's eyes widened in shock, and he screamed excitedly, "Cupcake." The ant guard was split in 2 by the impact. The girl rushes forward at high speed towards the ant, saying that she is pursuing the enemy. The hero stands in her way, waving his magic wand and shouting that he will not allow it. Magnus makes a sharp swing and strike with the staff, but the girl moves away from the swift blow with her whole body and says in a cold tone that it is cancelled, dodging the blow. The girl lands on the floor from the jump. The guy turns to the antkeeper, still standing in a defensive pose, and tells him that he shouldn't have gotten into trouble. Cupcake, without getting up, says that he was useful. Magnus, slightly worried, agrees but asks not to do it again. The ant happily says that the master takes care of him. The hero gets irritated. Focusing his gaze back on his opponent, the thought crosses his mind that if the ant were destroyed, he would lose his temper. He remembers his first meeting with Cupcake and thinks that he needs to admit that they just met. But he had already managed to become sympathetic towards him. Klim praises Keksi, because you can't get praise from the grumpy Magnus. The hero is dissatisfied. The rest of the squad stands in stances, raising their blades in combat readiness and shielding the guardian ant. Girls cast spells to improve the maid: strength, defense, durability, magic resistance, agility. The maid girl, saying complete destruction, suddenly hits Ted in the stomach with her hand, knocking all the air out of him. She continues to attack, swinging her kick at Rad's stomach, dealing him a powerful blow. She then reaches Mad and elbows him in the back, catching him off guard. With a calm face, she delivers a final blow with the back of her hand to Ramsey's neck. The squad is reeling from the pain the girl has inflicted. Ted wonders who she is. Rad suggests a corpsman, to which Malo grumpily remarks on her strength. Magnus, looking at the girl, guesses who she is and says that she is a golem, a creature brought to life by ancient magic. He reflects on how she is no stronger than Godzu. With a tired look on his face, he thinks that he is already exhausted. And remembering the battle golem, he thinks that Gratis is also damaged. Seeing how Klim treats everyone, he begins to think that he needs to come up with something. An unknown man, waving a staff, pronounces some kind of magic spell. Everyone falls under this spell. The spell causes Ted to become paralyzed and Rad to be shocked and confused. Nadia, frowning, looks at this with concern and bewilderment, not understanding what is happening. Klim is outraged that she can no longer heal. Mado, rubbing his eye, looks at his brother and is surprised by the power of the spell. Magnus smiled menacingly and said that he would repay in kind. Strong poison 2, paralysis 2. The girl is paralyzed by severe pain, causing her to throw her head back, while the lazy tied her legs and arms. Blinding 2, binding 2, poisoning, paralysis, loss of strength, dehydration. The girl is still under the influence of the spell. Magnus says that golems made of metal have protection against such magic, unlike a body of flesh and blood. His words cause the girls to look worried on their faces. He stands with a slight grin, a staff in his hands, and says that such spells don't require much energy, that he can continue all day long. Nadia asks Salima to heal the golem. Salima replies that she can't. Her magic doesn't work because of paralysis. Nadia, looking at this with horror in her eyes and annoyance in her voice, says, "Damn it." The hero, pointing forward with his hand and with complete confidence in his voice, shouts, "Forward, we attack." The entire squad, in full combat readiness, goes on the attack. Mado swings his sword and strikes the girl in a jump. A barrage of attacks hits the golem girl, causing her injuries. Her eyes wide in pain, which has intensified from the attack. She can't withstand this barrage of attacks and falls to the floor with a crash, which stops the entire squad from attacking. Salim and Nadia watch all this with shock and horror on their faces. Magnus stands grinning. Battle trophy, made golem. Magnus offers the girls to surrender, promising not to harm them. Nadia, with a staff in her hands, looks at him with anger, and Salim is thoughtful. The hero, looking at them, raising his staff, tells them to reason sensibly. While he is talking to them, Ramsey notices a fast-moving, dark, blurry silhouette that moves quickly and says bye. That dark silhouette was a man, running quite fast as Ramsey watched him go. He recognizes this man. Ramsey turns sharply and runs after the man, shouting for him to stop. At that moment, the hero turns his head in their direction. Continuing to run after him, he shouts that it is Gomez, the Sliding Shadow. National Defense Corps, Gomez, Sliding Shadow. An older man and Magnus chase him. He smirks as he runs. Someone is surprised Ramsey didn't notice him. A thief who can sneak into tombs to loot them. Nadia, raising her staff above her head, casts a spell. This spell binds Ramsey's legs, causing him to begin to fall. He falls to the floor with a thud and a cry of, "Damn." While Ramsey lies down, Magnus and Gomez run up to him and run to the table with the objects. Their arms are extended forward and they reach for objects. Magnus tensely grabs the sea stone bracelet. At the same moment, Gomez grabs the High Priest's key. The man immediately turns around and starts running away. Air gates. The girls are already waiting for the man on the other side of the gates. Already running up to the gate, the man turns around with a satisfied grin on his face and says that the wizard, well, he's a fool. Showing the gem, he says that it is the key of the High Priest and that it is a gem. Finally, he sticks out his tongue with a satisfied face and leaves through the gate. The gates are closing. Everyone stands motionless and looks in shock at where the gate was a second ago. Ted and Mado's mouths drop open in shock, and their faces turn into grimaces of horror. Clem turns his head towards Magnus, looking at him with tension. The triplets run to the hero, indignantly shouting at him. What did he do? Did he miss or something? So much torment for the sake of one trinket? Ramsey, kneeling on one knee and raising his head to him, said that he did. Magnus stands with his back to them, holding the bracelets in his hands, until Ramsey, standing up, asks him why he deliberately gave him the key, still standing with his back to everyone. Turning to him with a look of complete calm, he says why he got that idea. Ramsey explains to him that he chased after that thief for some reason. Throwing his arms out to the sides, he continues to explain that he could have stopped him with magic. He says that he could well have pushed everything that was on the stand off it. Everyone looks at Magnus with confusion and listens to what Ramsey is saying. He, perplexed, says that there is one thing he does not understand. what this performance is about. Magnus smiles as if the situation amuses him and says that you can't check, Ramsey. He turns to them and explains that, having grabbed Klim, he thought about it and decided to give up the key. Circumstances forced him to. A sly smile appeared on his face and, raising his finger to his head, pointing at it, he says that he has outplayed his own plans. Everyone stands in complete bewilderment and shock from his words, still not understanding. Holding the bracelet in his hands and showing it to everyone, he says that instead of the key, he decided to take this sea stone bracelet. Cupcake, still lying there, is shocked by his words. He exclaims, "What is this? His sacrifice was in vain." Magnus, coming closer to him, says that no, otherwise Klim would have remained their hostage. He strokes his head, telling him that his courage is not in vain. Everyone comes up to them, saying that they have another friend. Magnus, still stroking his head, continues saying that he never did such tricks again. Barzef's workshop. Barzef, looking at the golem, laughs out loud and says that they got it pretty bad. He placed his hand on the golem, which was completely broken, cracked, and chipped, the aftermath of a desperate battle. Magnus points to the table and asks if Mithail will do the job. Barzef, pounding his chest with his fist, claims he can figure it out himself and that it will add magical protection to Gladius. The hero, with a smile on his face, says that something helps him out, as always. The man, waving towards the guy, let it slip that there will be more, such as the job. Hand of God. Magnus laughs and tells the man that fine and will take this as payment. The artifact increases strength and dexterity by 30 points. The man looks at the artifact thoughtfully, saying, "Wow," to which the guy explains that this artifact improves all indicators. Looking at the man with a smile on his face, he tells him to try his best, as usual. The man, looking at him with one eye and a smile and an artifact near his face, says that so be it, since he asks, he will accept this thing. Barzef, looking at the pile of mithril, says, "What's wrong with it?" To which Magnus, looking at him, asks to make more weapons. Following the request, he hands him Cupcake and says, "Patch up the ant." Restaurant in Lacuste. A girl with long hair, buns on her head, and a smile introduces herself as Arya from the company Ulm. A Finn man with his hair tied up, putting his fist to his heart, says that he is Hasmi, a grain trader. Then a man with a wide smile on his face introduces himself, says that he has an oil shop and his name is Saib. Another merchant introduces himself after them, says he sells fruit, his name is Hassan. Another man says that they have long envied the abundance of the lands of Lacusta. Magnus, looking at how Arya talks to people, thinks that she knows how to conduct a business conversation. He thinks that, although they have only just met, he already hopes that they will be able to establish trade relations. He thinks that they have little experience in foreign trade, but they want to supply products to Alabanu, where agriculture is not so developed. They hope to find terms that are beneficial to everyone. People say that the economy of Alabama is weakening. They are increasingly dependent on their neighbors. And they don't hesitate to sell goods at exorbitant prices. The man says that this is why they are ready to work with them right now. Arya, standing in front of them all, says that then she will be responsible for trade in Alabama. With determination in her eyes, she says that they may think she is too young, but she will work as hard as she can. The man indignantly says that she was recommended by Mr. Magnus, and they trust her. Another supports him, reminding that Mr. Magnus saved them from the Emperor Worm and is their liberator. Arya and Magnus are walking down the street. The guy is stretching his arms and saying that, finally. The girl, glowing with happiness, says that they are in for a great profit. The hero, looking at the girl, answers her that Alabama will now begin to recover quickly. If Ulm does not interfere, then the profit will not be long in coming. The girl, holding her chin with her fingers, says that only he will not benefit from their contracts. He is not offended. The guy says that as Alma grows, so does the demand for his services. The girl agrees and promises to work harder. Arya takes Magnus's hand and says that today is her workday. The girl lifts her face, whose cheeks are already red, and says that the day is already over, isn't it? The girl's words embarrassed the guy so much that he blushed. Audience at the palace. His Majesty, sitting on his throne, says that his dear daughter has successfully completed the tasks entrusted to her by him. To which Farah, with a smile on her face, thanks her father because it's all thanks to his invaluable lessons and instructions. These words flatter him and he laughs and says, "That's right, that's right." Sitting on one knee, Magnus and Farah, with her hands outstretched in a certain gesture, the girl asks not to deprive her friend of mercy. She promised him a special permit with her seal if he would obtain rare artifacts. Without looking up, she continues that this will undoubtedly be a confirmation of his boundless wisdom, to which he, still chuckling, says that it is true, it is true. His Highness, pointing to Magnus, asks what his name is. These words leave the guy in shock and confusion. He says his name is Magnus. The king says, Magnus, okay. Magnus looks thoughtfully ahead and reflects on the fact that he has already forgotten how he threw him into prison. The girl is sitting in the same pose, only with excitement on her face, and the guy continues to think, and thinks that apparently Farah is secretly rescuing people. Lead on. If it weren't for her, the prison would already be bursting at the seams. His Majesty says that he should then grant Magnus, but he is interrupted by a man who bursts into the hall. He begins to tell the king to wait. The girl looks at the man in shock. Marat wooed Farah. Marat indignantly says that giving permission to suspicious strangers is dangerous. Looking at them, he says that who knows what dark deeds it was needed for. His Majesty asks again with indignation. Farah jumped up and pointed at the guy, saying that she personally confirmed that he is trustworthy. Marat, as if not hearing the princess, shouts to the king that this market magician managed to gain the princess's trust. What a rogue, a scoundrel he is. The girl is becoming increasingly irritated by Marat's words. He continues to say that the king risks bringing disaster to their entire precious state. His Majesty listens and hums affirmatively. Marat continues to shout that the soldiers told him everything. This charlatan and Princess Farah have been in secret collusion for a long time. The princess, in response to the accusations, exclaims and says, "What nonsense." She turns to the king and says that there is no need to believe idle gossip. Marat continued to shout that the soldier was a man of honor, would never stoop to gossip, and he believed a soldier's word as if it were his own. The king says that Murat has never let him down. These words make the girl worry. The man was pleased by these words. Sitting in the same position, Magnus thinks that Marat is still a sycophant, using slander to eliminate his rival. The king, waving his hand smugly, began to say that he also found man suspicious, and, of course, he would not have issued any permission. Princess Farah is in complete shock from her father's words. Marat says that the soldiers have no reason to spread rumors, to which the king agrees and says that he has proven his loyalty again. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. She thinks that with such a narrow-minded ruler, Albany will soon come to an end, and that it would be better for her to do it with her own hands. She is brought out of her thoughts by Magnus's voice, who says there is no need to get excited. Looking at him, she says that there will be no permission, and how can she look him in the eyes, to which he says that they don't hear. The guards burst in and start shouting, "Urgent report." They start asking what happened, what's all the noise. They are shouting that there will be a sit-down, a riot, many soldiers are coming here. The king asks what rebellion means. All people are shocked by these words. Princess Farah is horrified by these words, frightened by these words, and he maintains his calm. The king shouts what these people are going to do. The guards shout back that almost all the soldiers are involved in the mutiny. The king strikes with his fist and asks who is the instigator, to which I answer him that it is Prince Heidel. The rebellion is led by Crown Prince Heidel. These words bring horror to the king's face. People are even more shocked by these words. Princess Farah is horrified by these words, and she begins to think, but why? Why did her brother decide to rebel for some benefit? These thoughts make her more worried, but she thinks that he will inherit the throne anyway. Magnus, remaining calm, says that it is extremely dangerous to stay here. What is the best thing to do? These words took the king by surprise. He shouts that His Majesty will not die, and he demands that the rebels be punished. The king's words make people doubt him. The king calls Murat, but he tries to leave under the pretext that his stomach is twisted and his heart hurts. The king, in horror, begins to scream that he is a hypocrite and that his head will be cut off. To which Murat, with horror and tears in his eyes, asks to forgive him and not execute him. His Majesty clutches his head and begins to mumble what he should do. Magnus tells him that it is time to decide. Looking at the king, he says that since he is the ruler, there is no point in expecting mercy from the rebels. These words hurt him, and he says that if he is not the ruler, then Heidel will not have time for him either. The hero says that such a probability is very high. He continues that there is no limit to his wisdom. He will never compare to his majesty, to which he says that he speaks correctly. The king, removing the ring, announces that he therefore abdicates the throne. Everyone is shocked by the king's actions, but Magnus seemed to want exactly this from him. He throws the seal ring, saying that he is giving it to Farah. The ring bounces towards the girl's feet. The king shouts to her that the throne is no longer there and that she should decide for herself what to do with Heidal. These words bring shock to her face. Magnus picks up the ring, presents it to the princess, and says that he congratulates her. She is now the new ruler. These words puzzle her, and she asks what? A sudden turn. The girl, holding the ring in her hands and being shocked by this turn of events, asks again, ruler. To which Magnus, stretching out his hand as if inviting her, says that he is asking for the throne. The girl looks determinedly. She puts the ring on her finger with confidence. She immediately begins to give orders, asking to bring the former ruler to a safe place, to the Western Tower. There's a prison for the nobility there. Keep your father there for the rest of his days. The guards grab him and try to bring him in, while he resists and shouts for her to wait. He screams with horror on his face that she is wrong. Turning to them, she tells them to be faster, because soon the rebels will be there, and that this is her first order. With confidence in her voice, she says that Hydalu orders the traitor to be executed. If anyone has objections, then they must speak up. All the people in the hall sat down on one knee and in one voice said that they had no objections and they swear allegiance to Her Majesty. Of course, not everyone's oath is sincere. Farah probably understands this. It is important now that they acknowledge the coronation, at least for appearances. When the situation improves, it will be possible to do this. She will succeed. The girl stands with confidence on her face. The girl begins to shake with excitement. Magnus notices this and tells her not to worry and that he is on her side. She turns to him and thanks him for his support, to which he replies that he is glad to serve. Putting his finger to his lips, he says that in return he will one day ask for a favor that only a ruler can provide. Farah closes her eyes and smiles, saying that it is clear. She has a big smile on her face and continues to say that she will try to be useful to him. At her words, Magnus smiles and says that this is promising. The crown prince enters the throne room. They are standing, already waiting for the rebels. Heidal walks quickly and confidently. All the rebels are walking with him at their head. His face is imperturbable. Faro is overcome with excitement. Heidal, with a slight smirk on his face, tells her that she knows what he wants to say. The girl excitedly shouts to him, "Why this rebellion? Is it really all for the sake of power?" She understands that her father's rule was leading the country to ruin, and that he must be urgently overthrown from the throne. The girl is shaking with despair, and thinks to herself that how is this possible? He entrusted all the dirty work to her, and he himself wanted to take the throne. Magnus, turning to Heidal, says that he understands everything, that he probably wanted to save his strict. He continues, more seriously, that it was necessary to choose a different method. These words did not cause any displeasure on the prince's face. He says outrageously that you should choose the method more carefully, you say, or maybe assign the dirty work to someone else. These words hurt the girl very much. He claims he meant to insult him with his advice. Magnus shakes his head and says it's none of his business. These words leave Heidal stunned, and he asks what he meant by that. The hero, getting into a fighting stance, says that he sold his soul to the demons in vain. These words leave the princess in a stupor. And people start looking at each other in shock. Heidal, holding out his hand, says that he says strange things, wizard. Magnus, addressing the people, says that they have heard about the demonic eight. He goes on to say that when they want to enslave a country, they first turn to the local nobility. They trick a person into selling his soul. He, pointing his finger at the rebel, says that Prince Heidal was chosen as such a traitor among the inhabitants of Alabama. These words didn't seem to embarrass the prince. He remained just as unperturbed. The rebels start shouting at the hero, saying how could he even speak like that? They all continue to shout that Prince Heidal only wants to return Alabama to its former greatness and power, and how dare he accuse him of treason. Magnus says, spreading his arms out to the sides, that he said, as soon as possible. So why didn't you come out earlier? Why did you decide only now? He keeps saying that he will answer for him. Magnus says it's all because he got the High Priest's key. Prince Heidel doesn't understand anything. The hero explains that you can get into the underground palace of the magical land by opening the gates with 2 of the 4 keys. One of the keys was recently stolen from the Ramsey pyramid. He thinks the thief was hired by the prince. The prince's face showed annoyance at being found out, and out of annoyance he says, "Damn." Magnus reveals the prince's cards and reveals that another key is hidden in the palace treasury, which can only be accessed with the imperial ring. He goes on to say that the true purpose of the rebellion is to take possession of the key. The girl is shocked by these words, and the hero says that his father's throne can wait. Prince Heidel is overcome with annoyance at being found out and says that the devil take it. Princess Farah says with tears in her eyes that the underground palace, what are they talking about? The hero begins to explain that ancient Alabama was wiped off the face of the earth overnight and turned into a lifeless desert, and the reason for this was a failed magical ritual. Magnus, turning to the princess, says that she already knows about it. She tells him that no one knows the details of the ritual. The hero tells her that her brother heard about the ritual from the cursed storm general. He explains that the ritual is meant to summon the magical power of the Lord of Darkness. The summoning was successful, but the people were unable to cope with the power. The people in the hall are shocked by the hero's words and say that somehow things took an unpleasant turn. Magnus says that His Majesty Heidel is now sleeping in the underground palace, having received the enormous power of the Lord of Darkness. Having obtained this power, he plans to make Alabama even more powerful and take the throne. Heidel's face is full of indignation, and he is very unhappy. The people in the room are worried, fearing that the ancient empire failed to cope with this force, turning a prosperous country into a desert. They fear a repeat. Heidel can't take it anymore and starts shouting at them to stop grumbling and not to let themselves be deceived. People flinch at his scream. The prince keeps shouting about what he could possibly know about him. Magnus slaps his hand on the book, asks for forgiveness, and says that he knows everything about him. He thinks that's why he told them to take the key from Ramsey's pyramid. If Heidel got the key, there would be a rebellion. The hero turns to Heidel and says that he must admit he is delighted, to which the prince does not understand what he is talking about at all. He says that if you close your eyes to all the troubles, what you have managed to achieve is worth more. He thinks that the prince is really talented. If he chose his means more carefully, he would even let him take the throne. It is indeed a great loss. Heidel remains unmoved. Magnus turns to him and says that he is closely connected to the damned storm general. He says that he technically sold his soul. Heidel took a fighting stance and raised his sword, while the hero continued to say that he could not sell the prince's honor. The whole sit-down stands ready for battle, while he still says that having received advice from the storm general, they have strengthened the volunteer corps. Magnus remembers Salim, Nadia, and the maid girl. He keeps saying that he keeps building up his strength, and eventually, Heidel is furious. He screams. Magnus, looking intently at the prince, says that by killing the cursed storm general Jamutan, the prince is very unhappy with the hero's words, but he continues and says that with the help of the stolen power, he became Haidali Jamutan. The hero, spreading his arms, says that they were clearly able to achieve a lot, although you can't call it a feat. Heidel replies to him with annoyance. How did he find out? Princess Farah says with horror, how can this be? And the people behind her also grumble that this can't be. The prince couldn't. Heidel stands with a displeased face at being found out. Magnus takes something out of the bag. This gem dazzles everyone in the area. The prince covers his face with his hand from this glow. Its glow makes him feel worse, and he screams. A paradise gem, red and blue, weakens the power of the cursed storm general, able to reveal the true form. The true form of the one hiding behind Prince Heidel is revealed, and he screams for him to stop. The real essence finally breaks out, and it is a big snake. This glow still surrounds everyone. People are horrified by what is happening, seeing what was hidden in the prince's appearance. People, on the other hand, are shocked by this. Princess Farah starts to cry and says that he is worth it. A huge, terrifying snake appears before them. People start running in different directions, trying to escape faster. People fall in their haste to escape. Nadia and Salim opened the air gates and called Heidel there. The The snake shouts at Magnus that he is the one who defeated the Lord of Darkness. He admits that today he lost. He continues to say that the final battle will be his. After his words, he disappears into the gate and it closes. Magnus clutches the stone in his hands and says he will remember this. With confidence on his face, he says that they will then hold the final battle in the underground palace. Seeing Heidel's true form, the rebels lost all fighting spirit. The guards who took part in the uprising were placed under arrest for an indefinite period. At the moment, the country's security is carried out by Empress Farah's trusted people, the 1st Military Corps. Empress Farah solemnly hands over the permit to Magnus and apologizes for the delay and says that here is the permit to search the palace vault. The next time he visited the palace, when he came for this permission, and when he pushed her to become empress, everything went according to plan. Magnus is talking to the empress and says that Heidel came here looking for the key, so in the treasury. The girl waves her hand and tells someone to bring the key. Farah, pointing to the key, says that in the name of the Empress she gives this key to Magnus. Magnus takes it with a smile on his face and says that she, as always, grasps things on the fly, which is a pleasure for him to deal with. Now we both need another key. We better hurry. The Empress looks seriously at the hero and turns to him, saying that she leaves her brother to him, to which Magnus, with a serious face, nods his head affirmatively. The remaining key was in the Maurice Pyramid. It took only a day to capture it, however. The key to the underground palace, the soul of Madrid, eternal sands. The Empress says that there was news from the guard of the Donroth Pyramid that her brother had taken something from there. There was no more time to lose, so they hurried to awaken the underground palace. Pyramid Divide, main gate, one of the triplets says he wonders if they can catch up. Magnus answers him, opening the gate, that the underground palace is uncharted territory. Besides, they also have to move fast enough. The gates open, revealing what lies behind them. Magnus says, ready to fight, forward. Underground palace. The corridor is destroyed and gigantic, not like other ruins. Why such devastation? Motto says, examining the fragments, that it looks like Heidel destroyed all the guards, to which Ramsey replies that most likely. Klim, pointing to the ruins, asks if everything is too destroyed. The battle was so fierce. Magnus replies that the underground palace was the epicenter of a failed magical ritual. No wonder everything is permitted here. Rad tells the hero that if they had to fight, it means they were delayed quite a bit. Maybe they can catch up with Magnus and company, to which he answers affirmatively. Their squad goes further into the ruins. There are dead bodies lying around. The underground palace turned into ruins. Broken guards. Ted and Motto ask if there are too many guards and traps. Magnus replies that everything is fine. The hero says that they just took a slightly different path, the long way, to which one of the triplets shouts that weren't they trying to catch up with Heidel? To which the guy says that there is one interesting magical item here that he wants to take. The office of the Crown Prince of the ancient magic empire. Complete devastation. There is an object on the table, and Magnus says that this is it. He enters the office. Something makes him get scared and stop abruptly. A man appears in a chair at the table, as if out of nowhere. The Crown Prince, arms outstretched with a smile on his face, says, well, visitors, welcome to his office. Ted and Malo scared him very much, and one of them screamed about whether it was a ghost, to which Klim replies that ghosts are not so cute. An ancient spirit who exclaims, the Crown Prince stands with one hand on his waist. Magnus speculates that it is a drone spirit, a product of necromancy. He puts his hand on the book and thinks, what if he imagines that it is a monster? The spirit smirks, and Magnus still thinks that his level is at least the third. Ramsey walks with his hands behind his back and says that his office, so he is Prince Medet. He answers that something like that. Magnus, squeezing his staff, says that he is lying. He decided to make fun of him. The prince, rubbing his chin with his hand, answers him, why? To this, the guy tells him that Prince Medet died during a magical ritual, and he could not be reborn as a spirit. The spirit, looking at the guy, tilts his head to the side and says, look, he has an interesting little thing, and it even has a divine seal. The Book of Peace hanging on the hero's hips. Magnus thinks with excitement that no one has paid attention to this until now. The spirit smiles, as if pleased with itself. The hero tells him that he wants to test it, to which the spirit shakes his head and says no, thank you. If he even touches him with his finger, he will go to heaven. He raises his index finger and says seriously that, besides, there is another interesting thing here, because that is what he came for. Magnus stands in a fighting stance and thinks that he can't retreat until he gets this item. He squeezes the staff in his hands until he trembles, and he keeps thinking that this is it. The spirit points to the object with his hand and says with a smile that he didn't intend to guard this thing so much, he can take it. The hero, reaching out his hand to him, shouts at him to stop and asks the spirit who he is anyway. The spirit flies up and says that he can call him a spectrum. He looks at the guy, smiling, and says that they will meet again. The spirit disappears. Magnus takes the necessary item and says that we will meet again, he says. Ancient Imperial Seal of Alabama. Heidel steps across the floor. They enter the hall with their squad. Heidel calls out to the man, Gomez, who is walking behind him and nodding to people. Holmes steps forward and tells the men that they will run to the end of the hallway. They start to say excitedly that no matter how you look at it, it's a trap. He grabs one by the clothes, points his sword at him and shouts, "Choose, run, or die." He hiccups and grumbles. Holmes looks very menacing and says that if they reach alive and receive a reward from the boss, so that they would be grateful that he is so kind. The men start running while he shouts after them to follow. The eyes of the statues begin to emit laser light. A laser pierces a person. The men who fled were killed by laser. There may be smoke coming from the statue's eyes. Heidel turns to Nadia, and the girl uses her staff. Nadia breaks the statues with magic spells. The remaining men run to the end of the corridor. Holmes, put your hand to your forehead, look how they run, and say, "Well, now we can go." The men sit on their knees with their heads bowed as Heidel walks past them and tells them they have done a good job. He walks with confidence on his face. Besides his two assistants, the rest were just rabble who thought only about how to become famous. Like that spoiled emperor trying to profit from his beloved country, when you want to contribute to the development of the country. We have to fight fire with fire. The heart of the underground palace, the testing room. Holmes is glad they made it to the room, and his assistants say they were able to get there safely. Heidel moves forward while Salim tells him that Magnus doesn't seem to have gotten ahead of them. His hand reaches forward. Pointing forward with his hand, he turns and tells Holmes to go forward. He asks again in confusion and asks to wait. He, gesturing with his hands, says that he too will become a live bait, to which the man replies that as he said. He looks at him haughtily and, remembering his words, says that if you survive, you will receive a reward. Be grateful for my kindness. Holmes, pointing his sword at Heidel, says with annoyance, "Damn it." A squad of maid girls attack him and twist his arms. He grumbles indignantly. The man looks at this with his arms folded across his chest. Holmes says indignantly, with horror on his face, that he, like a fool, trusted him, and calls him a little snake, to which Heidel calmly tells him to get lost already. The girls throw it forward. Copycat. As soon as Holmes falls out of, several vile creatures burst out from the ground. They're pushing him. A terrible creature with a huge mouth and many teeth. Holmes screams in horror and the realization that his end has come. Heidel and his assistants look at all this with a calm expression on their faces. Nadia says that even though they had 100 golems, now they may not be enough. She goes on to tell the man that most of them were lost in the battle with Jamutan, and one more in the final battle. The girl says that, however, thanks to this, Jamutan was defeated, and he, Heidel, gained his power, to which he replies that it was a necessary sacrifice. With tension on his face, he says that revolution has always required sacrifices, both before and now. Nadia and Salim nod at his words. He waves his hand forward and commandingly calls for a path to the future to be paved for him, and the golems rush forward into battle. Heidel moves forward when his path is cleared. He looks up at the room in admiration and says how long they have been waiting for this. There is a dark, big ball in the middle of the room. He looks at it and says that a little more and he will get this power. From admiration, his eyes shine and he exclaims that the powers of the Lord of Darkness. Heidel walks forward, raising his hand up, and says that years of hard work have finally borne fruit. He twitches as if he's been electrocuted. He and his assistants turn their heads back. Magnus steps towards them. Heidel looks at him haughtily and says that he never thought that he would catch up with him and calls him a wizard. To which Magnus grinned and said that he was sure that he would definitely catch up with them, His Majesty. To restore Alabama to its former power was his most cherished desire. He loves the people of Alaba. The volunteer corps destroyed those who were destroying the well-being of the homeland in order to avoid future troubles for the people of Alaba. Alabama could not win the economic war and could not expand its lands through war, since it did not want to send its inhabitants to war. The best thing that could be done was to give the people, albeit modest, but fair governance, and gradually increase the country's power. But when he realized this, despair came. After all, the previous king turned out to be an impenetrable blockhead, and to overcome this, he turned to Jamatan. He pretended to be taken in by the sweet talk and was the first to overcome him. Having gained new power, he became a demon. Without hesitation, he cast aside his human form. After all, now he can wage war without endangering the country's inhabitants. Moreover, just like the great demonic 8, he could live for another 1,000 years and become the greatest ruler of Alaba in history. And then there would always be only smiles on people's faces. Putting his hand on his heart, closing his eyes, he thinks that when he imagines their proud faces, his human heart, he is filled with warmth, he thinks, squeezing the fabric of his clothes a little. Magnus's entire squad enters the room. Heidel will raise the seal and say that in the name of the seal, he orders the destruction of the violators. The Golem girls rush into battle. Magnus picks up the seal with a grin and says he will use it too, orders them to leave the battlefield. The seal of Alabama. This causes shock and excitement in the prince. The Golem's eyes widen at this, as if she can't believe her eyes. The golems begin to wonder what two simultaneous orders are, and, what's more, contradictory. They surround the man and at the same time say that they are going into standby mode. Heidel's face twists into a grimace of tension, and he talks about why he also has a seal. Grinning slyly, Magnus says that because as long as the battle maids are here, it will be impossible to divide it. The triplets smile happily. Ted says that they did it, and Mato says that taking the long way was worth it. The man begins to change his appearance and ominously says that they will dance for their insolence. Heidel Jamatan, level 42, completely changed his appearance. The hero, covering his face with his hand, says that his aura is still just as frightening, even despite the weakening of the heavenly gems, to which Heidel shouts that he will grind them into dust. It creates a large vortex. The guy uses the item and says, "Into the eternal wind." Magic item, eternal wind. The item completely absorbs the whirlwind, invites all damage of the wind element until it reaches the capacity limit. To this action, Heidel says that then he will defeat them with lightning. The hero uses another magic item and screams, "Into the eternal sands," to which the monster, perplexed, screams, "What?" Magnus says with satisfaction on his face that the item acts the same as the previous stone, only it absorbs lightning. The monster rushed forward, shouting that he didn't care. The demon attacks the golem and bites him on the arm. Its bite causes paralysis in the golem. The hero looks with tension and thinks that it worked even on the golem, and yet he has absolute resistance, an incredibly strong poison. Klim steps towards the golem and says that with the word of the Lord, she heals him from the shackles. She touches the golem with her hands and cleanses it. The nun's magic lifts his paralysis and he immediately grabs the demon by the neck, clinging his hands to it. Klim continues to cast magic spells, and in the name of the Lord she blesses him. Magnus also begins to cast magic spells. The wizard's enhancing spells are not as effective as those of the monks, but in the ruins they found a curious book about magical enhancement, and he can't wait to show off his new skills. Magic spells increase strength, agility, defense, and resistance. They start shooting at the monster. The triplets load the crossbow. Rudd mentions the mural bullets, Ted mentions their cost, and Mato reminds him of his promise not to think about it. Renzi waves his hand and orders them to fire, saying that any expense is worth it if it's to destroy the demonic 8. These kids have a lot of courage. So good to hold on against one of the denominational 8. They reason sensibly in battle and keep the right distance. Ramsey smiles and reflects on how proud he is of them. He takes another crossbow in his hands, points it at Heidel's assistants, and shouts that he too cannot give in. Ramsey hits Salim right in the head with these shots. These wounds cause her pain. The bullets continue to hit her, and she says that she doesn't have time to recover. She tells the girl that they are of little use. Nadia replies that they will be useful as long as they are alive. Magnus continues to cast magic spells. These spells hurt Heidel enough to drag him away. He asks Magnus to answer him. He says that this is the first time they are fighting him, but why is that? The guy asks him, so what is this? To which he answers, why does he predict his every move? Magnus, drawing his eyebrows together, says that it is a secret and he cannot answer him. Heidel calls him a bastard and asks how long ago he started preparing for this. Looking up at him, the guy confidently answers, from the very beginning. The demon replies, that's how it is, from the beginning. Then he laughs and says that the guy will make his blood run cold, that he is worthy of admiration. Heidel thanks Nadia and Salim for their service. Nadia asks anxiously what this is for. The snake begins to rush forward rapidly. He jumps high and opens his mouth to swallow the power of the ruler. Magnus decides to absorb the demon lord's power to level up. His friend warns him that this will cause him to lose his mind and become a monster. Heidel shouts at him, asking how he knows this. He shouts that he will defeat them, save the country, and become a hero. He completely absorbs the power of the Overlord, turning into an even more powerful monster. A roar erupts from him. His assistants look at this with horror. Magnus is unhappy with Heidel's choice. The monster roars and strikes the place where Nadia and Salim were standing a second ago. The golem grabs them in his arms and runs with them. Salim starts calling for Heidel while Nadia asks what's going on. The hero, standing in a fighting pose, says that Heidel cannot be saved. He has become a real monster. The monster turns its gaze on them. The girls start to cry when they hear these words and, not believing it, say that they are probably joking. Magnus shouts at them to face the truth. They too must help defeat him. Remembering how the three of them played together as children, they say that they can't do it. The guy shouts for them to turn on their brains. The girls are starting to understand the whole situation. He continues and shouts that he has completely lost his mind, that at this rate he will destroy everyone he wanted to save. The monster soars upward. Magnus keeps screaming that they will let this happen. There is no other way to save him. These words make the girls cry even more. The girl takes the staff with a trembling hand. Nadia clasped her hands together, and Salim took the staff with complete confidence. They were asking for something simpler from His Highness. The girls begin to use magic spells. Magnus joins them. He begins to cast a spell. He summons a whirlwind that combines fire and storm. The left hand is fire, the right is storm. The guy delivers a powerful blow to the monster, using all his strength. The floor beneath the monster begins to crack. Unable to withstand such pressure, it collapses under the monster. Magnus, kneeling, merges his powers and causes a lava flow. This magic spell surrounds the snake. The snake begins to burn with terrible screams. He burns from the spell. To achieve a great goal, great power is needed. Everyone watches the monster die. This is the truth. Nadia and Salim hugged and cried. The monster finally drowns in the lava. However, drowning in power can lead to losing yourself. Frowned, thinking about how Heidel had reminded him of this. At the beginning of the Book of Peace, it speaks of truths. The secrets of truth are hidden here, and how to use them, whether to save lives or take them, everyone will decide for themselves. And he must not forget the importance of these words. To make Alabama a strong side again was his ambition. He loves the people of Alarban. Therefore, the military party of Alarbana attacked only those in their country who would disturb the people if they were left alone. Someone had to be the tormentor of Alarbana. Alabama is not strong economically, and expanding the army is out of the question. He cannot send his beloved people to a war of attrition. He had to start with small steps, such as increasing the country's strength through governance. When he realized this, he fell into despair, because their current ruler was such an idiot. General Moran Jamuatin targeted this despair. He deceived him. With the power of that in his hand, he became a monster. He did not hesitate to discard his human body, so he could start an offensive war without being called up for Voni service. And if only he could have a lifespan of 1,000 years, like that evil damn general. He will be able to rule this country continuously and make it the largest empire in history. Will people then laugh with joyful smiles? When he imagines these proud faces, the heart he lost, it's getting a little warmer. Magnus's squad enters the hall. He says that by the power of the Imperial Seal, he orders them to be killed. The Golem girls rush into battle. Magnus lifts the seal with a grin and says, then he also orders all military actions to cease. The seal of Alabama. This causes shock and excitement in the prince. The golem's eyes widen at this. The golems begin to wonder that 2 orders have been received and the orders are being evaluated. They surround the man and at the same time say that they are going into standby mode. Heidel's face twists into a grimace of tension, and he talks about why he also has a seal. With a sly grin, Magnus says that as long as the battlemaids are here, it will be impossible to defeat him. The triplets smile happily. Ted says they did it, and Mato says that taking the long way was worth it. The man begins to change his appearance and ominously says that he is impudent. Heidel Jamuten level 42, completely changed his appearance. The hero, covering his face with his hand, says that even despite the weakening, it evokes a feeling of uncertainty, to which Heidel shouts that he will turn into dust. It creates a large vortex. The guy uses the item and says, absolute wind. Magic item, absolute wind, absolute wind. To this action, Heidel says that then thunder. The hero uses another magic item and screams, and thunder falls, to which the monster screams in bewilderment, what? Magnus says with satisfaction on his face that the item acts the same as the previous stone, only it absorbs lightning. The monster rushed forward, screaming. The demon attacks the golem and bites him on the arm. Its bite causes paralysis in the golem. The hero tensely thinks that he can inflict paralysis and strong poison even on a mithril golem. Klim walks towards the golem and says, as God said, cure the lethargy that torments you. She touches the golem with her hands and cleanses it. Klim continues to cast magic spells, and in the name of the Lord she blesses him. Magnus also begins to cast magic spells. Klim continues to cast magic spells, and in the name of the Lord she blesses him. Magnus also begins to cast magic spells. The wizard's boosting spells are not as effective as his sister's, but he read a book about expanding the boosting magic found in the ruins. He can use it without restrictions. Magic spells increase strength, agility, defense, and resistance. They start shooting at the monster. The triplets load the crossbow. Rad mentions the mithril pebbles, Ted mentions their value, and Mato reminds them of their promise not to count it. Ramsey waves his hand and orders them to shoot, saying that it is an investment to do harm. These youngsters also have a knack for it. Against a strong class monster, think about distance and use their ability to find a safe distance. Ramsey smiles and reflects on how they have grown. He takes another crossbow in his hands, points it at Heidel's assistants, and shouts that he will do everything possible. Ramsey hits Salim right in the head with these shots. These wounds cause her pain. The bullets continue to reach her and she says that she cannot withstand the treatment. She tells the girl that if this continues, she will not be able to support Heidel. Nadja replies that they will be useful as long as they are alive. Magnus continues to cast magic spells. These spells hurt Heidel enough to drag him away. He asks Magnus to answer him. He says that this is their first time fighting him. The guy asks what he means. He says that he has prepared many countermeasures. Magnus, drawing his eyebrows together, says that it's a secret. Heidel asks how long ago he started preparing for this. Looking up at him, the guy confidently answers, from the very beginning. The demon answers, what does that mean, from the beginning? Then he laughs and says, what a terrible person. Heidel thanks Nadja and Salim for their service. Nadja asks anxiously what this is for. The snake begins to rush forward rapidly. He jumps high and opens his mouth to swallow the strength of the horse. Magnus asks why he decided to take mana and level up. He says that this will lead to the loss of reason and turning into a monster. Heidel screams that he doesn't know until he tries and defeats them and becomes a hero. He completely absorbs the power of the Lord, turning into an even more powerful monster. A roar erupts from him. His assistants look on in horror. Magnus is dissatisfied with Heidel's choice. The monster roars and strikes the place where Nadja and Salim were standing a second ago. The golem grabs them in his arms and runs with them. Salim starts calling for Heidel while Nadja asks what's going on. The hero, standing in a fighting pose, says that Heidel cannot be saved. He has become a real monster. The monster turns its gaze on them. The girls start to cry when they hear these words and, not believing it, say that it's a lie. Magnus shouts at them to look at reality. They too must help defeat him. Remembering how the 3 of them played together in their childhood, They say that they can't do it. The guy shouts at them to think. The girls begin to understand the whole situation. He continues to shout that he has finally become a monster, that at this rate he will destroy everyone he loved so much. The monster soars upward. Magnus screams that there is no other way to save him. The girls cry even harder. The girl takes the staff with a trembling hand. Nadia clasped her hands together, and Selim took the staff with complete confidence. They were asking for something simpler from His Highness. The girls begin to use magic spells. Magnus joins them. He begins to cast a spell. He summons a whirlwind that combines fire and storm. The left hand is fire, the right is storm. The guy delivers a powerful blow to the monster, using all his strength. The floor beneath the monster begins to crack. Unable to withstand such pressure, it collapses under the monster. Magnus, kneeling, merges his powers and causes a lava flow. This magic spell surrounds the snake. The snake starts to burn with terrible screams. It burns from the spell. To achieve a difficult goal, strong mana is required. It is true. Nadia and Selim hugged and cried. The monster finally drowns in lava. However, one should not drown in power and forget oneself. Magnus frowned, wondering what Heidel had done to make him remember this. At the beginning of the encyclopedia, it talks about truths. The encyclopedia says, use this information to save or kill. It all depends on him. And he will not forget the weight of these words. Magnus defeated Heidel. Level 38. The hero looks at the whirlwind with tension. Heidel Jamatin dropped items. Boots of General Moran, Heavenly Thunder, Domain Stone. Magnus steps forward, smoke billowing around the Lord's circle of power. A portion of the Demon Lord's mana that was summoned long ago. This is too much for a human. The guy looks at the seal he holds in his hands. He speaks the words, and the seal begins to glow in his hand. He says that he orders them with the Imperial seal. Golem maids from now on do not allow anyone to come to this place. From the battle servants to the guards, they will continue to protect this place forever. The Golem maids stand by, following orders. Alabani Palace. Alabani Palace Garden. There is a big feast going on. Everyone is eating, dancing, children are running around having fun. A smile appears on Magnus's face at the sight, and he says to really celebrate the victory and coronation at the same time. He turns to Farah and asks that people not doubt her power as Empress, to which she, with a smile on her face, replies that it is cheaper to do everything together, points to the side and says something to them. Rel and Mad are happy with the feast, but Ted refuses the drink that is offered to him. Children hang on the golem and run around it. Men examine and feel it. Arya walks up to Magnus and says that it looks really fun, and he looks at her with a smile. He thanks her for coming with him. She looks away with a smile. A young man, greeting someone, admits that he is not used to this. The girl, giggling into her hand, replies that this is the second time she has had to do this. He says that it is a little awkward to rely on her again. She winks at him with a wide smile and says that his presence will improve the trade relations between Marumu and Alabarna. As the face of the company, she couldn't help but be there, because things go better when she's with him. Magnus replies that she is observant. Arya adds that the merchant will not miss the chance. The Empress asks the man to stop. She rises from her seat, smiles widely, and says that he has finally come, the hero, the savior of the nation, Sir Magnus. Arya takes the bottom of her skirt with her hand and says that it is an honor to meet her, Her Majesty. She curtsies, says that she is the daughter of the merchant Marumu and is on Magnus's team, introduces herself as Arya, and asks to congratulate Farah on her coronation. The Empress spreads her arms wide, a wide smile on her face, and says that if she is on Sir Magnus's team, then she is on her too. She embraces Arya tightly, then waves her arms in surprise, and Magnus is shocked by such a gesture and does not understand what to do. Farah says that now she should reward you properly again. She doesn't want to appear ungrateful. Magnus bows and states that he is a traveler seeking to defeat the Demon Lord. He asks for privileges in exchange for help, seeing this as the best reward. Spreading her arms out to the sides, she replies that she understands, and in that case, let him allow her to give him the title. Put your finger to your lips and wink, and he coquettishly says, how about the Empress's husband? Magnus was taken aback by these words, his mouth open. Widened in shock and her mouth dropped open. These words have caused a stormy reaction. Some claim that Farah has proposed marriage, while others are happy that the ascension to the throne will be a marriage ceremony. Magnus and Arya laugh nervously at such discussions of people. The guy says, turning to Farah, that she shouldn't joke, otherwise everyone would take it seriously. She waves her hand, apologizes, and says that it's a joke, to which she is asked again if it's a joke. Arya laughs and says that it was a surprise for her, to which the hero replies that it definitely was. The Empress tells the girl that she envies him. She says she also wanted to be on Sir Magnus's team. Arya, with a sweet face, answers her that she is sorry, but she will definitely find a good friend. Magnus wonders if there aren't enough people around here to be her friends. Thinking, she says, let's talk seriously about something now. She stands in front of the hero, turning to him solemnly and saying that her country will reward him, like the country of Locusta, with the title of Conqueror of the Demon Lord. With a smile on his face, Magnus nods and thanks her. Coming closer to him, she coquettishly whispers in his ear that he doesn't need to give her that key back. He can come play here anytime. The guy becomes embarrassed by her words and replies that he will come through the main entrance. The girl, with a smile on her face and a blush on her cheeks, says that she loves this part of him, Sir Magnus. The triplets turn to the hero and thank him for his help. Red says that their town will be better because of him. Mad thanks him, but Red says that he should be the one thanking him. He turns to them smiling and thanks them. He also says that he is also glad that he met them. Ted smiles and says that hearing his words was worth all the effort they put in. Red excitedly says that these words made him the happiest he has ever been. Mad, crying, asks not to make him cry. Looking at the three of them, he smiles. Magnus says that when they formed the team, did he remember what Red said? To which he asks him in surprise what he said. He remembers his words, how he solemnly said that the Ramsey legend is not over. They will become legendary adventurers. Putting his hands on his hips, he says that it looks like it has become true. Addressing them, he tells them to be proud of what they have done. The triplets smile happily. From their horseback, they wave and shout to Magnus, inviting him to visit their city. They promise to greet him with all their might. Magnus waves them goodbye. Give, castle. The guy waves his hand and says, "Doesn't this suit her perfectly, Cram?" She is dressed all in white clothes. He continues that she is already perfectly suited for the role of a court priest. She indignantly grumbles at him to stop this. After all, this is not her celebration, to which he replies that she should not be so rude. Already indignant, Cozy says that this is someone else's business. Right now, she should be on vacation in the Southern Islands. Magnus answers her that he understood her. She thinks that there is still a lot of unrest here after the change of government. Therefore, she cannot refuse if he asks to help the princess. Picking up her clothes with her hands, she grumbles that there is no reason for these clothes. Magnus tells her that if she is to stand next to the princess as a priest, she must be dressed appropriately. Pointing forward, she asks what about him. She pointed at Ramsey. She is indignant that an old man will be next to the princess, but he is in ordinary clothes. Ramsey replies that a secret agent should not dress extravagantly. Ramsey says he saw something in the past. He remembers the past and continues that he saw how the yard changed and the country faded. He says that's why he thinks he should help the current monarch rule. He won't regret giving up what's left of this life. Magnus thanks them for their help and says he can count on them again. Krem asks why. Magnus says it's important to know where they'll be, to which she indignantly says that he says selfish things. The man fully supports her. Krem says they have nothing to do anyway, so he shouldn't be embarrassed and find them. She says she is too kind a woman not to help. Outskirts of Locusta. Magnus and Arya are sitting on the grass and eating. The guy asks the girl how they are doing. He says they are doing a great job, just like he thought. She got them to help with the trade with Alabarna. Magnus tells her that it's clear, it's good. Nadia's city gate should really be useful for transportation. Arya tells him that it really is. It really does save them. After defeating Heidal, he convinced them to act as intermediaries with Marumu's company. Of course, they got Farah's approval. The girls say that as long as they live, they will pay for their crimes. For Alabarna, the country beloved by His Majesty Heidal, working with the Marumu company to offer a fair trade deal to isolated Alabarna. It looks like they might find a new purpose in life. Tenzin of Locusta convinced his own subordinates to sell their souls to a demon. On the other hand, Heidal was convinced that he alone would sell his soul. Thanks to this, the sisters survived and are on the path to rehabilitation. This was what he had planned, looking at the sky, as if talking to someone. He thinks, what if so? At that moment, he was just a pawn for him. Smiling, he covers his eyes from the sun with his hand. Looking at the map, Arya says that, as they thought, trade with Khajiit is growing. Magnus tells her that sea trade is indeed the best route. He says that, as he explained the injuries, in order to defeat the evil general in Khajiit, he needs as much as the annual budget of a large country. The girl says with a smile and confidence that Marumu's company will help him get money. That's right. She knows that the preparations are ready. He thanks the girls and says that for him alone this would be impossible. 9 islands drifting in the sea, and a union of companies dividing the territories on each. This is the country of Khajiit. The girl says that now he will travel through each of the 9 islands, so, pointing to herself with a smile, she says that this is why she will accompany him. These words shock Magnus, and he asks her again. She says, didn't he say it would be impossible for him alone? He stutters and says that he did say that, but... Folding her arms, Arya says that she can help by being on his side. They can be together for a while. Confused by her words, the guy replies that it will be good, but she interrupts him and asks if he doesn't think the boat ride to the southern islands is wonderful. He says he has no objections and is looking forward to it. The girl beams with happiness and tells the guy to count on her. She adds that she will buy a new swimsuit. The guy laughs that he cannot fight her. She folds her hands behind her back and turns towards him. With a sweet smile on her face, she coquettishly says that this is a premarital trip. Magnus thinks so anyway. Now to the land of traders, abandoned by the southern pirate king, Bazarf's workshop. Magnus indignantly asks Bazarf to explain to him how this could have happened. He becomes embarrassed, points to the Golem maid, who hugs his hand and asks why the Iron Ant became a Golem maid. Golem is sad about the way she is addressed. She asks to call her Chokla. The guy is surprised, considering her another Chokla. Bazarf walks smiling and says that, of course, she is different. He transplanted Chokla's soul into the dead Golem maid that he brought back from the ruins. Laughs and says that it was quite a lot of work. Magnus looks at Chokla with narrowed eyes of displeasure. She looks at him and says that she came back stronger. Clenching her hands into fists, she asks to be ordered to do anything. During the voyage to Khajiit, Arya, resting her head on her hands, says that the sea breeze was pleasant only at the beginning. Chokla says that her hair is sticky and Master Magnus won't be able to pet her. Arya laughs and promises to pet her herself. The girl asks him to stop, fearing the uniform. The boy asks them not to fight. These words make them stop. Arya thinks she's making fun of her, but Chokla thanks her for her concern. Magnus starts to get nervous and stutters that if that's the case, then everything is fine, but if they get along, then shouldn't they be more friendly? The girl tells him that he has a lot of stereotypical thoughts about girls. The other one says that how about he try to get used to women with her? Arya starts poking Chokla in the cheeks with her fingers and says that this mouth that says things that shouldn't be said. Chokla says that she is tickled by the girl's actions. The guy smiles looking at the girls and thinks that he is bad at showing intimacy, so she can take it out on Chokla. The girl continues to poke her in the cheeks. Arya says that, moreover, it is normal between friends. Then she is shocked by what she realized. She abruptly pulls Chokla away from the guy. She squats down and says that Magnus has no friends. The girl replies that they need to be honest and not be sad. Magnus shouts indignantly that he can hear them. The girl apologizes to him and says that because they get along, it's fun to tease him. Putting her finger to her chin, she says that of course they have boundaries, but she hugs the girl and the guy by the hands and says that if they are always so formal, it will look like they are business partners. These words made the boy's cheeks blush, and he thought that there was really a lot he could learn from Arya. That's why, as a human being, he respects her. The girl smiles at him very sweetly, and as a lover, he loves her. Arya says that this country of Khajiit was a terrifying place where pirates were rampant. She can't believe it at all. Magnus explains that 100 years ago, the pirate king of the south created a pirate kingdom by uniting the pirates of Khajiit and suppressing rebellions. He banned disorderly pirate activity and established fair trade, allowing pirates to attack only boats that did not pay duties or taxes. As a result, Khajiit became a paradise for traders. The pirate king of the south stained the sea with the blood of his enemies. creating a peaceful and rich trading zone. Chakla admires the knowledge of Master Magnus. Before his death, the pirate king of the south divided his 9 islands between his 9 sons, each of whom owned a large trading company, and passed it on to their descendants. The girl says that the common name of these 9 trading companies is Assembly. The hero answers her affirmatively. He says that the assembly was full of competitors for profit, but they cooperated. Here he is interrupted by a jolt. Chakla points somewhere ahead and says that they can see the island, and asks for Narufa. An island is visible ahead. Magnus turns to the man and says that they are indeed moving faster than planned. As he said, he is indeed a professional seaman. The captain answers him that of course, moreover, he does his job perfectly since they received a big reward from the Marumu company. Captain Barubasu. Barubasu looks into the distance and says that small ships are pursuing them. Ships are sailing. The flag flutters in the wind and the captain, recognizing the coat of arms on it, says that their pursuer is the Azul Company. Magnus thinks that their goal is to make friendly contact with the Azul Company. He does not want to be involved in the problems from the very beginning, but he closes one eye and says that Azul Company is working with a gang that is up to something. The guy interrupts and asks what they should do. The man nods affirmatively at his first words. The hero says that he can move and connect with the box. The captain, hitting himself on the chest with his fist, tells him to count on them. This request is simple. Barubas begins to give orders. Magnus muses that if they are criminals, they will catch them and send them to Azul's company as a greeting. The man is steering the ship. However, if this is not the case, the hero looks down to the lower deck, and from there a woman with a child notices him. She screams at him and begs him to help them, and says that these scoundrels are pursuing them. The hooks cling to the side of the ship. The bandits climb on board and shout why they interfered and what fools they are. They became prey of their own free will. Magnus says that they have no choice but to teach them a lesson. The girl turns to him and asks him to give orders. The bandits shout that they are already surrendering, a smart choice. Another shouts that it is a pity they are going to kill them all. They also shout to leave the women alive, then they can use them. The hero, with a strong swing of his staff, hits one of the bandits in the face. He immediately falls overboard. Others start running towards them. His level is 38. He also hits others, and they fly overboard. The bandits are in shock. No need to use magic on this crowd, Magnus smirks. Chakla shouts at them. She hits one of the bandits with a powerful knee strike. And she tells him not to attack her, she is against violence. As expected from the Golem maid's body, she deals another blow to another bandit. In hand-to-hand combat, she is far superior to him. The beaten bandits say that there is a monster and ask for mercy. She throws them overboard, and the guy smiles. She rubs her palms as if shaking off dust and says that the punishment is completed. The bandit ship is sinking faster with screams. The entire deck stands in silence. Arya tells Magnus that he is truly amazing, just like Chakla. The girl is already running with her arms outstretched towards the hero and shouting to him that she did everything possible. Her actions frighten Magnus and make him twitch. All the people on deck stand with their heads bowed. They thank them for saving them. Magnus replies that they should thank the captain, as he was the one who noticed the problem and warned them. The captain says that it made sense because of his power. He says that the sea is cruel, and there are situations that they can only watch, so they help when they can. The woman shakes her head and says it doesn't matter. All they can give is gratitude. She introduces herself as Felix's wife. The leader of the Azure Company is not named Hannah. She clutches the child in her arms and says that she should have said, former leader. These words make Magnus flinch. He says, turning to Chokla, that this company is one of the participants of the assembly. She nods affirmatively. The captain says that she is also called the shame of the assembly, to which the woman glares at him. She says that this is true because their company's financial skills are the weakest in the assembly. Crying, she continues to say that it is because previous leaders refused to promote the practice of rip-off business, to which the captain replies that it is his fault. Arya asks her why she, the leader's wife, fled from Nerufu Island while being pursued by her followers. She remembers how they were persecuted. The woman nods at her words. She says with a tremor that it is because. She begins to cry bitterly and says that today her husband was poisoned. These words shock everyone, and the hero too, he shouts. in shock that it is Felix's master. The leader of the Azure Company, Felix. According to the Book of Peace, as his wife said, he was an honest businessman. Magnus to act. What if he wants to ask? What if he wants to ask for the cooperation of the assembly? Then he will be the only one he can ask. But Magnus asks the woman if Master Felix was poisoned. How? She replies that there is a man named Yoseru in the Azure Company. He has been a loyal and hard-working subordinate for a long time, but Hannah asks her husband if everything is okay with him. She mentions that he argued a lot with Yoseru. Her husband replies that they just have different points of view. He tells her that, what's more, this rogue invited him to dinner so that they could settle their differences. He will definitely understand. She says that this is what her husband said. The man says that as soon as Felix took a bite of this restaurant food, he remembers how the man was poisoned. As he lies dead on the table, he says that at that moment they should have realized that it was poison. The man smiles slyly. The men argue. One threatens that the master will find out if he tells about the incident. The second replies that the master should have been angry. The third curses. The man continues to tell that when they ran to the lady, she was attacked by the gang that they saw. They don't know what's going on, but somehow they managed to escape. Arya sits down next to the woman, puts her hand on her back and says that she has been through a lot. Magnus thinks that new entries in the books of the world are added only at the end of the day. If this happened today, then that would explain why Felix's death is not listed. The man shouts that they know Yoseru is a criminal. The other says that they have no evidence, so they can't convict him in front of everyone. He continues to say that he even took the Azure Company for himself. And what, even among those who love the character or talent of the business master, they think that they will have to put up with Yoseru or they will not be able to stay. But still, they can't leave these two. They are the only ones who counted, even though they have nowhere to go. A woman sits on the floor with marks on her eyes. Guilt appears on everyone's faces. Arya says abruptly that in that case she has a proposal. These words make everyone look at her in shock. She says that she is the daughter of a Lacusta merchant, her name is Arya, and they are thinking about starting trade from Newfound Island. If she is satisfied with this, then she will help them. The girl keeps saying that she herself saw their power, and they can guarantee Hannah's safety. These words make the woman tilt her head to the side. Arya says they have the goods and the workers. She has the trust and the knowledge, and they won't let themselves lose it. These words give the woman hope for something good. The woman says that Marumu's company is not the first or second largest in Lacusta, but it is their dream. People laugh with happiness and relief. Newfound Island, Port Warehouse. Arya kills a mosquito on her hand. She mentions the abundance of mosquitoes. Magnus warns that on Newfound Island, bites can cause illness. Chakla wonders if it is dangerous. The guy says that since ancient times, the island has been drying and burning baram fruit to repel mosquitoes and keep fires away. The smell is terrible, but mosquitoes don't like it either. He says that baram fruit does not grow on the island, so they bring boxes and cook it. The Azure Company has been doing this for generations. Arya asks him if it was a monopoly. He tells her that it wasn't quite that. The Azure Company sold goods at a minimum price, almost without profit, and other companies did not try to compete with it. The girl says that it is understandable, but why did the Azure Company do this for hundreds of years? Magnus replies that it is for the health of the residents, to which she replies that it is as it should be. The hero reflects that according to the Book of Peace, an abnormal number of mosquitoes is expected this year. As Ms. Hannah told them, Felix agreed to prepare a harvest of barai fruits in quantities greater than the usual had harvest before. This is what caused Yoseru's conflict. Conflict between Yoseru and Felix. Yoseru shouts that this is a chance to make a big profit by selling them at high prices. To which Felix replies that no, they will sell them at the same price this year. Afterwards, differences in viewpoints arose. The company was poisoned and taken over. A guy and a golem girl are walking, and he says that he should be here at this time. The workers immediately start shouting at the man and telling him that it was they who threw them into the sea yesterday, and I asked them why they came there. The man goes to them and says that they were the ones who attacked his employees. The current head of the company, Azure Yoseru. Magnus says that who knows, he doesn't know, he remembers that he beat up some stupid fake pirates, to which Yoseru replies that they should get out right now. He shouts that they remembered this. He holds him accountable and will judge him for violence. Magnus thinks that he has not yet fully taken over the company and his bribe to the court did not work. The man continues to shout that he is really busy and that now is the time to make a profit. The hero tells him that it is dried barai fruit and that he must have been planning to have it in such quantity for some time. He laughs and says that this fool, who did not understand their value, tried to sell them for next to nothing. He points to Magnus and says that he was touched by Miss Hannah's tears and that kindness will not bring money. As long as he lives, he will not sell a single piece of fruit at such prices on the island. Magnus tells him that the market is made up of consumers and goods and there is no need for confirmation. Yozer shouts that he has no valuable cargo on the ship and asks why they came here. He suddenly grabs the hero by the hair and lowers his head down, saying that it's a pity that he won't sell him anything. He continues to say that he will also put pressure on other companies and will not allow them to trade. The girls behind the guy start shaking from this situation. Squeezing his hair even tighter, he says that if he barks and licks his shoes, then maybe he will change his mind. A wicked grin appears on Magnus's face, and he says that if we are talking about goods, then they have a little. Basic store, company, Azor. The seller shouts, "Beret fruits, here are beret fruits, here are beret fruits, come and take some, otherwise there won't be any." People are starting to say that there will be a lot of mosquitoes this year, and it will be terrible if there is no fruit. People are fighting to buy as much as possible. The couple are talking among themselves about how expensive they are this year and how they can't buy them. A girl turns to a man and says that she just had a baby and she is worried, to which he replies that he has the same thing. His grandmother is quite old. Yozeru laughs ominously as he throws money at him. The city's port warehouse, the banished branch of the Azure Company. Arya says that in the long term they can manage trade with the entire island. But first, they need to get a foothold there. They look at how people work. She says that as long as they have customers, it doesn't matter what the store looks like. She goes on to say that since they have Ms. Hannah, who attracts people, they also have the trust of customers. The seller begins to advertise incense made from the Katoria tree. People notice this and say they have never heard of it. Another person says they must hurry or they will not have time to buy the incense made from the barai fruit. Magnus turns to them and tells them not to panic. And with a smile, he tells them to listen to the advertisement. Yozaru shouts that he came after hearing rumors and asks what is going on. The hero asks him why he has free time since no one buys barai fruits. He just shuts him up. He spittingly yells at the guy that he is just trying his luck and does not understand trading. Magnus replies that then he would like him to teach him. Yozeru keeps screaming in anger about what he knows about the Katori tree, which is Lascuta's mosquito repellent tree. He goes on to say that Lacusta doesn't have a mosquito problem because of this, that they are all over the country. The smoke from the fire is deadly to mosquitoes. It has a strange smell, but it is safe for humans. Magnus says that he has excellent preparation. He keeps shouting that he did more than preparation. He decided that they would not be profitable. Everything screams that Lacusta is far away and transporting the tree takes up a lot of space, and it is too expensive and will end up with the average person not being able to afford it. The hero thinks that this is a good argument. As Miss Hannah said, he really does have a good sense of business. Yozer says the guy is selling cheap to attract people and suggests they see how long he lasts. Not knowing where they hid everything, Yozer focuses on preparing the tree. He says that, however, it is not enough. The summer of Narufu Island is long and they will soon run out of supplies. Yozeru continues to discuss the plan to replenish supplies with the hero, suggesting that they be transported by sea from Lacusta. He wonders why there is a need to create a huge convoy for ordinary consumables that cannot be sold at a high price. He shouts that this is not realistic, and this is not even a small profit with a large income. It is sold at a loss. He turns around, starts laughing, and tells me to take my negative income and asks me to leave the island. Magnus simply smirks smugly at this triad. The hero says that Yozeru is avoiding confrontation with him, and also that he began to focus more on foreign trade. He waves his hand and explains that they must expand their trade beyond the harbor, since half of the company has returned from Yozeru. People start apologizing to the woman and say they did it for the sake of their families, and they ask to be allowed to pay for their mistakes. Chocolate claims they have courage. Magnus talks about Miss Hannah's acceptance. Arya wants to understand how to distinguish friends from enemies. Within a few days, they had displaced Yozer's fruit barai business. In his haste, he lowered the price to the normal annual rate, but it was too late, and the islanders were still looking for the Kotori tree. People began to save money. Magnus was willing to wait patiently for people to see the good side of the Kotori tree. However, all it took for the one who was charging too much for the barai fruit was to get the islanders to buy the Kotori tree. As a result, the effectiveness of the Kotori tree became known in the blink of an eye. The gates open, and one of the girls says that it is time for today's deliveries. They exit through the gate. With smiles on their faces, they watch as the harnessed horses carry the delivery. Arya praises them for their work. Nadia thinks it's not much. Salim says they're happy to help people. This makes the girl happy. She tells them that they are raising their salaries so that they can count on them next time. They start making excuses. Arya interrupts them and says that they can't refuse and asks that they accept compensation for proper work. Chakla agrees with her. She also says that allowing people to work for free is not part of who they are. Yozeru bursts in on them and says to think that he pulled such a trick. He shouts with annoyance that he thought it strange, although the harbor is constantly under surveillance. He never received reports of your ships, and their reserve of time was not exhausted. Magnus explains that with the city gate they can transport goods from Laskuta instantly, and he continues that since it is cheap, they can sample huge quantities of Kotori wood at a low price. He says that he only has unsold barai fruit. Moreover, Mr. Felix had to prepare more than usual due to the abnormal number of mosquitoes this year. Magnus puts pressure on the man with words and says that now all these bills are on him and not on Master Felix, whom he poisoned. The man screams in despair. Yozeru throws himself at the hero's feet and shouts for him to take their barai fruits and that he will sell them at cost. He shouts that he should consider this as his salvation and begins to beg him. Magnus holds his chin with his fingers and says that he will not trade with them as long as he lives. All the people look at him with anger on their faces. The guy continues to say that he must take responsibility for his own words. Miss Hannah's estate. There is a crowd near the gate. A man asks that a young man named Magnus, the daughter of the head of the Marumu company, Hannah and her son, that's all they have to deal with, Yozeru. Most wanted fugitive, Kessel. Yozeru confirms and thanks Mr. Kessel. He tells him that this is Master Kyujo's order, and if he wants to thank someone, he should thank him. Yozeru exclaims that it is as expected, how merciful of the master that now he does not need to hang himself. Someone is leaving the estate. Chakla welcomes visitors. The whole crowd stopped. She says that she welcomes everyone to her master's dwelling. She picks up the skirt with her fingers. She curtsies and says that her name is Chakla. People start to waver. Kessel says the plan is unchanged, destroy everyone inside. Kessel takes out his huge sword, the Sword of Thunder. He wishes the maid dead, and he starts running towards her. He throws a punch, and she crouches to avoid it. Chakla hits his leg with her hand, breaking it. He screams in pain. She says that he shouldn't offend his vigilance just because she's a nice maid. He starts screaming and calling for help. She says he is rude and asks him not to treat her like a monster. Yozeru screams at the crowd to just surround her and finish her off. People are afraid of her. He is shaking with anger. He orders that they use their numbers to break through the mansion and asks to get rid of Magnus. The Golem girl says that this is what the visitors said. Magnus replies that apparently they have annoying visitors who did not accept her warm greeting. Yozeru is filled with anger and horror at the same time. Magnus says he's not very good at standing on the sidelines. Magnus casts a magic spell. This causes thunder to rumble. The crowd is terrified by the sight of thunder. Expulsion begins to crawl away and mutter denials. He shouts that this is impossible. Isn't this magic part of the legends? Chakla says, it's Thunder 4, isn't it wonderful? He sighs and says, my gentle and frightening master. The crowd runs away screaming. They try to run away as quickly as possible. A man with a lantern in his hands comes out to meet them. The guard shouts that they caught them red-handed. Don't let them get away. The man loudly tells them to lie down on the ground and put their hands on their heads and says that this is Cagliostro. Cagliostro, level 23, Knight Lawrence. Yozeru asks why the Cagliostro wolf is here, to which he replies that they received a report from that man and nods in his direction. Lawrence continues to say that this estate will be attacked today. He said, come when you see the signal. Magnus smirks at the words of the Calistol. Yozaru asks why their plan leaked. Cagliostro tells him to surrender, and if he doesn't want to become dirt on his sword, the man exhales and surrenders. The hero says that he saved them by coming there today, and thanks him, to which Lawrence replies that they are the ones who should thank him. He continues to say that thanks to his report, they finally caught Kessel, whom they'd been looking for years. According to the Book of Peace, Lawrence is known as the Wolf of Cagliostro. He brings out evil deeds by taking up justice. He is respected by good and feared by evil. That is how he got this nickname. The man says that the hero told him that he was a magician, but he feels that if they cross swords, he will not be able to win. Magnus raises his hands in surrender and laughs, saying that Lawrence is too modest. The hero smiles, looking at Lawrence. The guy thinks that he is experienced. He understood this despite his status bar. Cagliostro says that he hopes that he will obey the law. These words attract the attention of the wizard. Lawrence continues that if he breaks the law, he will never forgive him. He says that no matter how strong he is, Cagliostro will not let it go unnoticed. Magnus tells him that it is as expected from the wolf. He says that he realized that he is an honest man and that he cannot worry. The man nods and says that he hopes he can continue to trade honestly. The hero and Chocla watch as the man gives orders. She asks him what Cagliostro is. He answers her that Cagliostro is the sea police. Hundreds of years ago, the pirate king of the south bestowed upon his successor the Organizia Cagliostro, with the purpose of keeping the assembly in peace. This organization was created to protect the law and order of the trade line and the people of the assembly. An organization that has control even in the united companies such as the assembly. That's what Cagliostro is. The girl answers that she understands and that it is as expected from Master Magnus. The door begins to open. Arya makes a choice and immediately asks Chocla if she got hurt somewhere. She tells her that she is more worried about her than about the master, to which she replies that she knows that he is not the one who could get hurt, but something like that. Chocla hugs Arya and happily says that she is so happy, to which the girl tells her that isn't she too happy for something like that? Miss Hannah notices someone. She asks Lawrence, as if not believing her own words. He says that they are now for sale. She says his name again, disappointed. The boys look at them. Magnus says that this is how these two know each other, and it looks like there is something more here than it seems, and there is no point in poking at it then. They turn their heads and see Chocla running after the woman. She approaches her and asks if she knows Sir Lawrence. Magnus calls out to her. She makes a face at him, and Miss Hannah says she doesn't mind, it's not a big deal. She says she and Lawrence were childhood friends. The girl asks her if it could be that he was the one she was supposed to marry. The hero tells her to watch what she asks. She laughs and says that she is both right and wrong. She says that when she was 20, she asked him out on a date. He gave her the cold shoulder, but she thinks it was best for her. Hannah continues because, thanks to him, she met her wonderful husband and had this child. And what people said was, she was rejected by her younger brother because she set her sights on the older one, she's marrying for the money, and things like that. They had a pretty hard time, but that's a platitude. Arya and Chocla were inspired by this story, and Chocla asks that Sir Lawrence and Sir Felix are brothers. Magnus thinks that this is basically what is said in the Book of Peace, although there is no explanation as to why Lawrence left the company and went to Cagliostro. He tells Miss Hannah that he is changing the subject, and he says that now that Yozaru is caught, the Azure Company will be reborn in her presence. He continues to say that he wants to maintain friendly relations with Marumu's company. The woman tells him that it is the same for her, they will wait for the next meeting. Magnus thanks her and says that, among other things, it's an honor that he wants her to know their real purpose for being here. He says that he wants 3 treasures left by the Pirate King of the South. These words make her wary. He says that tradition requires gold tiles and blood-related descendants of the Pirate King to obtain the treasure. She nods and confirms that she knows about the tradition. He says that his subordinate is working on gold, so it won't be a problem, but in order to find the heir, the cooperation of the Alliance is necessary. And he says that now that Felix is gone, the only one they can rely on is this. She gasps at his words. Magnus says that it is a child, to which the woman says that he wants to create a link of succession with the Pirate King. He says that, to be honest, he doesn't like it either, he doesn't know this well, to make the child an heir. The guy says that an answer is not needed right now and asks her to think about it. He agrees that, of course, she can refuse and that they promise that it will not interfere with their relationship with Marumu's company. Arya looks at this with a proud smile. The woman says that he is really a delicate person. She says that she understood and will think about it. The hero thinks that even if she refuses, there is no doubt that the Azure company will be their ally. The arrival on Narufu Island was not in vain. Arya is sitting, holding a book in her outstretched hands. The hero smiles while looking at this. Looking at the book, she asks what this is, an encyclopedia, and that it contains an impressive amount of information. She also says that she cannot understand what is written there. Magnus answers her that these are sacred symbols, and it is all written in divine language. He says that with this encyclopedia and city gate, their trade in Kaguya will flourish. It speaks about the needs of each island. Arya replies that she thinks so too, and she will prepare the goods right now. She says that she just still has some doubts. He told her about the whole trading plan, but if something is wrong and asks to let her know about it. The girl says that this is not a problem. If they follow the plan, they will get easy profit without any problems. But she says that it is dirty money. The guy asks her what she means. Arya says that his trade in Kaguya consists of importing revolutionary goods, but if they do it this way, they will end up displacing many of the local businesses that have been established here. He cries out upon realizing these words. She thinks only about how to defeat the evil damned general who settled in Kaguya. He did not think about anything else except making money. Arya continues saying that there are many workers in each of these industries and asks him, to which he replies that he understood her. He thinks that he won't become a demon just to defeat another demon. This is exactly what he swore to avoid on his journey. The girl continues to say that, however, it is true that everything that does not adapt will be left behind, and of course this is one of the basics of trading. She explains that in trade it is important to understand that in any transaction there are three parties involved: the seller, the buyer, and the public. And only when all three parties are satisfied, the trade will be successful. The girl touches Magnus's hand with her hand. She takes his hand and says that profit should not be their only goal. Stroking his hand, she says, how about starting a business that will make the people of Kaguya happy? She thought that they could achieve this with the help of the encyclopedia. The young man looks at the girl with loving eyes. He hugs the girl and thanks her. After punishing Yohiter and returning the real power of the Azure Company, they move the Kotori tree trade to the second stage. Arya says that Marumu will only handle wholesale orders. Retail and shipping will be handled by Azure. She goes on to say that in this way, they will reduce overhead costs and free up labor, and they can transfer the free hands to other types of business, even if it is at a loss. Magnus says enthusiastically that they are going to build a business. Eucalyptus tree is a native tree species found on Narufu Island. Its wood is not very valuable because its sticky sap makes it very difficult to cut. This tree has been troubling the island for a long time, but by processing this sap, they can create a new material called rubber. The hero says that the methods of collecting, processing, and using rubber are described in the encyclopedia. It would be a sin not to take advantage of this knowledge. Magnus says he will give them the procedure for collecting the juice, as well as a description of the cabbage. He explains to Hannah that at the moment they are still working on the process of finalizing Lacustia, but he says that over time he will want to make some of these improvements here too. The woman, after thinking, replies that it is clear. She says that even if he does, she says that it is useful material, but she honestly doesn't really understand it. She speaks, but Magnus leans forward to listen to her. She says that they have saved her several times, and now she will trust both of them. These words delight Arya, and the hero begins to smile. The woman says that the Azure Company should help them. He thanks her. A few days later, the woman quickly walks towards Magnus and calls out to him. She grabs him, causing him to scream. She says that it is he, the stranger named Magnus, the leader of the Tonani team, Anemone. Miss Hannah exclaims that it is the leader of the Tonani company, Lady Anemone. She angrily screams that she is the temporary leader, and because of this damn law that women cannot be leaders, even if they are direct descendants of the Pirate King. She continues to scream that it doesn't matter now, and calls Magnus a shadow sorcerer. She tells him how dare he take her business away from her. These words make him look at her tensely. Arya asks her to stop, and Chocola says that he will deal with the enemy if he orders. He waves his hand at them and says calmly, He explains that the company Taneti, which she heads, is based on Bogodadado Island. These words make the girl worry. He continues to say that her specialty is parai fruits. He says that for the Tanekni company, the export of parai fruit was the main business, but with their Katori tree, they pushed parai fruit out of the market. Magnus says it's no wonder she blames them for this. The woman looks at him with anger. He waves his hands and asks Lady Anemone to listen to him. She cries out questioningly. Lady Anemone says that if he begs for his life, she will not. Magnus interrupts her and says that this is not true and that it is about profit. He, drawing his eyebrows together, says that a business that will allow them to expand their influence in the market. The woman lets go of him and pats the place where she was holding him and chuckles. She says that at least she will listen to him. The next day, Bogodado Island, Lake of Death. Chocla says indignantly that it is black mud. Arya says that it is not the first time she has seen something like this. The woman says that perhaps. She continues to say that this is the Lake of Death, and everyone is afraid of it. The hero begins to stir the black mud with a stick. He raises his wand. Magnus says that this is indeed so, to which Lady Anemone indignantly says what is interesting about this black slime. He explains to her that it is black resin. The lady asks him that Marumu's company wants to import this nasty stuff to Locusta. The hero nods affirmatively to her and tells her that he is completely serious and that, like rubber, he can become a new, amazing material. She thoughtfully replies that she doesn't know why they are going to do this. Magnus tells her that he will tell her how it can be used and how to process it. She frowns, and it seems as if his words dawn on her. He continues to say that the Tanekni company will receive not only a new resource for the market, but also trade in the processing of the new material asphalt. Well, and the Marum company will take half of the resources. She thinks about his words. Her face becomes serious, and she says that's why they are trying to create a new industry. She goes on and keeps asking if it wouldn't be better for them to just keep it to themselves. Lady Anemone waves her hand towards the resin and says that they don't know how much this slime costs and that they should just buy it cheap. She says that they will sell it to them only to earn some foreign currency. She slaps her chest and shouts, "Isn't this trade? Isn't this trade?" The girls stand in confusion. The hero turns his head from side to side, looking around. Magnus says his ultimate goal is not just making a profit. With a serious face, he says that his other goal is to defeat the demon lord. These words shock the woman, and she asks him again. He points to the resin and says that for this he needs a tidal blade, which requires a lot of money. To which Lady Anemone asks him that this is a lie. He tells her that she can doubt as much as she wants, and she can spy on them until she is sure. He seriously says that he is not lying and has no hidden motives. These words shock the woman. The hero winks and says that unless she expects to avoid being grabbed by the scruff of the neck again, she stands in shock. After this, she exhales, begins to rub the back of her head, and says that she has never in her life regretted being born a woman. She continues to say with annoyance that although if she were a male descendant of the pirate king, she would strive to take the place of successor along with him. She bows before him, asking for forgiveness for doubting him. He asks her about the fact that she knows him. Lady Anemone says that they haven't met before in Kajiu. She explains that Alabarna is one of their closest partners due to the similar climate, which is where she heard his name and title. The lady says that she must lead Tonekni's company, despite the fact that she is a woman. If she is deceived or fails, there will be no next time. She screams, without raising her head, that this is why her first reaction was to doubt him, and because of this she made him feel awkward, and asks for forgiveness, to which Magnus asks to raise his head. And he says that it was inevitable for them to stand in the way of the Tanekni company. This will make them equal. He goes on to say that if they can build a trade relationship on that basis, he thinks that would be great. Lady Anemone suddenly raises her head and suddenly reveals that she is in business. She shakes his hand vigorously in agreement. Island of Cuba. Head of the company Parain. The company Parain is part of the Assembly. The island where it is located is called Heaven on Earth. Thanks to tourism, this place is thriving. Arya asks that Cuba has been suffering from an epidemic for a long time, to which the man says that she is well aware and that because of the disease, her legs go numb and swell. He says that in the worst case, it causes heart failure, which leads to death. With his head down, he says that tourists don't get infected, so it doesn't harm business. Magnus swallows and looks at the girl, who looks at him. Arya says they know why people get sick. Shocked by her words, the man shouts that Cuban doctors have been unable to find an answer for years. She says that it's all about the diet of the residents. He slams his hands on the table and asks again, to which the girl replies that in some countries this disease is called beriberi. That's what was written in the encyclopedia. The man, with his mouth open, says that they really only eat fruits and seafood, but not meat. Leaning on the table, he says that the disease can be stopped by changing the diet. Magnus confirms his words and says that the disease can be eradicated. Arya says that pork goes well with grains, especially wheat and rice. Magnus says that Marimu's company is already exporting to Albarna, so there are no problems with exporting to Cuba. He continues to say that the matter is not urgent, so he can think about this decision. The man replies that it will be better this way. He wipes the sweat from his face with a stream. Magnus thinks that it is hard for him to agree to this. If he had learned about them from the company of Azur and Tenekni, he would not have been so wary of their offer. The hero says that, in addition, they would like to purchase guaiac wood from Cuba. The man was interested in these words, and Magnus thinks that this is a type of tree that grows exclusively in Cuba. In the encyclopedia, it is classified as a holy tree. Apart from rare trees, there is no stronger wood than this, imbued with mana. He also reflects that trees are difficult to cut down, and processing is not easy, and the trunk is thin, so the possibilities of use are extremely limited even in construction. He thinks that before this they could trade them, and he will definitely accept such an offer. Smiling, the man says that of course they can buy it in any quantity. He continues to say that he will seriously engage in the import of pork and grain. They raise their hands to each other. The guy says that he hopes their cooperation will last for many years. The man says that one circumstance worries him. He asks them why they are forced to transport goods by ships. Magnus speculates that the use of the city gates is impossible due to the small population of Cuba. They can only be used if the population of both cities is over 1,000 people. The man admits that, frankly speaking, pirate attacks have become more frequent lately and says that they will still attack them if they gather a fleet. Pirates who rob ships. The hero asks him about what he already reported to the Kaliastol. He says that they already reported, but it did not bring any results. The guy looks at the girl and says that in that case, they have no choice. These words make the man wary. Magnus says they will deal with the pirates themselves. The ship is sailing calmly. The hero turns to the captain, thanks them for preparing the weapons in such a short time. The man tells him to underestimate the former pirates. Lady Anemone says that their weapons are fully prepared. Magnus thanks her for their help. The woman smiles at his words. She tells him that she understands that if they went out to sea on a large warship, the pirates would not bite, but it is not much to stand against with one ship. Magnus says that if they attack their base with a fleet, there's a good chance they'll scatter before they even get there. She tells him, well, of course. She starts indignantly asking him about his knowledge of where the base is. He says that he doesn't know, of course, but he has some guesses. These words shock Lady Anemone. She screams that it's amazing and says that he's adorable. Magnus's face is covered with awkwardness because he just learned it from the encyclopedia and he feels a little awkward. The lookout shouts to the captain and says that there are several ships in front of them. There are 5 ships sailing in front of them. Magnus says they caught up with them before they hid in their lair. Arya says that luck is not on their side. The captain, looking through the telescope, says that each of them is returning from the raid. He says appraisingly that the ship's landing is low, which means they are busy dividing up their spoils, to which Magnus, with a displeased expression, says that it makes no difference to him. He continues to say, looking through the telescope, that they are not attacking them, considering them an easy target. The captain answers him that no, they are racing at full speed and, most likely, know that they are sailing with hostile intentions. The hero asks if they can catch up with them. Barubas says he doesn't know. At worst, they can throw off the extra load to escape. Magnus answers, okay, and starts looking for the item he needs in the bag. Taking out the item, he says that they will use this then. Sea Breeze Bell, a magical item found in the ruins of Albernon, plays a melody that only the spirits of the sea wind can hear. A large current of wind appears, and the ship begins to sail at high speed. Lady Anemone asks about the magical item that controls the sea wind, and says that it is every sailor's dream. The captain, looking through the telescope, laughs and says that they were dumbfounded. They stand like pillars because of how fast they swim. Magnus asks Arya to stay close to Chocolate, emphasizing safety. Arya takes Chocolate and promises to hold her tightly. The other girl objects that Arya won't be able to fight that way. She heals her hands into fists. Chocolate tells the hero that if he orders her to fight, she will give it her all. The captain says that Paposu was not mistaken about the pirates. Magnus asks him about the wizards on deck. Barubus replies that it is true. They are planning something interesting. Lady Anemone says that it is not easy to gather so many wizards. Some influential organization supports them. Looking at the deck, he asks Captain Mangan. A man with a scar on his face gives orders. The hero asks him if they know each other. The captain says that he has seen him before. He continues to speak, remembering that he is actually quite a famous pirate, that even Cagliostro can barely handle him. Captain Mangan gave the order to the archers to take aim. They aim fire arrows at the ship. Fiery arrows fly rapidly towards the ship. The hero stands with people with bows and flaming arrows. He says not to worry and uses the sea breeze bell. The whirlwind completely envelops the ship and does not allow arrows to pass through. The men on deck wonder why the arrows are not reaching them. The man exclaims that the wind is protecting them. The archers are given a prize to counterattack and told to fire. Arrows fly into the enemy ship. People on the enemy ship are shouting and saying that the wind is blowing from their side. The man turns to the wizards. The wizards are given the order to attack, and they begin to cast spells. They cast magic spells. They cross their staffs. These spells create 4 fiery vortices. Magnus looks at this smiling and says that this is all they have. He waves his magic staff and begins to cast a magic spell. With this spell, he summons one powerful fireball above the ship. 2 wizards hugged each other in fear. Others screamed. A fireball begins to fall on enemy ships. Magnus looks at this with a smile. Horror from understanding appears on the wizards' faces. A fireball falls on an enemy ship. People are trying to stay in the rubble and not fall into the water. Everything around is burning. The man is saved while the ship burns behind him. People from other ships look at this with their mouths open. The hero watches the ship burn. Magnus starts to stretch his legs and says that he should have been a little more gentle with him. He runs away, starts running towards the bow of the ship while being shouted at. He continues to run no matter what. They ask him what he is doing. He jumps off the nose needle. The captain and Lady Anemone are shocked by what he has done. The people on deck begin to worry about him. It pushes off the air. The hero walks through the air as if he were climbing a ladder. He looks down and smiles. Shoes of the cursed general. Drop from General Heidel Jamitan. When equipped, can cast spells in the air without a target. He stands high in the air, waves his staff, and begins to cast a spell. He casts magic spells. It causes high-level thunder, and lightning strikes downwards. Lightning strikes the ships, and they start to burn. People escape from burning ships with tears in their eyes. Thick black smoke rises from them. People start asking if he is really a human being. The man says that such a thing is beyond the power of a human being. With a trembling hand, he points to it and says that it controls the wind, flight, and the creation of thunder. The man screams and says that he is the god of the storm. They sit on their knees and begin to pray to him. Captain Mangan cries and begs for mercy and calls him the storm god. Magnus smiles at the situation and asks them why they give up like this. After this, he goes back down to the deck and says that he leaves the capture of the pirates to them and asks them not to forget about those who jumped into the sea. Pointing back with his hand, he says that they will send them to Cagliostro. The captain cannot find the words for this, and the hero asks him what is going on. Barubas tells him that he thought his fighting style was amazing. Lady Anemone says that they couldn't even do anything. The bat informs Master Shiojio that Captain Mangan has been defeated. He adds that this was done by Magnus alone, a memory of how Magnus destroyed the enemy ships. The master, holding his hand on the notes, says that this is the power of the Demon King Killer and wonders why such a person is trading in Kaju. The bat suggests that perhaps he, too, is looking for the Pirate King's treasure. He screams and says, seriously, 3 treasures of the Pirate King of the South. Shadow runs his hand over the notes. A legendary weapon capable of destroying several groups of pirates, the Tsunami Blade. a notebook containing a wealth of information with frightening truths, the Pirate King's diary. A medallion proving that the wearer is the heir of the Pirate King of the South, the legacy of the Pirate King. To possess them, the male heir must provide a huge amount of wealth to the siren, the keeper of the treasures. Master Chiagio says we need to find out Magnus's intentions, and he adds that all the treasures of the Pirate King of the South will be his. After Captain Mongan's arrest, the captain sits under interrogation. They didn't get any useful information. He sits with his hands tied, crying and shaking, except that he enlisted the support of a certain Shoujo. Apparently, the Cagliostals don't know anything about him either. After that, they, as well, the heads of the Santorini Company, the Stales Company, and the Rionok Company met for negotiations. And on the day of the meeting of all heads of companies, Miss Hannah goes there with Magnus and the girls. She says that she is here as the head of the Azura Company. A man asks her about the Azura Company. He says that she is a suspicious, unfamiliar woman, the head of the company, Yanapu Gormes. She nods, turns to him and says that a lot of time has passed and introduces herself as Felix's wife, Hannah. She continues to say that she came with her husband to congratulate him on the birth of his heir. He sighs indignantly and says that he is not aware of it. He starts to shake his head in different directions and says, "Where is this greener one, Felix?" These words bring annoyance and sadness to the woman's face. She clutches her skirt with her fist and says that her husband recently passed away. He nods, holding his finger to his forehead and says, "Yes, exactly." A sinister grin appears on his face, and he says that he has betrayed his subordinates as a rat. He starts to laugh, ominously. Magnus steps forward, holding his hand out in front of Hannah, and says that he is a Gribbian and that this man is second in the assembly. He continues to say that it is an honor for him to spend money with him. Gormes points his finger at him and asks if he is the dark sorcerer who is cultivating the widow. The hero answers him that Lady Hannah is an ambitious woman and, in addition, he is a wizard, to which he tells him that it is the same thing. He pokes the guy in the chest and says that if it turns out that he's up to some dirty tricks, he presses his finger and asks, although it was easy to deceive idiots. The man abruptly spreads his arms out to the sides and says that he is not going to cooperate with him. Magnus tucks his hair with his hand, thanks him for the warning, and says he doesn't care. The man indignantly asked what he meant, to which the hero calmly told him that there were some interesting resources on his island. He goes on to say that they are already exporting the resinous sap to Lacusta, and that in a little while they will start supplying rubber to Narufu Island itself. Covering one eye, the guy says that he refuses to cooperate with them, despite the fact that trade is the company's bread and butter, and he says that he really is short-sighted. The man starts shaking from his words. He rushes at the guy, grabs him by the collar, swings his fist, and asks him what he said. The man tells him that's enough. These words make Mr. Gormes stop. Head of the Kinkori Trading Company, Peter. Mr. Gormes nudges the boy with his hand and begins to walk towards the man, asking when he arrived. Mr. Peter tells him that the sea is rough, so he only got here now. He tells him that it's bad luck. Magnus rubs his collar, thinking about the Kinkori Company. He reflects that Demoy is the top of the assembly and the most important island. It is the most influential company in Kaju. Mr. Peter turns around. He winks. The head of the company, Parain, is nervous. Miss Hannah sits with her eyes downcast. Lady Anemone sits with a smile in her eyes. The head of the company, Rihanna, sits with her eyes closed. One of those present at the assembly meeting may be Chiogio. The heads of Steinless, Santorini, Kinkori, and Yanapu sit with smiles on their faces. The hero reflects that they hired many wizards for Captain Mangan, and looking at their tactics in battle, most likely from an influential organization. In other words, from the assembly. Looking at them, he thinks that there is no information about Chiagio in the encyclopedia, so this name is not real. Thus, he has two goals at this meeting: to reveal his true intentions and to attract Chiagio's attention. A guy with long hair comes into the room, greets him, and says that it's been a while since we've seen each other. The chief secretary of the Zill Company, Polly. Mr. Peter says that he is late as usual. He is in his usual routine, and asks him about the fact that there will be no chapter today. He smiles and apologizes for keeping them waiting. Polly says that their leader has many enemies. He can't just leave his territory knowing that he might be attacked. He continues to say that, as usual, he is the chief secretary, he will be in his place. He asks everyone if they have any objections. Polly smiles at everyone. This irritates all the other company heads. Magnus recalls that the Zill company is known as a pirate company. They had many conflicts with Calistol, but it seems that after his death they decided to return to honest trade. However, according to rumors, pirates in Kaizo still sail under the flag of the ZIL company. The secretary asks to remind him what the agenda of their meeting is. The head of the Santorini company says that it is about the fate of Azur. He says that, indeed, Mr. Felix left them. He turns to Miss Hannah, bows his head, and asks her to understand his condolences. Polly says that he respected Mr. Felix and truly admired his honesty in dealings. Magnus thinks he's quite talkative, but his reasoning is interesting. The secretary asks to ask for his rudeness, but he will add. He says that they can apply to join their company by coincidence. He promises that she, her descendants, and former members of the company will be protected. Ms. Hannah stands up, thanks him for his condolences and sympathy, but she will refuse his offer. These words make Lady Anemone smile. The woman says that until her son reaches the age of inheritance, she intends to manage the company as an interim head. Polly nods, smiles, and says that he has done his best with his meager skills. His eyes are wide open, full of silent menace, and he says that it seems she is already united with Maramu. Magnus looks at him with a silent threat in his eyes, but Polly continues to say that she has reconsidered her deals. They look at each other with tension and fury. This tension puts pressure on everything and makes you worry. Mr. Peter asks if he can intervene. Everyone turns to look at him. The secretary shrugs and asks him. The master says, turning to Magnus, that he heard that he is an amazing wizard nicknamed the Killer of the Demon King. He asks him why someone like him would want to engage in trade in kaiju. The hero leans his hand on the table. He rises and says that in order to defeat the demonic general that inhabits these lands, he needs the tsunami blade. Lady Anemone and the head of the company, Ryanuk, are shocked by what he said. Mr. Peter rubs his chin thoughtfully and says that it is clear to him. Magnus says that since the occasion is favorable, he wants to ask them, and asks if there are those who would like to find him with him. He continues to say that he doesn't need the Pirate King's diary or the Pirate King's legacy, and that after defeating the general, he will return the tsunami blade as well. Pointing to the woman, the hero says that at least Mrs. Hannah agreed to help them. He goes on to say that, however, it is too pitiful of him to make a small child the king of the pirates of the South. Mr. Peter thinks about his words. Mr. Gorm says with displeasure that he cannot remain silent. Turning to the hero, he says that he is an outsider. The secretary raises his hand, asking to speak. He asks Magnus about how he can't defeat him without the tsunami blade. Magnus turns his gaze to him, which expresses tension. Polly turned to the main character and asked if he could give up this idea. The latter looked at him and thought that he was neither an enemy nor a friend. Magnus asked the boy if he could explain what he meant, to which Polly replied with a smile that what he said was what he meant. The guy said that, in order to get the sword, he would have to make one of the heads of the trading companies the king of the pirates, and that was a big problem. They were all sitting at several tables arranged in a circle. Polly told Magnus to put himself in their place, to which the latter said that this was a very serious topic and asked him to tell them more. Polly said that he didn't know if he noticed it or not, but they decided to call a council, since they couldn't make one person the Pirate King. It was much more difficult than he thought. The guy turned to the main character and said that his method of trading could be called revolutionary. He is ready to repeat that it is incredible, but he asked Magnus if he really thought he had the right to make one of those present, or maybe even his boss, the Pirate King. The main character said that he was not so arrogant, after which he apologized to him for interrupting and also asked him to continue his speech. Polly said that the man who became the king of the pirates would live in luxury. However, this would cause a lot of trouble for the other 8 heads, after which he asked him to abandon this idea. The protagonist said that he understood everything, but killing one of the 8 demonic generals and subsequently the demon lord should bring them more profit than losses. He asked about whether it would not be easier to trade in a peaceful world. To this, Peter said with a smile on his face that he found this point of view reasonable. Chocla and Arya were happy with his words, but Polly was not very pleased. The man turned to the others present and asked their opinion on the situation, after which he asked them to unite under the banner of the Malma Trading Company and present gold bars to the Great Siren. Peter also said that if they united, they would definitely be able to do it. The faces of the rest of those present were somewhat skeptical. Peter also added that in exchange Magnus will destroy one of the demonic generals. They offer to make young Link the king of the pirates, and then return the sword back to the sea. This seems like an ideal option. In response to the man's words, Hannah said that she agreed. Anemone also agreed with him, and said that it could be considered that it had already been done. Another man also expressed his agreement, to which Polly shook his head and said that even though he had great respect for Mr. Peter, he could not agree. The latter asked the guy about the reasons, to which he replied that he did not see any benefit in this. Then Peter said that Magnus would be able to defeat one of the demonic generals. But Polly did not let him finish, and turned to the others with the words that they should judge for themselves. Mr. Magnus said that he needed a sword to kill the general. After that, he suggested that they all think about it. The guy asked what the point of killing the demonic general was, if the defeated monsters still returned. To this, Peter, a little worried, said that in order to kill the demon lord, first you will need a certain thing. But Polly didn't let him finish. He latched on to the words that this was only for the beginning, and then asked whether he really wanted to say that in order to kill the general, they should sacrifice their own finances. The guy said that it was somehow not very profitable, but besides this, there was another important thing. At the same time, Anemone was not very happy with his words, while Gourmet was all in anticipation. Polly asked the protagonist if he could tell them how many demonic generals he had already killed, to which Magnus closed his eyes and said that he had killed 2 generals. Then the guy asked if he had really killed only 2, that was no good. Polly asked if they understood now, because they couldn't know how long it would take to kill the demon lord. It was certainly rude, but it was possible that Magnus might even die on his journey. The guy said that he was a full-fledged deputy of his boss and was forced to refuse. After that, he asked the others for their opinion. Hannah suddenly jumped up from the table and said that if it weren't for the main character, she wouldn't be here. Their money wouldn't go to waste. Anemone said that Magnus taught her new trading methods, so she has a debt to him, so she is for it. Another man said that the guy saved him from pirates, thus he also gave his consent. It turns out that all those present were divided into 2 camps, those who were on the side of the main character and those who were against him. In the end, Gourmet asked that he believed that this was all, since there were more people against. Arya immediately shouted that Magnus was very strong. She was sure that he would be able to defeat the Dragon Lord. Chocla confirmed her words and told them to believe in the master. The main character immediately looked at his girlfriends. He thought that they were calm when it came to trade, but now they were protecting him with all their might. Thanks to them, he can control himself. He addressed them out loud and told them to calm down. After that, the girls immediately fell silent. Polly chuckled at this situation. The protagonist said that he swears that he will do everything in his power to kill the demon lord, but he is not strong enough to guarantee this. And since he can't promise them that, he thinks he'll have to kill the general without having the sword of the waves in his hands. And then he asks if he's right. Arya, shocked, asked him again what he was saying. Polly chuckled and said that he was glad that Magnus understood this, after which he apologized for the fact that he might have been too harsh in his choice of words. The guy turned to the main character and said that they needed to agree that if he defeated the other 7 demonic generals outside the waters of Kazu, and if he still needed the sword, then everyone would help him get it. At this time, Jörg clapped his hands and said that this was excellent. He agreed with Polly's proposal. The latter was delighted by the man's words. A smile blossomed on his face. All the others also supported his option. After this conversation, other topics were discussed, but overall there was nothing serious at this meeting. At the end of the meeting, the protagonist was called out by Peter. He apologized to him for the fact that they could not help him. To which the latter said that he had learned a lot of important information. For example, he had learned that the man was on his side, which was worth a lot. In the Book of Peace, Mr. Peter is described as a polite, but at the same time strict and conservative person. The trust of this man alone was worth coming to this meeting. The protagonist immediately remembered his face, how he smiled and supported. Peter smiled warmly at him, shook his hand, and said that he understood everything. If he could help in any way, then they should not be shy and tell him. To which Magnus said that he was too kind. After the man left him, the protagonist was called again. It was Jord Dow. The man apologized to him and said that perhaps he had disappointed him. However, Jörg said that despite everything, he is counting on cooperation with Magnus in the future. He hopes that he is not offended by him. To which the main character said that everything was fine. He would not miss the opportunity to trade with people like him because of such trifles, like insults. The man said that he had a mountain off his shoulders, after which he thanked him. Magnus asked if Jord would mind if he visited him tomorrow. The latter replied that he would be glad to receive him, after which he said goodbye to him. The guy thought that this was a rather difficult guy. Arya said that he held himself well, after which she apologized to him for not being able to control herself. To which Chokla said that she was not to blame for anything, it was the fault of the people who mocked Mr. Magnus. The main character said that Polly has reasons not to trust him. Before that, he was going to get the necessary amount on his own. Help would certainly not hurt them, but no trial. After some time, they found themselves on the beach of Doman Island. Arya said that it was amazing. The water was so clean. Chokla agreed with him and said that it was really beautiful. She was in a great mood. The protagonist said that they should thank Peter again, to which Arya said that it was true. He lent them such a magnificent private beach and also a vacation home. At that moment, the girl decided to go towards the guy, but she stumbled and began to fall, but Magnus caught her. Arya smiled sweetly at him and thanked him for his help. She also added that they were in the sea, so she wouldn't get hurt even if she fell. The main character was embarrassed by their situation, after which he decided to leave her. The girl asked where he was going, to which he replied that he was tired and needed to rest. At the same time, his face was red. At this time, Chokla decided to hold him back and asked if they weren't supposed to enjoy it to the fullest, to which the guy said that she shouldn't grab him like that. He thought that it was all because she was touching his back with her body. Arya asked him if he had found out what Kyujo was planning, to which the protagonist replied that it was impossible, they had too little information. Then the girl asked if he had thought about it after the conference. Then Magnus replied that, firstly, they could be absolutely sure that the Azure company was not connected to him. Hannah had been working with them all the time, not to mention that she already knew everything. Also, for the same reason, the Tonekni company and the Parain company are not under suspicion, and all because at the meeting they supported him. Magnus also added that they had made sure that the Kinkori company was clean. Arya said that this was true. As the head of the assembly, he would have made more money by trading honestly than by acting secretly behind everyone's back. The main character said that he would not be surprised if Kyujo really is hiding behind other companies. Magnus then remembered that old man he couldn't stand, whose name was Jorg, or that guy Polly. The latter looks very suspicious. The same applies to the Zilla company, of which he is a representative. The fact that the leader could not come also worries him very much. Arya said that she understood everything. He had already narrowed down the search. Going to that conference was worth it. To which the guy replied that they were not even close to the truth. Magnus said that they needed to gather information now. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, as if he was shocked by something. Arya asked what happened. Chokla also joined in the question. The main character was looking through the book and saw on one of the pages that Sir George's entry had disappeared. Arya asked if that meant he was no longer a key figure. Magnus replied that it couldn't be. If the encyclopedia decided so, then something had happened. He wanted to suggest one option, but then changed his mind, saying that he didn't even want to think about it. He also said that there were new records about a key figure who wasn't here yesterday. This is the new leader of the Centonic Company, whose name is Hans. Hans. He is the first son and successor of Sir Jorg Owl Strange. Arya was shocked by his words. She immediately exclaimed questioningly. The main character said that this guy became the leader after killing Yord Kidzu. The girl asked who he was, adding that it was a fairly common name, to which Magnus replied that he didn't know, but that everything would change and that it would turn the entire alliance upside down. He thought that the alliance would soon learn of Jorg's murder, so the information in the encyclopedia would change dramatically again. The guy stood up, turned to the girls, and suggested that they talk to Peter. Arya said that this would be a rather serious obstacle to their cooperation with the island of Montserrat. The protagonist did not respond to these words. Montserrat is a British overseas territory located in the Caribbean Sea. They were in the mansion when a man ran into the room and said that it was terrible, Cagliostro in the main knowledge. The main character said that they were finally here, after which he closed the book. He turned to the girls and said that they were acting calmly, as agreed. Magnus went outside. He turned to the man and said that he was really hard-working, since they came at such an early hour. He asked if they hadn't just arrived on the island, and then suggested that they relax a little, to which Lawrence said with a serious expression that he had not come here to listen to his nonsense. The guy said that they were here to arrest Magnus on suspicion of murdering the leader of the Centonic company, Mr. Jorg Form. Lawrence said that the main character did not look surprised. He suggested that he was probably thinking about his actions, to which the latter replied that he was wrong. Magnus said that immediately after the conference, he and Jorg worked out the details of their cooperation on the island of Montserrat. He has not seen him since then. To which Lawrence continued his story and suggested that he could not come to an agreement with him, so he had to kill the man. The protagonist said that he should not tell him that this is all he came here with. The guard said that Mr. Jorg was also killed by someone under the hood with a fire spell in the middle of the day in public in a city center. The spell was so strong that it charred his bones. One of the Kaliastan sorcerers said that this would never happen with Fire 2, and Fire 3 is such a complex spell that only 5 people in the entire world can use it, including Magnus Q. To which the protagonist asked him if this was really their best evidence, after which he asked him to think about it. Would he kill someone in public with something that could easily lead to him? Magnus asked about whether it didn't seem like a clear way of saying that he was the criminal. If he were the culprit, he would never use such a method. Lawrence said that it was a very simple move. He deliberately chose an irrational method to kill him. He had often seen criminals make mistakes. Magnus said that it was not enough to prove innocence. The main character said that the criminal is Kyujio's confidant. His name is Kizu. He is a mysterious man from a magical city. Kizu is a sorcerer who is also known by the name Neves. Lawrence was surprised by his words and asked what he was saying. At this, Magnus said that everything was fine. If he did not believe him now, then he should just listen. Magnus said that Neves can move his mind into the bodies of animals. It's a lost spell that he hadn't seen before. There was a cat that always followed Jorg. She's one of Neves' familiars. The protagonist thought that, after all this, he looked at the encyclopedia again and finally found a paragraph about Kyujio and Kizu under the key figures. He said out loud that he was asking him not to arrest him yet. He would not run away and hide. Then he asked if Lawrence wanted to go and meet Kyujio, to which the latter replied that he refused. He had no authority to take measures outside the law. Besides, it could be a trap. Magnus called him a guardian of the law. Lawrence turned to his subordinates and ordered them to arrest the protagonist. However, the latter decided to use the spell sleeve too. The head of the guard said that it would not work on him. He used the magical item Spirit of Persuasion and Action. This item, given to the first ruler of Cagliostro by the king of the Pirates of the South, gives resistance to magic. Magnus commented that it was impressive, then asked if his mind was strong enough to withstand it. Lawrence then asked if he could win in hand-to-hand combat, to which he replied that they were about to find out. The main character immediately called Chocola. The girl covered him with her body and said that she asked him to leave all this to her. Magnus told Lawrence that his opponent was not him, but Chocola, who was stronger than him in close combat, and then asked him if he knew this. The protagonist remembered his conversation with the girl, in which he said that she was the only one who would be able to fight Lawrence, after which he asked if he could count on her. Chocola was thinking in the present tense that this was Mr. Magnus's request, and besides, only she could do it. The girl looked intently ahead at her opponent and his attacks. She thought that she needed to stay focused. She clenched her hands into fists and thought about how she was still a little scared when it came to this. Lawrence dealt her blow after blow, but she managed to dodge the attack each time. Then the guy decided to use the skill Slicing Fang. At that moment, the girl raised her right hand. It began to glow, thereby demonstrating great strength. The opponent did not expect this. Chocola then decided to use her dash skill and rushed towards Lawrence. She managed to dodge his sword attack, but he attacked her with his foot. After he managed to piss her off a little, he used the skill Force Strike, after which he swung his weapon at her. Chocola screamed. Then Magnus decided to intervene in the fight. The girl thanked him for his help and said that she would dedicate the rest of her life to him for saving her, to which the latter replied that she had gotten too carried away. She just needed to fight more carefully and not show off. The protagonist told her to stay on defense for now. He would cast buffs for her. At that moment, her strength and speed were improved. She said that she felt the love of her master. At this time, Lawrence also did not lag behind them. His sword was burning with a bright light. Magnus, looking at it, said that it was a flash of a blade. You need to be level 27 to gain this skill, but the guard is only level 23. Having a skill he shouldn't be able to acquire is amazing. At that moment, Lawrence rushed towards Chocola at full speed, using the skill Blade Flash. However, the girl was not afraid of him. She took his attacks with dignity, thinking that she received Magnus's love. Chocla rushed to attack the guard. She used her power, while in her thoughts she had that she could not lose. The guy was defeated and flew to the side. Blood gushed from his mouth. The girl said that she did it, she won, she is a cold-blooded, incomparable, and beautiful young maid. After that, she ran up to the defeated opponent and thought that the battle was over. She presented him with the sword and said that the victory was for the maid. The main character praised her and said that it was a good job, to which she replied that it was all thanks to his help. Magnus apologized to him and said that they had to deal with him rather cruelly, to which he replied that if it was done to maintain order in Kaju, then they were the cruel ones. He had the right to be angry if he was set up. Lawrence said that it didn't even become an obstacle for him, it was a complete defeat for him. The protagonist thought that he was glad that the guy was being honest with him. The preparation had paid off. He said out loud that if he was going to take them prisoner, he should have brought a whole fleet with him to surround them. Lawrence asked him what kind of plot he was weaving, to which Magnus replied that he should not make him out to be a villain by calling it a plot. He was simply giving him advice. The main character said that they were going to meet the siren. If he wanted to catch them, then he shouldn't be shy and go after them. Magnus then said that he would look forward to it, after which he used the skill Sleep 2 and his opponent fell asleep. After some time, the main character of the team found themselves on the ship. Barbas said that he had a good ship, and Arya said that this was expected from the first trading company of King Kori. Peter helped them a lot from start to finish. The girl also asked whether the divine spirit of the siren was really on the island of Andals, to which Magnus replied that it was. She was protecting the grave of the southern king of the pirates. Chokla said that it was brave of her, but did divine spirits often do such things? To which the guy replied that among divine spirits, sirens are the closest to people. Moreover, this siren was in love with the king. Arya asked if this was the reason she was still guarding her lover's grave, even after hundreds of years. Chokla also said that it was very romantic. Marcus apologized for ruining their fantasy, but before they reached the island, a big battle awaited them, to which the girls replied that they already knew everything and were ready for it. He remembered Peter telling him that his ship had already been captured by Cagliostro. They had pretty serious security, so it would be difficult for him to leave through the eastern port. The protagonist said that this was expected. The man said that his ship, the Sea Eagle, was moored in a western port. It was the best ship in his company, and he would lend it to him. The protagonist asked if he was sure about this. They were suspects. They were already criminals. He better not get involved with them until they cleared their names. To which Peter said that if he were interrogated, he would simply say that Magnus had taken his ship by force. To this, the latter laughed and said that he would gladly accept his offer. Barbas asked the protagonist how he could be so carefree. There were so many ships of Cagliostro sailing after them now, and he was still wanted. Arya said that even when they stopped at Barenbow Island, she saw that a wanted poster had already been posted there for Magnus. The latter said that since it was a small island, the people there were not yet particularly careful. The main character started talking about how they needed to improve the crew's abilities with the help of the Seawind Bell. This will allow them to keep their distance from the Cagliostro fleet. They will also allow them to follow them. At this time, one of the crew climbed the mast and began to observe the situation around. He said that he saw them, the island of Andals. Then the man was very surprised. He became nervous. He shouted that a fleet was waiting for them ahead. The crew member said there were 20, then looked more closely and said there were more than 50 ships. Arya was excited. She asked what was going on. The protagonist calmly said that he thought it was a fleet prepared by Accusations. The girl asked him why he was so calm, to which the guy replied that to some extent he expected this, although there were a little more of them here than expected. The main character said that he, of course, specifically let Peter and Lawrence know that they were heading to Andals Island. Chokla said that she understood the reason why he wanted Lawrence to start pursuing him with his fleet, to which Magnus said that this is exactly the point. The protagonist also did this because he knew that the information would reach many ears, including Kyujo. The Cagliostro Ocean Police, like the Kinkori Company, are a disciplined and tightly controlled organization, but they still probably have a few spies. Magnus was sure that he would have to face those who did not want to let him take the treasure of the Pirate King. Arya said that they all danced to his tune. Barbas said that it seemed to him that these were two fleets that had merged into one. One was the fleet of the Janap Company, but he did not recognize the flag of the second. The main character said that it was something resembling the divine spirit of a siren with a trident in his hand. There can be no mistake, it is Kyujiyo's fleet. Arya was shocked. She asked if the Janaf company had also gotten in their way. Chokla said that Gormez was a bad person, she would never forgive him. The protagonist thought that, according to the encyclopedia, there should be several more groups that do not want to allow them to get the treasure, but only 2 of them came here. Magnus said that the ability to gather information, make decisions, and act, as well as the power and wealth to control an entire fleet. He added that there are only a few people who fit that description. This only shows how influential Kyujiyo is. Also decisively said that, moreover, the prepared fleet exceeded his expectations. Magnus, Arya, and Barbas looked to the side and saw a girl with 2 men sailing towards them in a small boat. The man saw that there was a white flag on their boat, after which he asked what they should do, to which the main character said that they should be allowed on board. He wanted to listen to them. A girl appeared in front of him and introduced herself as Alice, and that she was from the Loxon Company. Magnus thought that this was a ghost company and a false name, but they had a lot of guts. The main character came closer to her and said that he was pleased to meet her, after which he asked if he could find out why there was such a huge fleet here. Magnus also explained that they were just visiting Andel's Island. It was a short trip. To which the girl replied that she wanted to ask him not to play the fool, calling him the wanted Mr. Magnus Daffy. Alice said that any honest company would be happy to help the ocean police Cagliostro, to which the guys replied that it was true. The girl said that they were outnumbered. If they surrendered now, they could avoid unnecessary conflict and not have to shed blood in the seas of Kaju. Alice asked him to make a wise decision, to which the main character said that he was grateful to her for her concern, but he would visit this island. Magnus said that if they planned to get in his way, he would get to him by force, calling her Miss Neves, or, more precisely, Nebula's Kizu. He thought that this girl was a Kiju, a talented level 21 sorceress who was secretly working for Kyujiyo throughout Kaju. She was the real killer of the leader of the Sentonic Company, whose murder was blamed on him. The protagonist asked her to come back and tell Kyujiyo about it. He also asked if he was here, to which she, very nervous, said that he even knew about the master. Magnus said that he also wanted to avoid any bloodshed, but if they stood in his way, they should not expect mercy from him. He also said that, to be honest, he was not in a position where he could spare them since Kyujiyo had so many ships. Alice asked him if he really wanted to fight, if he was sure he would not regret it, to which Magnus said that these were his words. After that, the girl and her team returned back to their place. Chokla asked if they could just take and let her go, to which the main character said that those here are villains, they have no reason to be like them, and arrange a massacre. Magnus said that if they wanted to play with fire so much, then he had no choice but to burn them. Then they saw that their enemies had not gone anywhere. The ships were still standing in front of them. Then the main character said that the battle was beginning. Arya asked him if he really wanted to stop their ships with a bell, to which he replied that he had actually been trying for a long time. Chokla interrupted him and asked why they were still moving. They said that it seemed like the enemy also had a sea breeze bell that would cancel out the effect of their bell. Apparently, they had seen their fight with Captain Manon and had taken countermeasures. The protagonist said that stopping them would not be beneficial to them in the first place, to which Chokla asked if this was true. He asked her to imagine what would happen if only 20 people tried to invade the fortress. Magnus said that they didn't care about their speed, but rather that they needed to increase it. After that, he put Merid's bracelet on his hand. His hand began to glow, and their ship began to quickly cross the water surface. Chokla asked if this was Mr. Merid's power. Arya said that she knew the plan, but she didn't think it would happen so fast. The rest of the crew was shocked. At this time, one of the men approached the main character and said that he had finished creating a water golem. He called it Merid. There was a water dragon in the vase. Magnus said that it was scary to compare with the forces at sea. He thanked Bazarf, saying that with him they would instantly reach Kadzio. Bazarf said that with the help of this bracelet he can command him. He only needs to place Merid under the ship, and he will swim with unprecedented speed. The main character started shouting that they would definitely break through. The ships started moving out of his way, but at the same time they started attacking them from behind. Magnus turned to the girls named Hadiya and Selima and said that now it was their turn. To which the girls said that he should trust them, they would give it their all, and repay him for saving his life. The girl with long hair began to pray and say that the Lord said, "He will grant you a shield from all arrows." A barrier formed around the ship. At this time, their enemies continued to attack the ship with their weapons. Gormez asked why the arrows did not hit them, after which he again gave the command for them to begin attacking. The main character did not waste time. He turned to his team and said that they needed to counterattack. Together with the second twin, they began to cast spells. They used the spells Fire 4 and Lightning 2 to attack nearby ships. The attacked ships were defeated and began to sink, but on other ships, the enemies began to use the light spell. The main character did not stop using the fire spell. More and more ships began to burn. He said that if this was an ordinary sea battle, he would have already surrendered. Magnus said that this was not an ordinary fight, after which he turned to the others and told them to hold on tight so as not to fall out. Their ship sailed even faster, and the enemies on the other ships began to say that they were interrupted, and if they were going to attack now, they could hit their allies. The main character and his twin continued to use their weapons, using spells. The crew was shocked by what was happening. Their enemies began to shake with fear. They said that they could not win, Magnus and his team, as if they were some kind of monsters. At this time, the main character felt something. He said with a slight smile on his face that they had finally met. His enemy said that he had won. He admits his defeat, after which he asked if he could let his henchmen go, to which Magnus said that he was a surprisingly nice guy, calling him Cujo. However, he immediately added that perhaps he should address him as Paulie from the Zill Company. The latter stood with his hands raised in front of him. The guy said that he is not a direct descendant of the Pirate King, but if he does not succeed, then no one else will. His grandfather said this when he was still little, and it stuck to him like a curse. When they set sail from the shore of Only Island, under the leadership of the director of the Zill Company, they encountered a terrible storm. When it came to its senses, it was already on the shore of the island. A siren appeared in front of him. Her face was sad, and she said that only he could be saved. The savior appeared 3 weeks later. They survived only thanks to the mercy of the siren. Those were the best days of his life. Paulie fell in love with her like some green schoolboy. The Pirate King of the South left 3 treasures, the legend of which is passed down through generations. Those artifacts are guarded by the spirits of the ocean, waiting for the one who will become the successor of the king. Then the siren confesses her love again. Until then she waits, and her waiting is eternal. Paulie longed for her love. He wanted to become the heir, but he can't do it because he doesn't have the blood of the Pirate King. Finally, he understood his grandfather's words. Until he becomes the Pirate King, no one else will. The guy thought that she was a real treasure, and he would not give her to anyone, let everyone laugh at him. He could even put his life on the line for this. In reality, Paulie asked Magnus how he knew he was Cujo, to which the latter replied that he had guessed correctly because it was not difficult. He thought that, thanks to one trick that Paulie had pulled off at the meeting of the company's directors, the encyclopedia had considered him a threat and given him a ton of information. Then it was as easy as pie to arrest Cujo's gang and hand them over to Cagliostro. After that, he allowed Lawrence to follow him so that Cujo would find out about it and show up in person. Paulie asked him if they should make a bet, saying that he knew that the moment was not the best, to which Magnus said that it was possible, and the guy thanked him. Cujo, firstly, admits defeat and surrenders. He is ready to give any testimony. It will be the easiest. He asked about whether the main character will be able to quickly return to the hunt for the Demon King. The last one looked at him skeptically, put his hand on his forehead and asked what he wanted in return. The guy said that it was a small thing. Paulie said that he would take upon himself all the sins of the team. His henchmen only followed orders, but only he alone should be captured. After that, he asked whether they agreed to such a condition, to which the main character said that he was a very strange guy, after which he asked why he cared so much about the team. Paulie said that, as his grandfather said, no pity for enemies and monsters, but you shouldn't betray the loyalty of your comrades. That's the way of a real pirate. Magnus said that it turns out that even villains have a conscience. Nebula immediately ran up to him and told him that he couldn't sacrifice himself for them, to which Paulie replied that they wouldn't let him escape. He also added that they had quite a track record of crimes, so they should be happy that they could get away with it. To which the girl said that this was no reason for such sacrifices. He agreed with her. At that moment, the ship rocked under the main character. He said that it seemed to have begun. At that moment, the people on the ships looked into the distance and saw a sea serpent. Their faces turned pale. They were very nervous. They asked each other to take a closer look and said that it was a water dragon. Then everyone looked closer and realized that they were surrounded by 8 water dragons. It was scary. Nebula exclaimed in shock that these were really water dragons, and 8 legendary creatures at once. To this, the main character said that this was the work of the demon general. They were hiding near them in order to suddenly attack and deal with them. Nebula asked in shock about the demon general. Polly asked if he was really here somewhere. Magnus answered positively and said that even the siren couldn't handle the Makai general. The main character said that the latter surrounded the siren with a horde of monsters and wanted to catch her when she ran out of steam. Magnus said that in any case their target is him, they cannot interfere. After that, he used the power of the demon general's boots and soared into the sky. The main character thought about leaving the ships intact. He would have to fight them on his own. When he got to the right place, he used the lightning spell 4. After that, he attacked one of the sea serpents. It started screaming. And then, suddenly, several of them tried to attack him. He cursed and said that even at a height they could get him. If he flew higher, he would not be able to use lightning. He then dropped his staff again, cast a spell, and his speed and resistance readings increased. The main character immediately began to attack each of the sea serpents in turn. He came face to face with one of them. After this, in the circle formed by these snakes, the water began to boil. It began to rise upward, forming a large mountain. The main character said that, as the encyclopedia told him, the real enemy was in the center. It turned out to be a level 17 Draken, a huge monster, an octopus with dragon heads on its tentacles. Everyone was shocked by this. The main character immediately rushed to attack this huge monster. He directed all his forces at its head. Once again, he cast a spell. The monster then began to attack back when Magnus heard sounds behind him. When he turned around, he saw that Lawrence and Polly had come to his aid. They used the fire spell. Fragments flew towards the monster's heads. The protagonist thought that his plan to lure out General Makai by sending Draken ahead had succeeded. He wanted to deal with everything himself. However, he did not think that others would come to his aid. His life had not prepared him for this. Even his face turned red. All the people on the ships entered into battle with this monster. Various curses were used. Chocula went straight through one of the heads to the main one. Her speed was increased. Her whole body seemed to be on fire. She approached Draken's eye and struck straight with her hand. The enemy was attacked. Everyone around was happy about it. The main character said that he didn't ask them to help. Do they really want to upset him? Then Magnus himself jumped up to him and used a new spell. In his left hand was an improved Ice 4, and in his right hand was an improved Stone 4. He put his hands together, creating a small crater that hit the Draken's body straight. At the same time, the crew of the main character's ship was closely watching what was happening. Arya was excited and pointed her finger at them. The monster itself was imprisoned in a block of ice. It turned out that the main character used a spell of combining magic, the ice mushroom. When everyone realized that the enemy was finished, they began to shout loudly and talk about how they had won. At this time, the head of the easel company, Alice, was watching what was happening through a long-range crystal ball. She said that it was a level 37 monster. How great that Polly was still alive. However, a moment later the ball fell to the floor and rolled. The girl said that it was not funny at all. Then her gaze caught on something. She saw that Magnus was not so much happy about the victory over Draken, but about the help of his comrades. Although he undoubtedly made a great contribution, how could he look at the others with such condescension? Alice remembered General Makai's words about the main character being something to be wary of. She wonders what will happen next. She continued to look into the ball at Magnus and wondered how long this show would go on. After some time, Cagliostro convicted the protagonist with Polly. His escape from Lawrence was considered self-defense, so he was found not guilty. Polly confessed to all the crimes of recent years. He was found guilty, but was given freedom of movement as long as he or Lawrence was nearby, and so on until the term had passed. Immediately after the trial, Polly called together the heads of all the companies. He proposed entering into a partnership to achieve the main character's goal. The proof of the Pirate King was decided to be entrusted to the Felix brothers, namely Lawrence. He is the most suitable candidate for the role of Heir A. Lawrence immediately relinquished possession of the evidence. Thanks to Polly's charisma, the meeting went off without a hitch. Last time, the guy put a spoke in the wheels of the main character, but now they have become allies, and he is a pretty reliable guy. In general, 100 years after the death of the Pirate King, albeit temporarily, the Kajos united again. After some time, they reached the island of Anle, the temple. Arya said that a month had passed since the victory over the Draken. Magnus said that although they had to spend a lot of time, they finally managed to collect everything they needed. Arya asked if the company workers were really bringing all the gold needed for the schedule, to which the guy replied that the ability to gather people under one's flag is fundamental for a pirate, according to the king. Chakla said that she would meet the Holy Spirit for the first time, to which Arya giggled and said that she was like everyone else here. But Polly and Lawrence were a little tense. After some time, they finally reached the right place. It was a cave, on the ceiling of which there were several holes through which sunlight was shining. Polly stepped forward and addressed Serena, asking her to show herself, to which the latter appeared and said that he did not have to call her so formally. She also said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Serena smiled softly at him. Polly looked at her in disbelief at first, and then a smile blossomed on his face, and he said that he was honored that she remembered him. The spirit said that of course she remembered him, because they never forget anything, even from the beginning of time, to which the guy smiled at her lovingly, happiness reflected on his face. The main character thought that keeping the entire history of the world in one's head is incredibly difficult, at least for them, people. Polly said that he would be happy to talk to her, but first he needed to take care of one thing. He said that he had brought 2 people who wanted to talk to her. Magnus thought that he had made quite a preface here. Serena said that she knew everything, after which she added that the heir of Anlay had finally come into this world. Chakla asked if Anlay was the name of the island, to which Magnus said that the king of the pirates had the same name. The girl asked the heir to show himself to her, to which Lawrence responded positively, after which he moved forward. He introduced himself to her, to which the spirit smiled and said that he really was the heir, but not like Anlay, he was much more attractive. To which the guy replied that he was very grateful to her. The siren said that the Holy Spirits had been waiting for his appearance for a long time. Now their wish had come true. Lawrence did not react in any way. A moment later, he said that he was not sure that he was the heir they needed because he did not want riches. Siren said that there was nothing to worry about. Ainley wanted a strong personality to emerge or his descendants to unite. He would be satisfied with either outcome. The spirit smiled and said that he was the heir they had been waiting for. The guy did not expect these words, but said that he was honored. The siren turned to him again and told him that he must accept his title as Anlay's heir and look her in the eyes. Then the spirit waved her staff in his direction and told him to get everything. He even opened his mouth in amazement. In front of him were the Pirate King's diary, the Pirate King's legacy, and the tsunami sword, the 3 attributes of the king. Lawrence took all these items in his hands and said that the knowledge of the diary and the power of the sword would be able to protect Kajo. Siren asked him what he was waiting for then, since the legacy of the Pirate King now belonged to him, to which he took the king's heritage in his hands and said that he wanted to give it to the Holy Spirit. She was surprised and asked him about it again. To this he smiled slightly at her and said that it would be in memory of the Pirate King. She smiled sweetly at him and said that she understood everything, after which she thanked him. At this point, Polly said that there were rumors that when an heir appeared, she was doomed to love him as she loved the Pirate King. There was despair on his face. The siren was puzzled by his words. She laughed and said that it was all fiction of writers. Then the guy asked if it was all really not true, to which the Holy Spirit scratched her chin and said that it was worth starting with the fact that she was not Anlay's love. The main character asked if this was true, and that would start a legend. Polly also asked why she was guarding his grave. Then Siren looked at him and said that he was like a son to her. The guy was stunned by her words. The Holy Spirit told how, like Polly, she found Anlay one day after the crash. He was a small child and the only survivor. She raised him until he became a grown man. The main character thought that it was not surprising that he became the king of the pirates with such a teacher. Serena said that he was a real, conceited person. Surely, telling everyone that she was his love was cooler than admitting that she was his mother. After this, the Holy Spirit laughed and said that everything was like this. Polly put his hand to his forehead and said that it was a sudden turn. Chakla said that in her opinion, there was a beautiful love story in the legend, and it turned out like this. At that moment, Magnus covered her mouth with his hand. Then, Siren put her hands to her chest and, closing her eyes, said that she loves all people equally. She repeated these words again, that everyone is the same without exception. Polly was immediately upset by her words. Serena said that all this is not at all what people feel when they love. Everyone looked at her carefully. Here, Arya joined the conversation. She said that this is true. She has the most precious person, and she grabbed Magnus's hand. After that, looking at him, she said that she wanted him to treat her the same way. Continuing to hold his hand and look lovingly into his eyes, she said that this is love. To which Siren said that in that case she does not know love. At her answer, tears appeared in Polly's eyes, his face turned red, and he smiled sadly. Then he lowered his head so as not to show weakness. Nebula immediately came closer to him to provide support. Feelings leave with sadness. The night before the final battle with the Mon Demon General, Lawrence said that Chokla was much stronger than him, so she was worthy of wielding Tsunami's sword. She was shocked by his words. The guy said that he felt it keenly when she fearlessly, without a shadow of a doubt, rushed at the Draken. His sword is aimed at fighting human opponents. It is for this reason that he wants her to use it. The girl took the sword in her hands, but her face continued to express bewilderment. Chokla asked if Barrack had made his lair underwater on a sunken ship, to which the latter replied that it was true. From there, he gave orders to his monsters, and was even capable of manipulating people through a traitor. The protagonist said that this was his plan to capture Kajo. Lawrence said that he understood, and then asked if this place was really underneath them. Magnus asked Chokla if she had figured out how to use the sword, since they were counting on her, to which she replied that she had trained a lot. She turned to the sea and asked to make some space for them. After that, the girl struck the water surface with her sword, causing circles to run across the water. It was Sword Power 1, Tsunami 1. Immediately, a sunken ship appeared on the surface of the water. The ship was huge and badly battered. The heroes froze on their ship in anticipation. Barak, the evil sea demon general, said that Magnus had finally gotten to him, calling him a great sorcerer, as expected from someone who had defeated two of his brethren. The protagonist thought that according to the Book of the World, this spirit is level 40, the same as the Durbanvant. Even if they used the Tsunami Sword to recreate land and deprive him of his geographical advantage, they must not let down their guard. The protagonist told Chokla that he reminded her that he was evil, a lover of tricks, and easily attacked from behind, to which she replied that she understood everything and would be careful. Lawrence also said that he took note of the information, and similarly asked that no matter what predicament he found himself in, they should boldly leave him behind. The main character took out his gladius, and said that his finest hour had come. At that time, Barak shouted for them to come out to him, calling them bad people. Magnus told them not to worry, as he was making a path according to plan. He used the jewel of the heavenly realm, Thunder Flash. Then he cast the spell of the territory expander, Thunder 4. He doesn't have a light attack spell, which is his weakness, so he resorted to this one. His thunder attacks, like light attacks, deal damage to Barak. The protagonist then cast the spell again and used Thunder 4, a single target attack. The blow hit Barak squarely. He started laughing and making unintelligible sounds, and then said that just think, he was fried by lightning. At that moment, Magnus told Chokla and Lawrence to start acting. They asked to leave it to them. Barrack, looking at Chokla, said that this is a sword with the power of the siren spirit. It is very interesting. The girl jumped and tried to strike him. At the same moment, Lawrence tried to attack from below on the ground. It turned out that he was being attacked from two sides. The monster told his subordinates to come out, calling them weaklings, and ordered them to greet the guests. An army appeared behind Barrack. He said that these were the best pirates of pirates. He ordered them to rob, kill, burn. Every sea in this world belonged to them. Everyone was shocked. Barrack said again that they are the best pirates of pirates, gave them an order, and reminded them that every sea belongs to them. His special feature is a pirate battle song. It increases all indicators except strength and speed. The protagonist thought about what a pirate battle song means. In just 5 minutes, each skeleton had leveled up to 20. He mentally turned to Chokla and Lawrence and asked them to hold them back. After that, this evil demonic general told them to die. He dealt a strong blow, which sent Chokla flying to the side. She immediately thought of Magnus. Looking into the distance, she saw that Gladius had been defeated by Barak's subordinates. She was terrified because she did not understand where her master was. The girl immediately began calling him by name and headed towards the place where he was supposed to be. Barrack called out to her and asked where she was going to run away to, and then said that he would not let her go. There were tears in Chokla's eyes. She said that if it made her dear master happy to be saved, then she didn't care about her own death. The girl didn't even look back. She ran forward, towards Gladius. At that moment, Barak was getting closer to her, and his sword almost reached her neck. At that moment, the monster was attacked by the main character's spell Thunder 4. Chakla froze in place from realization. She turned around and saw that the demonic general was attacked. He was screaming in pain. The girl herself was also in shock. Her mouth even opened in surprise. She tried to see something through the smokescreen. Seeing the main character, she immediately called out his name and said that she was glad that he was okay, to which he replied that she should stop crying, that she needed to remain vigilant and not sacrifice herself. Magnus began to scold her. He said that he knew something like this would happen again. She had already pulled this off in Ramses' pyramid. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and asked her if she could imagine how scared he was at the time. Chakla continued to cry and say that she regretted what she had done. Magnus said seriously that he is only human. He can make mistakes and not notice something, as was once the case. People are naturally learning. They don't make the same mistake twice. That's why he was able to save her now. He asked if servants were really incapable of developing, if she would just keep making the same mistake. To which the girl folded her hands in front of her and answered negatively, saying that she would study and that she repented. Therefore, she asked him to allow her to be near him. To this, the main character asked her whether she really promised him. She answered positively, adding that if such were his orders. He scratched the back of his head and said that she was hopeless. Magnus smiled at her and said that it was in order. Then Chakla said that his servant had engraved his behavior on his heart. After that, she turned to Barak. The main character said that the effect of the pirate battle song should soon wear off. It was time to finish. She agreed with him. The main character spread his arms out to the side again. His body seemed to be on fire, and there were a lot of lightning around. In his left hand he had Thunderhold 4, and in his right hand everything was the same. At this time, Chakla jumped up to Barak. She struck his skeletal head with her petch, splitting it. Then she turned to Magnus and told him to act. He praised her, calling her a good girl. The demonic ruler began to scream that his end had come, after which his body began to disappear. The protagonist watched this attentively. After some time, only a dent in the ground remained in place of the enemy. Lawrence asked if they had really won, to which Magnus said that it was a victory, as it were. The guy said that he was happy that it was all over. At this time, the leader of the company, Zil, Alice, continued to watch them through the magic ball. She smiled and said that he had defeated even Barak. People can be so interesting. As the daughter of the head of a pirate trading company, she had seen all sorts of people, and they were all boring. Monsters are much more interesting than humans, which is why she immediately accepted Barak's offer. Because in order to gain power, she only needs to control the situation in Kajo and avoid using the name of the Pirate King's descendant alliance. Her appearance began to change. She now had darker hair. She thought about how she could gain Barak's power after his defeat. Elise's cape flew off, and wings like a dragon appeared behind her. She said that it sounded very tempting to conquer the human race, but she couldn't refuse the opportunity to play with him, and then kissed the magic ball. Bull. Polly waved to everyone with a smile and said that this is how he got to Cagliostro. The protagonist asked him what was wrong with him, to which the latter replied that he was sure that he thought it did not suit him. Magnus asked if he was trying to avoid the death sentence, to which Polly replied that if he swore to devote his entire life to Kajo, then they would spare his life, so he had no other choice. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and said that this was just one of the reasons. Then the main character asked what the second reason was. Polly said that a person dear to his heart said that he was not his cup of tea, and he was just a child. He decided to try to love the same country that was so dear to her. The main character said that he understood, although he was not sure, that a child can become an adult just because he tries to look like one, to which the guy smiled and said that he had not found another way. Magnus thought that although it was unlike him, he didn't think he didn't fit in here. He knew all the tricks of pirates and servant traders, although he couldn't imagine Polly and Lawrence agreeing to cooperate. After some time, there was a meeting of all the heads of the alliance departments. Peter said that he congratulated the main character on his victory over the demon general. The others said that they could finally stop being afraid of demons. They thanked him. Magnus smiled and said that there was no need for gratitude. He was able to do this only thanks to their support, and he also owed a great debt to the Azure Company. He added that if Hannah had not trusted him, he would not have been able to do anything, to which the girl asked in surprise what he was talking about. Then she remembered all the past situations, and with a smile on her face said that it was he and Arya who saved her. Peter turned to the other heads and asked their opinion on the matter. He also added that Magnus should be given the title of promised conqueror of the Demon Lord, to which Hannah responded with consent. Peter also said that they were ready to do anything to help him. The main character said that he thanked them all. Then the man turned to the representative of the ZIL company and asked if they agreed with such a proposal. This man began to worry and at first said that they did not agree, then changed his mind and said that perhaps they did. Peter told the man that he was the new representative of the ZIL company, the heir of Polly, so he asked him to express himself more clearly, to which he replied that he could not decide this issue himself. To this, Peter said that he would not interfere in other people's affairs, but asked if everything was okay with the ZIL company and whether their leader had disappeared somewhere. The man became even more nervous and said that she would definitely return soon. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he was wondering where she had gone, calling her the traitor Alice, who had sold her soul to Barak. After some time on board the promising Maria, Arya spoke dreamily about how it was a vacation. Now that everything had settled down, they could rest a little. Magnus said that they should enjoy their vacation since they were here. The girl said that for her, these few months in Kaiju were a kind of vacation because she could be with the main character. At the same time, her eyes were closed, and her face itself was red from embarrassment. She said that they got Barak's gold coins as loot, and also an orichalcum ingot from the sunken ship. Magnus said that he gave Bazarov some more work when he finished restoring Gladius. Arya said that after this trip, they will return to their everyday life, and will see each other very rarely. She becomes a little sad about this. Then Chokla intervened in the conversation and said that she should continue to travel with them, to which Arya smiled and said that she could not, while thanking her for the invitation. The maid asked her about the reasons, to which the girl replied that it was because of the trade agreements that they had signed here. After their victory over Barak, not all the work was done yet. Even now, many people depend on trade. She must take responsibility. Magnus defeated the Demon Lord, and she will also do her best. Then Chokla said that it was all clear. It was her duty as the future bride. Magnus blushed at these words. Arya said that now that she had no more things to do that weren't related to trade, she was useless, almost a burden. She closed her eyes and said that her pride would not allow her to be a burden. Chokla said that this was an amazing way of thinking. She was so touched by her words. To which Arya smiled at her very warmly, blushing her cheeks, and said that she trusted her with the main character. Chokla also blushed and opened her mouth in surprise. The girl immediately said that she swears on her life that, although Magnus told her that she can no longer say that, she will try anyway. She will do everything possible to ensure that no woman comes close to him, to which Arya said that she knows the main character, so it does not bother her, and she still counts on Chokla. To which she replied that she can trust her. At this time, Barbas called out to the main character and asked if he could spare him a minute of his time, to which he responded positively, explaining that they had already finished. The girls continued to talk and hug at this time. The man said that after they took them to the continent, they would like to take a short vacation. He also asked Arya if she would mind, to which she asked if they really didn't like the way they were treated. They tried to explain that everything was fine, but Magnus asked if they really needed to return to the ZIL company, to which Arya asked in surprise what that meant, and Chokla asked if they weren't traitors. Barbas said that this was expected from the main character. He sees right through them, to which he replied that he was right after all. He thought to himself that it was not he who saw right through them, but the book of the world. The man smiled and said that he was a former employee of the ZIL company. Arya put her hand to her mouth and said that she now understood why he knew everything about pirates. Barbas said that he was not the one to talk about it, but he held a fairly high position, namely, he was responsible for illegal activities before this job was transferred to Polly. The man explained that the guy was his nephew, and the previous head was his brother. Chokla exclaimed in shock. Arya asked if this really meant that he was from the family of the head of the company, to which he answered positively, explaining that this is how it is. Barbas said that he admired his father and became a pirate, but when his brother took over the company, everything changed. During the reign of their father, they were openly engaged in piracy. They opposed Cagliostolus and were prepared to die in case of defeat. No one could say that they were nobody. But under the guidance of their brother, they began to behave secretively. They hunted small prey, trying to avoid the attention of Cagliostol. He could not accept this, so they left them. Alice, as the head of the company, fled. Polly went to Cagliostol. If this continues, the company will die out. Barbas left the company a long time ago, but he can't let his father's company go under, so he will take over, at least until a new leader appears. The man smiled and said that he, of course, would not engage in piracy. Arya said that since the matter concerned his family, she would inform her father herself, to which he bowed to her and said that he was in her debt. After some time, the main character and his friends decided to relax and swim in the sea. He said that he thought it was time to have a snack, after which he asked if anyone wanted to eat, to which Arya said that she wanted shrimp and crab fat from the noise of the blue sea, to which Magnus said that she loved crustaceans so much. The girl immediately became embarrassed, put her hands to her mouth, and asked if it was really that bad, to which the guy replied that everything was fine, he liked it too. They had a very tasty fish soup steak. The main character looked at them and thought that he was already used to seeing them in bathing suits, although sometimes he even felt nostalgic for the times when such a situation made him blush. Magnus decided to get out of his thoughts, so he suggested that they return to the shore. Arya agreed with him. At this point, Chakla said that they should wait. They both turned to her and asked what had happened, if something was wrong, because she was surprisingly calm, to which the girl, with tears in her eyes, said that she had lost her bra. It had been carried away by a wave. The main character was taken aback by her words and screamed. He immediately asked Chakla how this could happen. To himself, he thought that he couldn't see it. He needed to look for it, so he needed to calm down. Arya asked the girl not to do that, since Magnus reacts badly to such jokes. The girl said that these are not jokes. The guy told Arya that she speaks as if there is nothing wrong with it, but she is right. After that, the main character said that he would go and also apologize to everyone. At that moment, Chakla ran up to him. She pressed herself against him and asked him not to leave her, since she could not go out on the shore like that, and asked for help. Magnus tried to get away from her, to break free from her grip. He said that he couldn't, so he said to ask Arya. The latter tried to say that she would help, that he needed to let the guy go because he was angry. But Chakla cried and asked that if he left her now, who would she be able to rely on then? The main character told her not to come near him. Arya asked them how long they were going to fool around, then said that she was going out. Magnus asked them to wait for him. Chakla asked them to wait for her. At this time, in another place. In the cave is a monster, Earthdrake. On the ground lay the warrior of light, chosen by Providence, the spirit of valor, Ray. He is 14 years old. He was covered in blood and injured. He asked how this happened. Leader Eldora left with her lover, Teresa, ran away with her things, and Ard ran away to save himself. He asked himself at what point everything went wrong, whether it was right to obey the order and go fight the demon general with a bullet, whether there was a reason to obey Eldora's orders. It looks like he was the one who was wrong, because he did everything he was told. It looks like he will pay for this mistake with his life. He was lying on the ground. He didn't even have the strength to move. He said out loud that it was disappointing. The monster was already near him. At that moment, the main character shouted at him not to give up and then attacked the enemy. The guy told him that his name was Magnus. He was a traveling martial artist, and he held his hand out in front of him. Ray asked him if he was really a martial arts master, to which the main character did not answer. Instead, he threw him a bottle of potion and said that it was excellent, he should drink it. Simply asked him not to show him off, after which his eyes closed. The last thing he saw was Magnus attacking Drake. After some time, the warrior of light Ray opened his eyes. He was lying on the bed, in clean clothes. There were no traces of blood or anything else on him. He asked where he was. The main character said that this is a hotel in Montriver. Ray, shocked, asked him again about this, and then said that it is 2 days' journey from that cave, to which Chakla said that they had been transported to Laxta using the city gates. After Salima had healed him, they had used another gate to get here, to which Ray apologized and said that he had not understood anything. The main character said that he desperately needed healing magic, so they cured him. That's what the girl wanted to say. Ray said that he had no words to express his gratitude for their help. He bowed to them. Magnus said that it was not worth it. They were glad that they made it in time. The guy asked the main character about the fact that they paid for the room at the hotel. He is sure that the healing magic also cost a pretty penny, so he asks their permission to pay them back. Then Ray's hands started shaking. He said that he had lost all the money. He thought to himself that he couldn't say that his partner had run away with his wallet. Magnus told him not to worry, since he had helped of his own free will. Ray looked at him and thought that he was too generous. Did he really have something in mind? He hated suspecting people, but he didn't want to go through that again. The guy felt really sad about it. He stood up abruptly and said that he wanted to introduce himself. His name is Ray. He is like a warrior of light. He went on a journey to defeat the demon general, Bullet. If he succeeds in making a triumphant return, would Magnus agree to visit the castle of His Majesty the Grand Duke, thus repaying him with the reward he had received? To which he replied that it was not necessary, everything was fine. Ray bowed again and said that, unfortunately, he had to leave now, after which he thanked them again for their help, to which Magnus told him to wait. The protagonist told Ray that his strength was not enough to defeat the general, to which he said that he would think of something. Then Magnus said that he already had a plan. The warrior asked what it was. Ray apologized and said that it hurt him to talk, especially after he saved his life and all, but he was tired of listening to other people's orders. The main character said that the warrior seemed to have experienced a lot, and then asked if he would mind telling about his misadventures. Then the guy sat down on the bed, his hands began to shake, and he began the story. Magnus said that his friends betrayed him. Then Ray asked that now he understands him, to which he replied that he respects his desire. He agrees that it is important to think about yourself. But he wants to try to ask him for a favor. It's not an order or anything. If Ray refuses, then he won't talk about it anymore. To which the warrior said that he can listen to his request. Then the main character said that he was looking for a warrior of light to defeat the demon general, bullet together with him. To which Ray asked if he was really hunting this general too. Magnus put his hand to his chest and asked him why he didn't join them, to which the latter asked if he was really suggesting such a thing. The main character thought that he understood that he thought that he had something in mind. This is not surprising after the betrayal, but he is sure that the guy will join him because he realized that it is important to make your own decisions. Then Ray stood up, after which he extended his hand to Magnus and said that he agreed, turning to him and Chakla. He asked their permission to join them. The main character smiled and said that he was glad to hear it, after which he shook his hand. The girl said that they would try to destroy this demon together. Ray addressed him, calling him master. Then Magnus corrected him and asked to call him by his name. Then the warrior also asked to call him by his name. The main character said that there was no need for formalities. The warrior scratched his head and said that he was older than him, so he could not just throw away formalities, to which the latter told him that he could address him as he wished. Chakla said that she was just a humble servant, so she asked him for permission to call him simply Mr. Ray, to which he asked if he could call her Milady Chakla. She said that it embarrassed her. The warrior laughed.